Hey everyone! Welcome back to the channel. I really hope you're all having a fantastic day. Today, we're diving into a brand new story, a fanfic called Naruto, from scratch with a template system. It's pretty wild, and I think you're going to love it. Let's get into it.
Chapter 1 Konoha Year 37. The end of the Second Great Ninja War under the Hokage building, chaos was unfolding. You bastard! Didn't you promise me you'd bring Nawaki back? Senju Tsunade's furious shout echoed through the courtyard as she grabbed Orochimaru by the collar. Her beautiful face, normally calm and dignified, was now twisted with grief and rage. She had entrusted her younger brother, Senju Nawaki, to Orochimaru, and the war returned him as a corpse. Speak, damn it. That was my brother. My only brother. I. Orochimaru, pinned by Tsunade's grip, could only force a bitter smile that he didn't even have the courage to meet her eyes, and it was precisely this moment, this helplessness and the fragility of life shoved in his face, that planted the first seeds of darkness in Orochimaru's heart. Human life is far too fragile. Tsunade, calm down. Jiraiya rushed over, trying to pull her away. Orochimaru didn't want this to happen. But even he understood. Her younger brother died, her last blood relative. How could she calm down? Calm down? How the hell am I supposed to calm down? That was my brother. My only family left. Ever since the third Hokage took the seat again, the once glorious Senju clan had withered, and with Nawaki dead, only Tsunade remained. I'm sorry, Tsunade. I'm truly sorry. Sorry was all Orochimaru could manage. Anything else would sound like an insult. Around them, many Konoha shinobi had gathered, veterans, elites, even fresh chunin, but no one dared step in. The name Three Legendary Sannin was already famous across the entire ninja world, and Tsunade right now was like a lit powder keg. Touch her and you explode. Sure enough, it's this moment. Among the crowd of onlookers stood a 15-16-year-old boy with messy blonde hair and two short blades at his waist. He squinted slightly as he watched Tsunade rage. Shiki, that was his name, that he had been dumped into this world over 10 years ago, and every detail of the timeline was very clear to him. This year, this moment, the death of Senju Nawaki was supposed to happen. Over the years, Shiki had grown from a clueless transmigrator into a hardened, battle-tested ninja. TCH. He let out a soft, mocking sound. After surviving the Second Great Ninja War, life and death no longer shook him, and honestly, he didn't even know Nawaki personally. After that small sigh, Shiki turned to leave, but, the atmosphere was so tense that the tiny sound he made, TCH, was like a spark in a powder room. Already blinded by grief, Tsunade snapped toward the noise. She lowered Orochimaru and turned her fierce gaze directly at Shiki. She heard it. Everyone heard it. Boy, her chakra flared sharply. Do you have an opinion about my brother's death? Because of that one tiny sound, the crowd instantly shifted their eyes toward Shiki. Who is that kid? Orochimaru frowned, searching his memory, then recognition flashed in his snake-like pupils. Shiki. Konoha Jonin, the one they call the Golden Lion. He had heard the name before, but this was the first time meeting face to face. That's the Golden Lion? A new sword genius after White Fang? Whispers spread rapidly through the crowd. There was talk everywhere about the Golden Lion. Konoha's rising blade after White Fang. People said he was the strongest young swordsman in years. Unlike Tsukumo Hataki's single-blade style, Shiki used dual swords, and most of his techniques carried the ferocity and dominance of a lion. Combined with his full, wild blonde hair, the nickname Golden Lion practically stuck itself to him. Jiraiya also gave the young Konoha prodigy a curious glance. His newest student, Namikaze Minato, had blonde hair too, but Minato's gentle smile radiated like a miniature sun. Shiki was the complete opposite. Unless he was fighting, Minato smiled warmly at everyone. Shiki, on the other hand, carried an aura of defiance that never faded, unruly, proud, like a lion that recognized no one above him. This sword genius is gonna have a bad time, Jiraiya muttered, helplessly shrugging. He and Orochimaru knew Tsunade better than anyone. Right now she wasn't just angry, she was grieving, and Shiki had just walked straight into her rage. Jiraiya was already planning ahead. If Tsunade hits him too hard, I'll have to save the kid. He's still one of our own. Beside him, Orochimaru stayed silent, but his golden eyes watched the tension rise between Tsunade and Shiki with interest. Shiki halted his step, slowly turning his head toward Tsunade. His eyes, fierce, fearless, held the pride of a lion king. As if even Tsunade, one of the three Sannin, meant nothing to him. You bastard. Tsunade's voice trembled, cold and furious. Is my brother's death something you can just scoff at? Veins pulsed on her forehead. Her voice trembled with fury and grief. Tsunade wasn't unreasonable. She wouldn't have become the fifth Hokage otherwise, but Senju Nawaki had just died. Her emotions had exploded past logic. So, Shiki replied calmly, like he was speaking about yesterday's weather. Why you? Tsunade's fist tightened, the arrogant attitude, the expressionless calm, it was pure provocation. Her anger reached its peak. Shiki caught the shift in her stance. His expression didn't change, but his right hand slid to the hilt of the blade at his waist. Monster strength fist. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted as Tsunade's punch ripped through the air, smashing straight toward Shiki. Everyone felt the world blur for a moment, but then a single sound rang out, clang. Shiki had drawn one of his blades with lightning speed, holding it horizontally in front of him, feet firmly planted. He blocked Tsunade's full-powered punch. The ground beneath him cracked, dust exploded around their feet, but he did not move. He blocked it? Jiraiya's eyes widened. He had fought beside Tsunade for years. He knew just how terrifying her monstrous strength was, but a 15-year-old kid blocked her punch with one hand. Is this the real strength of Lord Shiki? That's the sword genius even White Fang acknowledged. Unlike the stunned onlookers, the few ninjas who had fought beside Shiki during the war weren't surprised. If he could be beaten easily, he wouldn't be called the Golden Lion. Shiki exhaled lightly, still holding back Tsunade's fist with his blade. Then he spoke calmly. The past can't be changed, but the future can. How do you not understand such a simple truth? Chapter 2. Chapter 2. To be honest, Shiki didn't hate Tsunade, and he had no intention of fighting her seriously. You. Tsunade's furious expression faltered. Shiki's words cut straight into her chest, extinguishing the wild flames in her heart. Her chakra slowly dissipated. Her raised arm dropped. Shiki slid his blade back into its sheath, the motion quiet and clean. Then, with a calmness that contrasted the chaos moments before, he stepped closer to Tsunade and spoke softly. Besides, from this moment on, the Senju clan has only you left. You know something? Tsunade's voice trembled slightly as she looked at him. Who knows? Shiki grinned, lips curling with his usual unruly confidence, and turned away. The decline of the Senju. Nawaki's sudden death. The third Hokage's convenient timing. There was no way Hiruzen Sarutobi's hands were clean. Tsunade probably suspected it too. She just didn't dare admit it. As Shiki walked away, he casually tilted his head toward the Hokage building, specifically toward the window of the Hokage's office. His eyes, fearless, rebellious, looked straight at the man who controlled Konoha from the shadows. Then Shiki strutted off, completely unbothered. This brat, Tsunade noticed. She followed his gaze toward the same window. Sure enough, sensei, this has something to do with you, doesn't it? Tsunade. You've finally calmed down. A flustered voice rushed over. Kato Dana's face was filled with exaggerated concern. When Tsunade was angry earlier, he hadn't even dared to breathe loudly, but now that she was calm, he immediately ran over to show care. Tsunade, people can't be resurrected after death. You have to accept it. Tsunade, Jiraiya? Orochimaru? Jiraiya nearly burst out laughing. Even Orochimaru raised an eyebrow at this, supposed to be comfort. Without noticing the atmosphere turning dangerous, Kato Dan continued enthusiastically. Tsunade, the war is almost over now. Maybe you and I could. Everyone in Konoha knew Kato Dan was pursuing Tsunade. She usually ignored him, but right now, bang. Tsunade's fist smashed straight into Kato Dan's stomach. He was launched dozens of meters away, bouncing across the ground like a rag doll. What are you to worry about me, huh? She didn't even check if he survived. She simply turned and stormed off without another word. What a joke. Even if the Senju clan had only one person left, she wasn't someone Kato Dan could take care of. Especially now, with Nawaki just dead, romance was the last thing on her mind. Tsunade left in a swirl of frustration, chakra, and emotional exhaustion. Jiraiya looked down at the barely conscious Kato Dan lying in the dirt. Everyone around was silent. Finally, someone coughed awkwardly. Let's send Kato Dan to the hospital. Jiraiya sighed. He didn't even like the guy, but he wasn't the type to let someone die on the ground either. That boy, the swordsmanship genius they call the Golden Lion? Inside the Hokage's office window, several high-ranking figures were gathered. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi Shimura Danzo, head of Konoha's new root division Utatane Koharamito Kato Hamura, all of them watched the aftermath below. They knew the truth behind Senju Nawaki's death. They also feared Tsunade would lose control and abandon the village. So they gathered here to monitor the situation. Fortunately, she didn't run. But Danzo's attention wasn't on Tsunade at all, it was on the blonde youth who had blocked Tsunade's monstrous punch with a single ninja blade. Hiruzen, Danzo said, eyes cold and calculating, hand that boy over to me. With that kind of talent, the Root division is the best place for him. Root had just been formed. Danzo desperately needed young talent like Shiki to mold into emotionless tools. Hiruzen shifted his gaze away from Tsunade and shot Danzo an irritated glare. The best place? Don't lie to me. You simply want him for yourself. He sighed internally. Hiruzen wasn't blind, he knew exactly why Danzo was drooling over the boy. Shiki's file was fresh in his mind. Civilian origin, swordsmanship talent exceeding even Konoha's White Fang, blinding growth during the Second Shinobi War giving such a genius to Danzo? Absolutely not. If I'm not mistaken, Hiruzen said casually, that Golden Lion is under White Fang, isn't he? If you want someone, go ask White Fang. Danzo's face stiffened. Ask White Fang. During the war, White Fang's strength rivaled even Hiruzen, and when it came to assassination, Hiruzen himself admitted the White Fang could kill him if he wasn't careful. Danzo's face looked like he had eaten shit. Hiruzen didn't continue speaking, but inside he was smug. Want him? Sure. Go ask the guy who terrifies even you. A genius like Shiki being willingly handed over to Danzo? Impossible. White Fang. Danzo muttered through gritted teeth. Danzo and White Fang had crossed blades and opinions many times before, never pleasantly. Worse, rumors around Konoha said, the next Hokage could be White Fang. Danzo would never sit by and let anyone who blocked his path survive, not even a child, and definitely not a baby either. I'm back. Shiki pushed open the door of his two-story house. There was a training yard attached, a place perfect for taijutsu and sword drills. He knew no one was home, but he always said it anyway out of habit. A habit he carried from his previous life. Shiki came from a civilian family. His parents were ordinary ninjas who died in the previous war. A home like this shouldn't have been possible for someone like him. But strength changes everything. Even though Hiruzen Sarutobi was a hypocrite, he still maintained his benevolent Hokage image. To keep up appearances, he took care of talented shinobi, especially war heroes. This place was assigned to Shiki by Hiruzen. After tidying up briefly, Shiki took his blades and headed for the yard. The wooden training post he once used was long gone. After years of sword training, he'd upgraded to iron pillars. Even those he'd destroyed many times. Luckily, after becoming a ninja, Shiki's earnings could handle the expenses. Today is the day. He gripped two finely crafted blades, looking at the iron stake before him. His eyes gleamed. Years of preparation, years of waiting, all for this moment. Clang, 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 the quiet courtyard exploded. With the sound of metal crashing against metal, Shiki slashed repeatedly, each swing precise, powerful, and relentless. His swordsmanship wasn't elegant, it was ferocious, ruthless, and dominant, just like a lion attacking prey. This kind of training destroyed iron stakes. It even wore down his blades. But Shiki didn't stop. Sweat dripped from his body, defining the lines of his hardened muscles. His breath was steady. He had been doing this for years, from the early days when the blade trembled in his hands to now, where every slash carried the intent of a swordsman. The sun slowly dipped behind the village rooftops. Shiki didn't stop until the sky turned orange. Then he exhaled. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, 10,000. With the final strike, excitement flickered across Shiki's defiant face. The ninja blade in his hand trembled violently, cracked. A flash of sword light. The iron training post split cleanly in half, the cut so smooth it reflected the sunset. But the blade in Shiki's hand also began to fracture. After all, it's just an ordinary ninja sword. He glanced at the broken weapon, completely unfazed. He tossed it aside without hesitation. As his strength grew, normal blades simply couldn't endure his training anymore. But in the ninja world, true legendary weapons were extremely rare. He had searched for years for even a clue about the Kusanagi sword, and found nothing, not even a rumor worth chasing. Shiki exhaled deeply, regulating his breath. Then he sat cross-legged on the courtyard ground and closed his eyes, not to rest but to connect to the thing only he possessed, his cheat, his system. Yes, no reincarnator leaves the factory without one. Shiki's title as the Golden Lion was largely thanks to this system. A faint mechanical chime echoed in his mind. Frowny face. God-level template system. Current template. Golden Lion Shiki fit. 49.99% template abilities. Intermediate, Conqueror's Haki. Intermediate. Armament Haki. Intermediate, Observation Haki. Sword Master. Swordsmanship skills. Basic 3 Ninja Technique. Shunshin no Jutsu. Body Flicker. Daily task. Swing your swords 10,000 times. Completed. Collect reward. This was Shiki's cheat. His current strength came almost entirely from the Golden Lion template. The 3 ninja techniques came from the academy. The body flicker he learned under White Fang. Everything else, pure template support. Many people underestimated Golden Lion Shiki because he was defeated by Luffy after landing on Sea Stone. But the template Shiki had was not weakened old man Golden Lion. It was Golden Lion Shiki at his peak, one of the 3 legendary pirates rivaling Roger and Whitebeard. The Flying Pirate, the Pirate Governor, a monster with all 3 haki at their peak, a dual-blade swordsmanship that had reached the realm of true great sword masters. Shiki's current synchronization wasn't enough, so his abilities were still intermediate. Even his swordsmanship was only at the level of cutting iron and launching flying slashes, but when he reached 100%, he would have everything, every technique, every ability, every ounce of strength Golden Lion possessed at his apex. Shiki's eyes remained closed, but his heartbeat quickened, because today was the day he reached 50%. Today he would awaken something far more important. Collect today's daily task. He had waited for this day for years. The moment the command left his mind, everything changed. Daily task completed. Reward, plus 0.01 fit. A surge of power roared through Shiki's body as the template shifted. God-level template system. First template, Golden Lion Shiki fit. 50% template abilities. Intermediate Conqueror's Haki. Intermediate Armament Haki. Intermediate Observation Haki. Sword Master. Swordsmanship. Fuwa no Mi. Primary unlock skills. Basic 3 Ninja Technique. Body Flicker Technique. A new ability. Appeared. A legendary one. The Fuwa no Mi Golden Lion's Devil Fruit, the source of his sky-splitting power and flying landmasses, had finally activated within Shiki. Even at primary level, it was enough to change everything. Shiki opened his eyes slowly. He could feel it. A new force in his body. A strange weightlessness. A power that made the world feel different. 50% synchronization. From this moment onward, he could use the Golden Lion's fruit abilities. He stood up, excitement barely contained. For today. I've been preparing for a long time. Now it's time to test the abilities I imagined. Even though Shiki inherited Golden Lion's template, he didn't plan to use the fruit the same way the original Shiki did. After all, he was a reincarnator. And if reincarnators had one universal trait, it was overwhelming imagination. Long before reaching 50% fit, Shiki had already envisioned dozens of possible uses for the Fuwa no Mi. Now, with the power awakened, it was time to test them. He opened his eyes, lifted his hand toward the courtyard. Boom! 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 The ground trembled violently, fissures tore open, and from those cracks streams of stone and rock surged upward as if coming alive. One after another, floating in midair, rotating under Shiki's control. Exactly as I imagined. A proud smile lit his face. It worked. Everything he envisioned, everything he theorized, the Fuwa fruit could do it. Vortex Dragon. With a light command, the swirling fragments merged and reshaped, forming a small stone dragon twisting through the air. Rolling Earth, Asuka. The dragon collapsed and reformed again, this time into a bird constructed entirely from stone. This was Shiki's personal interpretation of the Fuwa fruit. Everyone in the pirate world thought the Fuwa no Mi was only used to make islands float or let the user fly. But in Shiki's view, Golden Lion Shiki massively underutilized his own power. The Fuwa fruit removes gravity from anything the user touches, which means as long as Shiki's feet touched the ground, he could control everything. Connected to the earth, every rock, every stone, every piece of land, and if taken to its limit, he could control colossal stone giants surpassing Susanoo. He could reshape the battlefield itself. He could become a man undefeated on land. Using it just to fly islands? That's something only a dumbass would do. Of course, Shiki's Fuwa fruit was only at the primary stage. He was still far from reaching that level, far from the peak, from mastering Shiki's original sword arts and top-tier haki, but he would reach it all. The task is heavy and the road is long. He sighed slightly. 50% synchronization was only the halfway point. There was still a long journey ahead. Shiki and I heard you came back. A voice called out from outside the courtyard. Shiki snapped out of his thoughts. With a casual wave of his hand, all the floating rocks settled back to the ground, the courtyard returning to normal as if nothing had happened. A small, cute head peeked over the gate, a little girl of 7 or 8, with delicate features and bright crimson eyes. Her expression lit up when she spotted him, and she ran in with excitement. Shiki and why didn't you tell me you were back? If my father hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known. Her tone even carried a hint of resentment. Shiki glanced at her with his usual cold expression, picking up his coat and slipping it on. You should be calling me uncle. No way. I don't wanna. Besides, you aren't that old in the first place. Chapter 4. Kurenai Yuhi came to Shiki's place as well, already knowing exactly where to find his daughter. Since she wasn't at home, this was the only place she could be. Sure enough, the moment he stepped inside, he saw her beside Shiki, busy fussing over him, pinching his shoulder to check for soreness, tapping lightly as if testing pressure, then rushing off to bring water and a towel. She was so absorbed in taking care of him that she didn't even notice her father's arrival, which made Yuhi Shinku exhale a long sigh. Kurenai, it's time to go. We can't trouble Shiki-kun this much. But Kurenai shook her head firmly, not budging an inch. You can't say that, Dad. I'm here to help Shiki and he doesn't mind at all. Shiki, who hadn't said anything up to this point, gave her a slightly strange look, but he didn't comment. Honestly, having her around felt more like having a little sister hovering at his side, so he simply let her be. Yuhi Shinku, however, did not share Shiki's relaxed mindset. Unlike Shiki, he was thinking much more deeply about the situation. Yuhi Shinku could only stand there speechless, a dry sigh stuck in his chest. Truthfully, if Kurenai really ended up with Shiki one day, he wouldn't complain at all. Strength? Top-tier talent? Top-tier character? Well, cold, proud, and lion-like, but absolutely trustworthy. Most importantly, Shiki had saved Yuhi Shinku's life before, and their ages weren't far apart. Shiki was only 14. But even though he liked the idea, watching his daughter stare at Shiki with sparkling eyes still made his chest tighten. All right, food's finished, drinks are done, Kurenai. We're leaving. Huh? So soon? Soon, my ass. Look outside, it's pitch black. Kurenai puffed her cheeks but didn't argue. She followed her father toward the entrance. Shiki and I'm leaving now. I'll come see you again next time. This little girl always made Shiki wanna laugh. Then, Shiki-kun, we'll head out first. Yeah. Konoha wasn't big, they could meet any time, nothing to feel sentimental about. Under the moonlight, Shiki stood in the courtyard, blonde hair glowing faintly, like a lion king waking from slumber. So handsome, Kurenai whispered, unable to restrain it. Girl, you know he heard that, right? Yuhi Shinku held back a sigh and glared at his daughter. Let's go. He grabbed Kurenai by the shoulder and dragged her away. As they disappeared down the street, Shiki didn't think much of it. His mind was on something else, what Yuhi Shinku had mentioned during dinner. The White Fang's mission? So it's already that time. So the higher-ups were finally preparing to target White Fang. Not surprising, Konoha White Fang, Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, was not only overwhelmingly strong but also universally respected, too respected, and he didn't belong to the Hokage's faction, nor to Danzo's, nor to any of the other internal groups. A man like that, merits too high. Reputation too high. Influence too high. Of course they'd target him. This meant only one thing, Tsukumo Hatake was going to die soon. Disgraceful. Shiki's eyes narrowed. To choose death like that, White Fang, you're just a coward. The famed Konoha White Fang didn't die on the battlefield, didn't die protecting comrades, he committed suicide at home. Ridiculous. At least in Shiki's eyes, if someone dared to scheme against him, he would kill them, all of them. Suicide? A shameful ending. Shiki sighed, cleaned up the plates and sake cups on his table and went to rest. The next morning, Shiki fastened 2 spare high-quality ninja swords to his waist. Because of his relentless training, he had gone through more ninja blades than Most weapons shops could stock. He planned to go out. He needed a large open space to test the fuwa fruit properly. The courtyard was far too small, and more importantly, Hiruzen Sarutobi had that annoying crystal ball that could spy across the village. Until he reached full power, Shiki didn't want to expose too much. Konoha was called the cradle of geniuses. But under Hiruzen's rule, geniuses rarely ended well. Just as Shiki was preparing to head out, he heard an irritated voice outside. "Didn't I make it clear enough yesterday? Or are you really itching to die?" Tsunade's tone was sharp enough to cut steel. Kato Dan had followed her again. Is this guy a cockroach? That vitality. Yesterday, Tsunade had punched him so hard his organs practically rearranged themselves. But being a jonin, he recovered fast, and Tsunade didn't actually use a killing blow. If she had, Kato Dan would already be on a stone tablet. Tsunade, I'm only doing this because I care about you. Kato Dan forced a bright smile. Truthfully, he admired Tsunade's monstrous strength. That power was no joke, but more importantly, he wanted to win her over. Get lost. Tsunade shot him a deadly glare. If they weren't both Konoha shinobi, she would have punched him into tomorrow by now. At that moment, Shiki stepped out of his house, exactly into the middle of Tsunade and Kato Dan's argument. The first thing he thought. Are you too sure you're not at the wrong house? Arguing at my gate first thing in the morning? Seriously? Tsunade turned instantly, eyes brightening. I'm looking for you. Leaning against the door frame, Shiki cast her a lazy glance. Oh, then I wonder why. Business Tsunade-sama has with me. His words used honorifics. His tone absolutely did not. It was casual, dismissive, the tone of someone too proud to bow. But Tsunade didn't complain. The ninja world respected strength, and this boy had blocked her monstrous punch without a scratch. If anyone had earned the right to speak casually to her, it was him. Kato Dan, however, felt his brain melting. Tsunade had never gone out of her way to look for him. And to make it worse, when Shiki opened the door, he completely ignored Kato Dan's existence. Very rude. Hey now, be careful how you speak. Do you realize who you're addressing? Shiki didn't care about small fry, but that one line made him turn his head slowly. Even Tsunade's expression changed into an annoyed one. What does my title have to do with you, idiot? You may call yourself the Golden Lion, Kato Dan stated, but I'm still a recognized Konoha jonin. I am Kato Dan. In his mind, Shiki was still just a genius kid. A strong kid, yes, frighteningly so, but young all the same. Kato Dan, on the other hand, had already made a name for himself long before Shiki ever stepped foot in the academy. That alone, he felt, deserved at least a bit of respect, certainly not the casual, dismissive attitude he was being shown now. Shiki smiled, playfully, almost pityingly. So, Kato Dan spoke with a gentle tone and a warm smile. So when you meet a senpai like me, you should show a little respect, don't you think? Ah. Got it. Shiki nodded with a gentle smile too. Kato Dan didn't notice the way Tsunade silently took 2 steps backward, because she knew, she absolutely knew, Shiki was about to do something very, very bad. That's the spirit, kid, good. As long as you understand. Kato Dan never finished. Shiki's eyes sharpened, like a lion locking onto prey. His hand slid onto the hilt of his blade, and then, the air itself seemed to freeze. A heavy, oppressive pressure erupted from Shiki's body, a wave of raw dominance that crashed outward like a storm. Conqueror's Haki, Golden Lion's overwhelming aura, centered on Shiki, it spread outward in an invisible shockwave. What? Even Tsunade stared, stunned. Though Shiki was only targeting Kato Dan, she could feel it too, a power that could crush weaker wills outright. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. At this moment, Shiki stood there like the only king under heaven. Huh? What is this? Even if Shiki's Conqueror's Haki was only at an intermediate stage, it was still far beyond anything someone like Kato Dan could withstand. A moment ago, he'd been lecturing Shiki. Now, he could barely breathe. The pressure rolling off Shiki wasn't violent or shouty, it was simply overwhelming. A presence so heavy and absolute that Kato Dan felt his legs weaken on instinct, as if his body wanted to kneel on its own. His eyes trembled in disbelief, unable to comprehend how someone so young could radiate this much dominance. Scram. If you bother me again, you won't get another chance. The quiet chill behind his words was unmistakable, calm, controlled, and dangerous enough that no one could mistake it for a joke. If they weren't standing in the middle of Konoha, if this were an actual battlefield, Shiki wouldn't have bothered speaking at all. Kato-dan would have died before he even realized what happened. Kato-dan didn't argue nor did he defend himself, he simply lowered his head. A faint blush of shame coloring his face. Without saying a single word in protest, he turned around and walked away, his shoulders slightly drooping with every step. Kato-dan felt a heavy wave of shame wash over him. He'd been crushed like that, right in front of Tsunade. How was he ever supposed to lift his head again? The thought stung more than he wanted to admit. Deep down, he regretted his attitude, just a little. Why had he acted like that? Was it pride? Ego? Or the simple fact that he couldn't stand seeing that kid speak so casually in front of Tsunade and brush him off like he didn't matter? Because that's exactly what it made him feel like, that to Tsunade he wasn't anything at all. If Shiki could hear Kato-dan's inner thoughts, he would have simply shaken his head. Kato-dan didn't matter to him at all. His personality had a bit of that one-piece Shiki edge. And if he were truly the real Shiki, Kato-dan would have been skewered on the spot, without ceremony. But Shiki wasn't the type to act without cause. If Kato-dan hadn't made the first move, there would have been no reason to acknowledge him at all. That he didn't invent excuses. He preferred real ones. Shiki exhaled softly, his fingers slipping away from the sword hilt at his side. Then he turned to Tsunade. So, Tsunade-senpai, what did you need? Go inside. We'll talk there. After witnessing Shiki's conqueror's hockey firsthand, Tsunade no longer saw him as some rebellious kid. Please. Shiki shrugged and led her back toward the courtyard. Want some wine? People from the pirate world drank like it was water, and since Shiki inherited the Golden Lion template, his alcohol tolerance was probably enough to rival half the ninja world combined. Tsunade hesitated for half a second. Alcohol was one of the 3 great ninja taboos, but then she felt that familiar ache in her chest. Forget it. Give me some. Good. Shiki handed her a jug. She sat down heavily, completely unguarded. Tsunade-san, just call me Tsunade. She cut him off before he could finish. Their strength and age weren't that far apart. Formal honorifics only made things feel stiff. Shiki didn't mind that he wasn't the polite type anyway. Then, Tsunade, you came to find me because of Senju Nawaki, right? Just as I thought, you do know something. The moment she heard his words, Tsunade set the wine jug down with a thud, eyes burning with intensity as she stared him down. Shiki didn't care at all that he calmly picked up the jug she'd put down, and took a long drink. Hey! That's… Tsunade froze for a moment. That was the jug she had been drinking from, but before she could finish speaking, Shiki had already lifted it and taken a long drink. What? Shiki tilted his head casually, wine jug in hand as if nothing was strange. Tsunade stared at him for a few seconds, then waved her hand in defeat. Forget it. Nothing. To her own surprise, something about that small gesture stirred her heart a little. Shiki didn't notice, or pretended not to, he answered her earlier question with a low, knowing smile. You're asking because deep down you already guessed it. Then it's true, teacher really did this. Hiruzen Sarutobi might not have done it personally, Shiki said, setting the jug down, but without his approval, how could the Senju clan end up with only you? After all, there was Shimura Danzo to take the blame for the dirty work. All the darkness, Danzo executed it. Hiruzen only needed to nod. They were Grandpa Tobarama's students. Tsunade's voice trembled with rage. Her eyes burned with questions, pain, and betrayal. Why target the Senju like this? Shiki couldn't help but laugh. Why? Because they were weak. Weak? Tsunade's breath shook. She had power, but politically, she was still young and naive. Shiki drank again, speaking calmly. During the first Hokage's time, no one touched your clan. During the second Hokage's time, he hated the Uchiha clan, but even then all he did was push them to the margins. He weakened them but didn't wipe them out. He took another swig. Because Tobarama was strong enough to suppress everything. Hashirama and Tobarama were absolute forces of nature. Their power kept every faction in line, but their apprentices, they didn't inherit even a fraction of that dominance. Those students of the Senju, they inherited none of Tobarama's strength. Instead of deterring others, they started scheming against others. Shiki's eyes sharpened. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't have enough power to control Konoha, so he targeted any genius who threatened his Hokage position. Tsunade clenched her fists. The Senju clan produced 2 Hokage in a row, Shiki continued. Their prestige was too high that if Hiruzen wanted to rule peacefully, destroying the Senju was necessary. The words were cruel, but true. Shiki reached for the jug again, but Tsunade suddenly snatched it out of his hand. He blinked. She didn't answer, she just drank. Her cheeks showed a faint blush, whether from alcohol or fury even she didn't know. After emptying the jug, Tsunade tossed it aside and turned to him, eyes serious. Can you help me? Don't joke. I'm just a nobody jonin. Shiki shrugged lazily. Until the golden lion template was complete, he had no intention of exposing everything. Don't lie, your swordsmanship and that pressure earlier, no mere jonin can do that. In Tsunade's eyes, Shiki was already beyond jonin, at the very least kage level. Shiki didn't bother confirming or denying it, he rested his chin on one hand and smiled at her. Let's make a bet. A bet? Tsunade instantly perked up. Of course, mention gambling and she lights up. I bet, Shiki said slowly, that Konoha's White Fang is going to die. How could that? White Fang is a powerful shinobi, how could he? Tsunade began to protest, but Shiki's unwavering expression shut her up. She knew the darkness within Konoha, she had just seen it personally, her face darkened. Those bastards, they're going to target Tsukumo? If they dared target the Senju clan, of course they would go after White Fang. By doing this, Tsunade slammed her fist into the floor, they'll only make Konoha weaker and weaker. She was right. Konoha devoured its geniuses, its heroes. White Fang wasn't just a ninja, he was a symbol. One of Konoha's pillars. Removing him was like tearing down the village's spine. Chapter 6. I haven't decided. What do you want to bet? Shiki asked casually. This was a spontaneous bet, not something he had planned out. In that case, if you lose, you have to help me. Tsunade's voice hardened. With the Senju clan gone, she desperately needed someone powerful at her side. Someone who could stand with her against Konoha's corrupt core. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were strong, but they would never go against the higher-ups for her sake. You'll point your blade at the elders, at the Hokage himself, dare you? Her eyes burned as she stared at Shiki. After learning the truth behind the Senju clan's destruction, Tsunade no longer felt anything toward Hiruzen Sarutobi as a teacher. You destroyed my clan, and I'm supposed to respect you, impossible, Shiki snorted lightly. Wait until you actually win. Lazy, dismissive, completely confident, Shiki didn't believe for a second that Tsunade would win the bet. Ugh! Tsunade gritted her teeth. So strong but so damn lazy. Half a month passed. Shiki kept up with his daily sword swings and every spare moment was spent experimenting with the fuwa fruit. In that time, he had already unlocked several new abilities. Konoha on the surface remained peaceful, but today, everything changed. For the first time ever, Konoha's White Fang, the man known for a perfect 100% mission success rate, failed. During a mission, Tsukumo chose to save a comrade's life rather than complete the objective. The mission failed, but he saved everyone. He had no regrets. To him, comrades were worth more than a scroll or an objective. But reality wasn't kind, and Konoha was cruel. Is that Konoha's White Fang? What a disappointment. If not for him, the war would have ended sooner. We actually called that man a hero? Blind fools. Trash. A sinner. In just one day, the hero of Konoha became its disgrace. People who once praised him now spat venom at him. On the street, Tsukumo walked like a corpse. His face was pale, eyes lifeless. Every whispered insult stabbed deeper than a kunai. But the final blow, the most painful part, was that even his own son, Hatake Kakashi, didn't understand him. Is the mission more important than a comrade? Kakashi, you too. Silent, devastated, Tsukumo lowered his head and walked away without saying a word. This is... On the side of the street, Shiki and Tsunade stood shoulder to shoulder. They watched Tsukumo Hatake, Konoha's White Fang, walk through the village like a ghost, villagers whispering behind him with cruel words. Tsunade's hands trembled. How did it become like this? Shiki exhaled quietly. The villagers are ignorant. Whatever the higher-ups say, they believe. He knew this would happen, but seeing it unfold with his own eyes, even he felt a flicker of pity. What do these villagers even understand? He muttered. Tsunade looked heartbroken. The village grandfather built. He wanted a place where everyone could understand each other. A peaceful home. She laughed, cold, bitter. And now look at it, under the third and Danzo. Konoha is rotting from the inside. Her voice was filled with grief and disgust. Tsunade glanced at Shiki. Are you just going to stand here watching? I heard you and Tsukumo are close. Just normal acquaintances, Shiki said bluntly. He's too soft. His tone held no emotion. In the war we were on the same squad, but a man who's about to commit suicide isn't worth saving. Tsunade didn't argue. She looked again at Tsukumo's lonely back. I lost. White Fang hadn't killed himself yet, but any intelligent person could see the end was near. What do you want me to do? There was something strange in her heart as she said it. Expectation? Discomfort? Something she pushed down immediately. What am I thinking? I must be drunk. Shiki raised a brow at her sudden head shake. Are you stupid? If she could beat him, she would have punched him already. Tsunade crossed her arms. Just say your conditions. I don't do tricks. Shiki stared at her silently for a moment. You're one to talk. Then he spoke plainly. If that's the case, then fight for it. Become the next Hokage. Ah. What? Shiki said the words and immediately turned around to leave. Tsunade froze for 3 full seconds before snapping back to reality and running after him. What do you mean? You want me to be Hokage? Despite all her resentment toward Hiruzen and Danzo, Tsunade had never fully considered the idea of herself becoming Hokage. Shiki looked back at her with calm, mocking eyes. Don't you dare? Who said I don't dare? I'm not scared of anything, it's just… Tsunade's steps slowed. Can I actually do it? Am I capable of it? Confidence was one thing, responsibility was another entirely. Shiki didn't bother sugarcoating anything. Danzo is unfriendly to geniuses, especially to me, and if he stays in power, people like us won't survive long. He shrugged. Instead of letting that old snake stay safe under the Hokage, I'd rather support someone trustworthy. Tsunade's breath caught. Don't you want Konoha to improve, to become the village your grandfather dreamed of? He stopped walking and looked at her seriously. Is it better to stand aside and watch Konoha decay? Or become Hokage and fix it yourself? Tsunade's fists trembled slightly. That reasoning, she had no way to deny it. Konoha was cracking at the seams. If she didn't step forward now, who else would? Chapter 7. Chapter 7. There really was no other path left for Tsunade except becoming Hokage at this point in her life. She hadn't fully given up on the village, nor had she ever considered abandoning Konoha completely. So she asked the question that had been tugging at her mind. Don't you want to be Hokage? With Shiki's talent and strength, he was easily qualified. Hearing that, Shiki suddenly stopped walking. He lifted a hand and pointed toward the sky. My goal is the peak above those clouds. The world fell silent. A soft breeze drifted between them. Tsunade looked at the light in Shiki's eyes, that overwhelming confidence, that untamed ambition, and she didn't question him. Somehow, it felt natural. As if he really did have the qualifications to reach the top of the world. Realizing her own thoughts, Tsunade quickly shook her head. Then work hard for that lofty dream. Shiki's goal wasn't Hokage. Why would a lion care about a single village's title? His sights were set on the endless sky above. Tsunade took a deep breath. If I become Hokage, will you help me? Yes. Really? Do I have anything worth lying to you about? You're just begging for a beating. Every time she talked with him, Tsunade suddenly felt an uncontrollable urge to punch him. Shiki didn't care that he walked back toward his 2-story house, and Tsunade followed him. Her excuse. Well, if I go home, I'll only be alone. And I can't cook. So if she could freeload dinner, she absolutely would. I'm back. Shiki opened the door and said it out of habit, but this time he got a response. Welcome back. Kurenai came running over immediately, eyes shining. Shiki and you've been gone all day. The war wasn't fully over yet, so the academy was still on break. Kurenai had nothing to do most days, so she liked visiting Shiki's place. At first she looked thrilled, then she saw Tsunade behind Shiki. Her smile died instantly. Oh, it's Tsunade-senpai. The contrast in attitude was so dramatic it was almost comical. You little… What do you mean by that? This wasn't the first time Tsunade and Kurenai had met. Kurenai used to admire Tsunade, a legendary sannin, but once she realized Tsunade often came to Shiki's house uninvited, Kurenai began treating Tsunade like an enemy stealing air from her oxygen supply. Kurenai didn't care about Tsunade's reaction. She grabbed Shiki's coat, hung it neatly, and set his shoes aside with practiced familiarity. If she wasn't only 8 years old, she would already look like the wife of the house. Geez, watching Kurenai fuss around Shiki so naturally made Tsunade's eyebrow twitch. Why does she act like I'm not even here? I'm still standing right here. Are you going to help me or what? Kurenai lifted her head slowly, looking Tsunade up and down with a strange face. Would Tsunade-senpai ever do housework? Then her expression brightened as she remembered something. Oh right. Tsunade-senpai is super strong, someone like you wouldn't need to do any chores at all, right? TCH. I can hear the sarcasm. Are kids always this annoying nowadays? Tsunade's forehead began throbbing. Ha ha ha. The legendary slug princess Senju Tsunade, speechless because of a little girl. Shiki couldn't help but laugh. All right. Kurenai, I'm hungry. Go prepare dinner. Kurenai nodded eagerly and trotted off to the kitchen without hesitation. Her obedient, cheerful response made Tsunade purse her lips. Geez, so that's your type? Didn't expect the famous golden lion to like them young. Of course Tsunade saw it, that Kurenai kept staring at Shiki every 2 seconds. Shiki gave her a look. If you're going to keep running your mouth, go home and cook for yourself. Tsunade snorted, defeated yet again. She shut up and followed him inside. If Jiraiya or Orochimaru ever saw this, they would genuinely believe they were hallucinating. Senju Tsunade obedient, respectful, listening quietly? Impossible, and yet here she was, following Shiki like it was the most nah.
Look, if you've actually made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on then, hit subscribe. And honestly, if you think a friend of yours would like this, go on and share it with them. It really helps out. Right, I'm done. I'll get out of your hair now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, stick around till the end. It's well worth it.
Tyrrell thing in the world. What did you call me here for? Danzo's voice was cold as he stood before the desk. Across from him, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat expressionlessly in the Hokage chair, silently smoking. The office was filled with a thick haze. Danzo's eye twitched. Did you summon me just to make me breathe your secondhand smoke? Hiruzen took one more slow puff, then finally spoke. It's enough, stop it. Danzo blinked. What? Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. You know exactly what I mean, Danzo. Unlike Danzo, who would burn the entire village to cure a cough, Hiruzen still kept up some pretense of caution. The matter with Tsukumo Hatake is enough, let it end here. To Hiruzen, White Fang had never been a real threat to his position. What he truly hoped for was simply for the villagers' anger to settle, but in the end the damage was done, his reputation had collapsed, and he could no longer sit quietly as Hokage without resolving this matter. But Danzo's expression twisted. Hiruzen, you're too weak. Enough. Hiruzen snapped. Mind your tone. I am the Hokage. There it was again. Every time Hiruzen said those words, something inside Danzo twisted violently. You're Hokage. You're Hokage. If I don't know, are you mocking me? Grinding his teeth, Danzo forced himself to bow. You will regret it. Then he turned and left the office without looking back. Hiruzen didn't chase him. Instead, he gazed out the window, looking down at the peaceful, quiet Konoha below. A village bathed in sunlight. Children playing, shops open, shinobi walking calmly. Hiruzen nodded to himself. What I do is all for Konoha. He never wished for Tsukumo to die. He only needed the situation to cool down, for the pressure around Tsukumo to fade, and for the village to move forward without placing him on an impossible pedestal. Killing him? That was never an option. The Second Ninja War had barely quieted. The Sand Village was holding a fragile ceasefire. If the White Fang suddenly vanished from the field, that balance would collapse immediately. And the flames of war would rise again. But where Hiruzen saw danger, Danzo saw opportunity. Shimura Danzo didn't care about balance. He didn't care about stability. He cared about power. And Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang, was a threat. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Anyone who stood between Danzo and the Hokage's seat had to be removed. TCH. Hiruzen, that stubborn old fool. Danzo's jaw tightened, irritation simmering beneath his calm exterior. The moment he returned to the root base, the humiliation crept back in like a cold draft. Give up on eliminating White Fang? Impossible. As long as Tsukumo Hatake existed, Danzo's path to power would never be clear. Right. A thought sparked. Danzo clapped his hands. Send for my operatives. Several root shinobi appeared instantly, kneeling in silence. Danzo's voice dropped into a low command. You will go and approach Shiki. He remembered the blonde boy from earlier, the one who blocked Tsunade's monstrous punch without blinking. If strength like that could be bound to him, it would be a weapon no one could rival. Yes, Danzo-sama. They prepared to leave, but Danzo raised a hand. If he refuses, bring him by force. Once the tongue-binding seal is placed on him, he will follow my orders. Yes. They vanished into the shadows. Danzo exhaled slowly, lips curling. Hiruzen, your time will run out eventually. Shiki's courtyard. Shiki had just finished training. Another chakra steel blade snapped clean in half. He tossed the broken sword aside. Phew, Shiki and I. Kurenai rushed over with a towel in both hands. Here. And your bath is ready. Thanks. Shiki took the towel, stretching as he walked toward the bathroom. Daily task complete, reward, plus 0.04% fit, the system chimed. His rewards were increasing little by little as his base stats rose. Behind him, Tsunade watched Kurenai scurrying around and let out a deep sigh. This girl, she's way too eager. Every time she saw Kurenai fuss over Shiki like a miniature housewife, something prickled inside Tsunade, and with her pride, no way she would do those things herself. That only made it even more irritating. Oomph. If you don't like the view, then stop freeloading meals here every day, Tsunade-senpai. No one's forcing you to stay. Kurenai shot back boldly. Her courage had grown a lot lately. That if someone teased her, she teased them right back. Oh right. Tsunade-senpai can't cook. How sad. And nasty little brat. Tsunade clenched her fist. She wanted to knock that smug grin off Kurenai's face, but she wasn't about to hit a child. A moment later, Shiki stepped out of the bath, and found the two girls staring each other down like rival cats. Without hesitation, bonk, he smacked Tsunade lightly on the head with chopsticks. How old are you? Why are you arguing with a kid? I wasn't. She started it. Tsunade pointed accusingly, puffing her cheeks like a scolded teen. Meanwhile, Kurenai stuck out her tongue triumphantly. Hee. Shiki and I always takes my side. Why would he help you? Tsunade's eyebrow twitched hard. Shiki rubbed his temples. One Tsunade was already a handful. Now a tiny, sharp-tongued Kurenai had joined the battlefield. His home was becoming a war zone before dinner. The route arrive, Right then, Tsunade felt several unfamiliar presences appear in the courtyard. A heartbeat later, several masked shinobi stepped in. When they saw her, they halted, clearly not expecting a Sannin to be present. They bowed immediately. Tsunade-sama. That cold aura. Root huh? Tsunade didn't need confirmation. She could tell instantly. Sarutobi's Anbu still had emotion. Root had none. Yes, Tsunade-sama. They nodded. They might have Danzo behind them when dealing with Shiki, but against someone of Tsunade's lineage and reputation, they were not foolish enough to act carelessly. Tsunade-sama. By order of Lord Danzo, we are here to get out. Tsunade cut him off, icy and sharp, coming to Shiki's home. The intent was obvious. Tsunade-sama, this is Danzo-sama's direct. Leave now. If you make me repeat myself, I'll personally make sure none of you walk out. Tsunade wasn't bluffing. Root knew that. They exchanged glances, then wisely withdrew. Running into Tsunade meant the mission was already over. Tsunade exhaled sharply as they disappeared. At that moment, Shiki walked out from the kitchen. So Danzo finally decided to make a move. He had sensed them the moment they entered. Observation Haki didn't miss anything. Even back during the meeting at the Hokage building, Shiki had felt a cold, venomous gaze from above. Now he knew for certain that gaze belonged to Shimura Danzo. Don't worry. With me around, they won't dare do anything. Tsunade slapped the table confidently. She was definitely bragging about herself. You're underestimating Shimura Danzo. Shiki said calmly, unbothered. Danzo wasn't someone who backed down easily. If he were, he wouldn't be Danzo. Status? Sure, Tsunade had plenty of that. Granddaughter of the first Hokage, princess of the Senju clan, apprentice of the third point one of the legendary Sannin, but real authority in Konoha, Tsunade had none, and Danzo knew exactly how to exploit that. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Tsunade still didn't fully understand the political mess brewing inside Konoha. I am Senju Tsunade. She declared it with absolute confidence, the kind of confidence only she could radiate. In her mind, as long as she was here, Danzo wouldn't dare send people after Shiki again. Shiki only shrugged. He didn't even bother responding. Even if Shimura Danzo did try something, Shiki genuinely didn't care that he just turned back around and continued preparing dinner. As if nothing in the world could interrupt his routine. Unfortunately for Tsunade, that confidence didn't survive long. The very next morning, reality smacked her across the face. A mission scroll sat on Shiki's table. Suspected sand infiltrators spotted in the southern forest. Shiki is ordered to investigate. Shiki looked at the scroll and laughed. The southern forest, quiet, isolated, perfect for an accident. Perfect for someone to conveniently vanish. This mission practically had Danzo written all over it. Shiki lifted the scroll and smirked at Tsunade. Looks like your reputation wasn't very effective after all. Even an idiot could read the intention. Since Tsunade was staying in his home, Danzo simply forced Shiki out of the home. This mission wasn't random. It was designed for one purpose, to separate Shiki from Tsunade. Tsunade's face twitched so hard it nearly cracked. That old dog. She slammed the table, splintering it in pure fury. Just yesterday she proudly declared nothing would happen. Today this mission appears? Wasn't that basically slapping her across the face in public? No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Tsunade stood up, ready to march to root headquarters and punch Shimura Danzo straight through a wall. Calm down, use that energy to train. If you really want the Hokage seat, your strength still isn't enough. Boom! Her fist hit the floor again. Strength could grow, but pretending to be invincible had limits. Shiki pocketed the scroll, amused. Kurenai, still young and far from understanding Konoha's political shadows, sensed the tension anyway. Shiki and this mission is dangerous, right? Don't worry. Shiki placed a large hand on her small head. Dangerous? For others maybe, for him absolutely not. I will never fall before reaching the top of the sky. That expression, unwavering, absolute, stunned both Tsunade and Kurenai. One big, one small, both speechless. Go bring my ninja swords. Kurenai sprinted off without hesitation. Shiki slid the scroll away as Tsunade bit her lip. I'll come with you. Huh. Don't misunderstand. I'm not worried about you or anything. Did I say anything? Shiki chuckled at her flustered expression. No need. Someone went out of their way to set this up just for me. If I don't go, wouldn't that be rude? At that moment, Kurenai returned, carrying two finely crafted ninja swords. Shiki and He fastened the twin blades at his waist, left and right, eyes bright with confidence. Let's see what these clowns are planning. Southern Forest, Konoha's quiet edge. A lonely, quiet stretch of woods no one visited anymore, once used for training, now abandoned during wartime. Standing in the shade of the trees, Shiki rested both hands on the hilts of his twin blades. I'm already here, why haven't you come out yet? His voice echoed across the empty forest. From the very moment he left home, Shiki had sensed it. Through observation haki, someone had been tailing him. His words stretched into the silence. Still no one appeared. Shiki chuckled. Waiting for the perfect one-hit assassination. Root operatives loved ambushes. If they couldn't kill instantly, they didn't show themselves at all. In that case, Earth Scroll, Stone Dragon. The ground cracked with violent rumbling, fissures tore open and streams of stone shot upward like cannon fire, each one aimed directly at the hiding spots Shiki sensed. Half a month of training had turned his mastery of the Fuwa fruit completely natural. Swoosh! 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 5 root shinobi burst from the shadows, landing in a circle around him. There weren't even any hand seals. They had been watching him the entire time. To see him use ninjutsu without any signs at all, they were shaken to their core. Shiki smiled. The power of the Fuwa fruit? How could these idiots possibly understand? The root members didn't hesitate. The leader stepped forward. Shiki, come with us. Danzo-sama wishes to see you. Shiki snorted. Drop the attitude. Underestimation, exactly as expected. What if I refuse? The moment Shiki finished speaking, all 5 operatives raised their blades. The leader thrust his knife forward. Danzo-sama has ordered it. If you resist, we will subdue you by force. I really hate when someone points a knife at me. Shiki's eyes locked onto the leader. A crushing presence, the majesty of a true lion, pressed over the forest. You, slash. A golden arc of sword light flashed. It pierced straight through the captain's chest. What was, so fast? Captain. Shiki's strike was so quick none of them could track it. The captain didn't even react, just froze, then collapsed lifelessly. Shiki calmly lowered his right hand, blade already sheathed. His left hand slowly drew his second sword. My decision, a dangerous smile curved across his lips, is to silence you forever. He never planned to provoke Shimura Danzo, but Danzo insisted on troubling him, and that was a terrible mistake. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. But since they had already come for him, Shiki was not the kind of person who got targeted and then didn't dare fight back. You. The other 4 root ninjas stared at Shiki in shock, clearly not expecting him to actually attack them. Go together. Eliminate him. For Danzo-sama. These people, completely brainwashed by Danzo, did not even understand what fear was. Instead of retreating after seeing their captain die instantly, they actually wanted to kill Shiki here. Ha! Against opponents who weren't afraid of death, there was nothing to discuss. Lion Might, Chikiri Valley. Both of Shiki's blades swept outward, and countless golden sword auras erupted like a storm, flying in dense waves across the forest. Swish! 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 In an instant, the entire forest was swallowed up by golden slashes. Trees fell one after another, collapsing in wide arcs. Even if Shiki's swordsmanship was only at the swordmaster level at the moment, these root members were nowhere near strong enough to withstand it. When he finally stopped moving, everything within tens of meters around him had been cut down. As for the remaining root ninjas, quite miserable. It was an understatement. Shiki casually sheathed his blades, when suddenly a sharp voice echoed through the forest. Ninja art, spirit transformation technique. Huh. A soul-like form shot out at extreme speed toward Shiki. Everything along its path was passed through effortlessly, without any obstruction. Left flank. Shiki's lion-like golden eyes narrowed slightly, his conqueror's haki burst forth again. Boom! The ghostly spirit was slammed backward instantly. Physical attacks couldn't harm the soul, but pure, overwhelming conqueror's haki could. Gwa! Hidden somewhere in the shadows, the caster convulsed violently, coughing blood. How is this possible? His spirit transformation technique had always been invincible unless the opponent's strength far exceeded his own. This was the first time Kato-dan had been forced back and wounded from backlash. Recoil from the spirit technique acted directly on the soul. Kato felt like his skull was about to explode. Shiki's voice came calmly. I always wondered how a small-time, low-ranking ninja dared to publicly chase after Senju Tsunade. Turns out you had a patron. Ignoring Kato's resentful stare, Shiki continued walking forward. His observation haki could detect root assassins. Naturally, it also detected Kato-dan hiding nearby. Obviously, Kato-dan was also one of Danzo's subordinates. And thinking about it, without Shimura Danzo supporting him behind the scenes, Kato-dan would never have dared pursue Tsunade so brazenly despite their massive identity gap. It's all you. It's all because of you. The backlash of the spirit transformation technique made Kato-dan's soul feel like it was collapsing. Even so, he still glared at Shiki, not with righteous anger, but with the desperate, cornered eyes of someone who no longer had any choices. Inside, however, his thoughts were nothing like the venom coming out of his mouth. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I never wanted to do this. I never even dared to think about it. Danzo forced the tongue-binding curse on me, said if I didn't obey my sister, my mother, all of them would disappear inside some mission report. I wanted to refuse. I wanted to run. But once that curse was planted, I couldn't even speak the truth anymore. His mouth twisted with hate, but the hate wasn't for Shiki, it was for the man who controlled his tongue, his fate, his life. So that's the sorrow of the week. Shiki gave a faint smile at Kato-dan's resentful outburst. The ground beneath Kato began to shift, as if it were alive, and rock streams rose up to wrap around him. What is this? Normally, with Kato-dan's strength, he would have easily escaped such a restraint. But now, with his soul damaged by backlash, he couldn't resist at all. This is the power you'll spend your whole life looking up to. You. I don't want to die, but I don't want them to die either. Damn it, why am I this weak? He glared at Shiki, but his eyes weren't hateful anymore, they were exhausted, hopeless. Under Shiki's control, the stone tightened rapidly, like Gaara's sand coffin. The resentful scream was cut off abruptly. The forest fell silent again. After collecting all the bodies into a storage scroll, Shiki turned and began walking back toward Konoha's center. Meanwhile, Hokage office, you came here today, just to tell me these trivial things? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, staring speechlessly at Danzo. When he saw Danzo take the initiative to visit, Hiruzen had assumed it was something important. But after listening all this time, everything Danzo mentioned was meaningless. Hiruzen couldn't help feeling irritated. "Are you hiding something from me?" Sarutobi's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Danzo closely. The situation felt too strange. Hiruzen could sense Danzo was concealing something from him. Danzo, however, answered calmly, "Humph. For Konoha's sake, even small matters cannot be ignored." "Right." Hiruzen didn't believe a single word. Such righteous-sounding lines coming from Danzo's mouth felt absurd. But Danzo ignored Hiruzen's reaction completely. In his mind, he was already calculating the timing. By now, Shiki should have been brought back to root. That's right. Danzo wasn't here for a real report, he only came to waste Hiruzen's time. Because Danzo wasn't stupid, he knew very well Hiruzen had no intention of handing Shiki over to So if Sarutobi wouldn't give him the boy, Danzo would take him by force. After planting the tongue-binding curse, even if Shiki wanted to speak out, he wouldn't be able to. "If you have nothing else, leave. I still have many documents to review." Sarutobi had no patience left to play word games with Danzo. He waved his hand dismissively. In truth, he was already planning, as soon as Danzo left, to send Anbu to check if something unusual had happened in the village. Danzo, feeling the timing was just right, nodded. "I'll head back for." Before he could finish, someone knocked on the office door. "Enter." Hiruzen cleared his throat, fixed his robes, and immediately put on the posture of a majestic Hokage. Boom. Danzo had seen this act far too many times. Every time Hiruzen pretended to look dignified, Danzo felt nothing but contempt. "What are you pretending for? You old fool?" Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Danzo turned around to leave, but the moment he saw who was standing at the door, he froze in disbelief. "You? How is this possible?" Shiki stepped inside with a faint smile. "Why? Is it really that shocking for Lord Danzo to see me standing here safe and sound?" Danzo didn't answer, he only frowned deeply as his gaze locked onto Shiki. He did not believe his subordinates would disobey orders, he did not think they would dare act behind his back. Meaning one thing, they did make a move against Shiki, and yet, Shiki was perfectly fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen might be many things, but he wasn't stupid. Seeing this scene, even he could guess something was wrong. "Ahem. Shiki, are you here for something?" The title Golden Lion Shiki hadn't spread through Konoha yet, but anyone who had been on the battlefield knew of him. A swordsman who wielded two blades, with talent that already rivaled or surpassed Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Sakumo. What Hiruzen cared about the most, however, Shiki had no clan behind him. No backing to no troublesome relatives. Sakumo was backed by the Hatake clan. But Shiki? A pure civilian genius. A civilian genius was every Hokage's favorite. No political baggage. No clan. Elders, easier to guide. Easier to shape. Easier to control in the name of the will of fire. Hokage-sama. Shiki matched Hiruzen's fox-like smile with a polite one of his own. He lifted the storage scroll he held. "It's like this. During my mission today, several ninjas suddenly attacked me. I suspect they might be undercover agents from Sunigakure, so I came to report it." Very good. Hiruzen nodded approvingly. To him, Shiki looked like the ideal heir to the will of fire, dutiful, loyal, and most importantly clanless. Shiki simply smiled and reached for the earlier scroll. "Hokage-sama, I also brought the bodies. Would you like to inspect them?" Hiruzen thought for a moment, then nodded. "Yes. We need to identify their origin." "As you command." Shiki smiled faintly, then opened the scroll. Release. Puff! A burst of white smoke filled the Hokage office, and the corpses of the ninjas he had sealed earlier materialized on the floor. Only the root operatives' bodies were retrieved. Kato Dan's corpse, being a public, well-known Konoha ninja, Shiki had already buried deep underground. Killing Root was one thing, killing someone with public identity required care. "This," Sarutobi froze. Beside him, Danzo's eyelid twitched violently. The moment he saw Shiki appear unharmed, Danzo had sensed something was wrong, and now it was confirmed. "Hokage-sama," Shiki said calmly. "Although these people were dressed like Anbu, they attacked me the moment I encountered them on the mission." Shiki's tone was flat, as if he genuinely understood nothing. Compared to ANBU, Root was far more secretive. Most ninjas in Konoha didn't even know it existed, so when Shiki pretended ignorance, Hiruzen didn't doubt it. He only shot a sharp, dangerous glance at Danzo, whose face remained an emotionless mask. Then Hiruzen returned to his usual fox-like smile and told Shiki, "Not bad. Such threats encountered during a mission should indeed be erased immediately." When he said this, Hiruzen also shot Danzo a deep, cold glance. How could Danzo not hear the warning hidden inside those words? "Yes, Hokage-sama." Danzo replied seriously on the surface, but Shiki was already laughing inwardly. Watching them cannibalize each other is honestly hilarious. Ahem. Shiki, you can go back first. This mission, Hiruzen was about to dismiss Shiki so he could question Danzo alone, but halfway through speaking he suddenly froze, as if he remembered something. Mission? When did you receive a mission? During wartime, no ninja was allowed to take private missions, especially not a jonin. Hiruzen knew he certainly hadn't issued anything to Shiki. Shiki took out the mission scroll with a perfectly innocent expression. Hokage-sama didn't know? This was handed to me by the ANBU. Huh. The moment Shiki offered the scroll to Hiruzen, Danzo's eyelids twitched even harder. After reading the mission, Hiruzen's expression turned darker and darker. A simple investigation mission? Why would Shiki need to handle something this trivial? More importantly, Hiruzen did not recall ever issuing such a task to In Konoha, who had the audacity to hand out missions in the Hokage's name. There was only one answer: Shimura Danzo. Shiki, you may go back first. I will personally investigate this matter. Truly worthy of the title Third Hokage. Even now he could maintain a calm voice toward Shiki. Yes. Shiki smiled. He'd achieved everything he wanted. There was no need to linger. Just as he turned to leave, Hiruzen added, "That's right, Shiki. This matter is highly confidential. I hope you won't speak of it to anyone." "I understand. Don't worry, Hokage-sama." Shiki's smile grew even brighter. He nodded and walked out of the office. Hiruzen didn't know what Shiki was planning in his heart, but that obedient attitude made him extremely satisfied. As soon as Shiki left, the mask of a benevolent Hokage vanished instantly. Hiruzen's head turned sharply, his gaze stabbing toward Danzo like a blade. "Danzo, don't you think you owe me an explanation?" If Hiruzen still couldn't understand what Danzo was doing, he didn't deserve to sit in that chair. Danzo had tried to pull Shiki into Root by disguising it as a mission, but he had underestimated Shiki's strength. "There is nothing to explain. Everything I do is for Konoha." Danzo spoke with absolute righteousness, completely unfazed even under Hiruzen's killing intent. He had answered like this dozens of times already. "I don't care about anything else. But you actually dared to issue a mission in the Hokage's name?" Hiruzen's voice dropped, icy and dangerous. "Danzo, you've gone too far." Hiruzen Sarutobi would tolerate many things, but threatening the authority of the Hokage, that was unforgivable. Danzo wanted to become Hokage. Hiruzen had always known, and this was the one thing he would never allow. Hiruzen understood Danzo well. Danzo, of course, understood Hiruzen even better. This seemingly merciful Hokage valued power above all. "I'll only say this once." Hiruzen's voice sharpened to steel. "If this happens again, I will dissolve Root myself." Root belonged to Dan. Zo, yes, but if the Hokage wanted it gone, it would be gone. "I understand." Danzo's face remained expressionless, but his heart was boiling. Chapter 12. Chapter 12 Bonus. Danzo left the Hokage's office with a dark, simmering expression, anger layered over anger, at Shiki, at Hiruzen, at everything. He didn't say another word as he walked out, but the fury rolling off him was obvious. When Shiki returned home, Senju Tsunade and Yuhi Kurenai had already been waiting for quite a while. "Shiki and I." Kurenai, who had been pacing anxiously at the entrance, immediately ran over the moment she saw him. Tsunade's reaction wasn't as dramatic, but even she let out a small breath of relief once she confirmed Shiki was unharmed. "Umph. Danzo's mutts really know how to get on my nerves," Tsunade growled, cracking her knuckles. "One day I swear I'm going to smash that old war hawk into fertilizer." Danzo targeting Shiki even while she was present had genuinely pissed her off. "You talked pretty big yesterday. Didn't look like your face stopped Danzo at all." "Boy." Tsunade twitched. "You're still this awful at talking. Whatever, I shouldn't have worried about you in the first place." "Shiki and you're not hurt, right?" Kurenai looked up with those worried crimson eyes. "Don't worry." Shiki placed a hand on her head, patting softly. After stepping inside, he set his blades aside and casually said to Tsunade, "Kato won't bother you again." Huh. Tsunade froze for half a second, then her expression shifted sharply. Don't tell me Kato was working under Danzo too? Shiki gave her a sideways glance. Oh? Look at you. Smart today. You. She hadn't expected him to clap back instantly, but she wasn't stupid. The moment Shiki said that, everything fell into place. Kato attacked Shiki. He only had the guts because he had Danzo backing him. He was among the ones ambushing Shiki this time, that if he wasn't Danzo's lapdog he would have never dared. Well, whatever. At least that fly won't buzz around me anymore. With that annoyance gone, Tsunade actually looked a bit relieved. I really hope things stay peaceful for a while. Shiki didn't respond, just gave her a short, meaningful look, and Tsunade understood. Peace never lasted in the shinobi world. A few days later, for a brief period, both Konoha and the entire ninja world experienced a rare calm. But quiet in the shinobi world was always temporary, because on this day, Konoha's white fang, Hatake Sakumo, committed suicide at home. The news shook the entire village like an earthquake. Nobody ever imagined that Konoha's White Fang, a man considered one of the village's pillars, would die not in battle, but by his own hand. White Fang committed suicide? How could a man like him die like that? People who had mocked him before suddenly fell silent. We're the ones who pushed him? Did our words kill him? Guilt hit many like a stone, but even then, not a single villager stepped forward to apologize. To them, gossip had always been just gossip. They never thought words could turn into knives, and now the man they stabbed was gone forever. Just like that, as if a great name had been erased. As if a person died and the light simply went out, White Fang's death became the final spark. Sunagakure, which had previously shown signs of surrender, immediately reversed its stance, and declared war on Konoha once more. Thus, the Second Great Ninja War continued its bloody march forward. Hokage's office, Danzo. Hiruzen slammed both palms on his desk, fury boiling in his eyes as he glared at Shimura. Danzo. Hatake Sakumo. White Fang, he was dead just like that. Hiruzen never thought things would go this far, never thought it would end in such tragedy. Who could have known, Danzo shrugged, completely unfazed, that the so-called White Fang had such a fragile heart. Hiruzen clenched his teeth so hard it looked painful. For the first time in a long while he found himself utterly speechless before Danzo's shamelessness. The two elders, Koharu and Hamura, hurried to intervene. All right, Hiruzen, Koharu said sharply. What matters now is the Sand Village. The battlefield must take priority. Humph. Hiruzen exhaled coldly but took the step they offered him, suppressing his anger temporarily. The jackals and Sunagakure only backed down because White Fang was here. His blade countered their puppets perfectly. But now that he's gone, Sand declaring war again was no surprise. To them, Sakumo had been the greatest obstacle. Danzo folded his arms, uninterested in strategy. In his mind, Sunagakure wasn't worth worrying about. Let them fight. As far as Danzo was concerned, Konoha was invincible, and so was he. His delusional confidence bordered on absurd. Compared to him, Hiruzen was painfully realistic. Fine. Summon everyone. If the enemy wanted war, Konoha would answer. Moments later, ANBU stationed around the Hokage building flickered away to notify the clan heads and elite shinobi. Naturally, Shiki's home was among them. Shiki-sama, Tsunade-sama, Hokage-sama orders all combat-capable shinobi to assemble at once. Got it. Go ahead, we'll follow shortly. Shiki fastened the blades at his waist and waved the ANBU off. Yes. The ANBU vanished. Tsunade and Yuhi Kurenai approached as soon as he turned. Shiki and I stay home. I'll be back soon. Kurenai always worried whenever Shiki was called for something major. She nodded hard, her little face earnest. Shiki and Kurenai will wait for you to come back. Shiki let out a quiet sigh. I must have accumulated some kind of karmic debt. Tsunade frowned slightly, sensing the shift in the air. It seems something big really happened. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Shiki and Tsunade walked side by side toward the Hokage building. Along the way, ANBU sprinted across rooftops, gathering shinobi from every corner of the village. The urgency in the air was unmistakable, and even the villagers sensed something was wrong. Tsunade frowned. If it were something minor, Hiruzen wouldn't be calling in this many shinobi. Beside her, Shiki folded his arms casually, as if the entire village weren't on the verge of chaos. "Can't you tell?" he said lazily. "It's war." Tsunade stared at him in shock. She hadn't expected him to say it so plainly. "The end. Ninja World War is already over, isn't it?" Shiki shook his head slightly. The Tsunade of today was still far from the future 5th Hokage who would break Susanoo with her bare fists. "White Fang is dead," Shiki explained flatly. Sunagakure suddenly feels like nothing is holding them back anymore. That's all it takes for them to restart a war. Tsunade's expression twisted. Any shinobi who had lived through war didn't want another, Tsunade least of all, but deep down she knew Shiki was right. There was no other explanation. "It's all because of those bastards at the top." Tsunade clenched her fists hard enough that her knuckles cracked. If they hadn't pushed Hatake Tsukumo to suicide, none of this would be happening. Her anger was heavy, raw, and painfully naive. Shiki raised a hand and gently touched her clenched fist. "If your strength doesn't match your ambition," he said softly, "don't let your mouth run ahead of you." Strength without ambition was useless, but ambition without strength, that was fatal. Just look at Shimura Danzo, a man with no matching ability trying to seize the Hokage's seat. And the moment he got it in another timeline, he sealed himself along with a bridge. Ridiculous. Tsunade froze. Her breath caught as she looked at Shiki's hand resting lightly over hers. Then her gaze slid upward to Shiki's side profile. Defiant, unruly, overflowing with confidence. A proud golden lion who didn't bow to anyone. Her heartbeat stumbled. "What's wrong?" Shiki asked when he noticed her sudden silence. "And nothing." She jerked her hand away, hiding both arms behind her back, trying to look calm and composed. She failed spectacularly. Shiki only chuckled and looked forward again, saying nothing. Tsunade didn't dare meet his eyes. Even her ears were turning red. By the time they reached the Hokage building, she had finally cooled down. "Yo! Tsunade!" Jiraiya stood at the entrance with Orochimaru, waving enthusiastically. The white-haired sage looked annoyed and relieved at the same time. "Tsunade, where the hell have you been lately? I haven't seen you anywhere. I don't remember needing to report my daily schedule to you." Tsunade immediately snapped back to her proud, princess-like attitude. What was she supposed to tell him? She'd been staying at Shiki's place. Jiraiya scratched his head, defeated. That he really should be used to this by now. That he opened his mouth to continue nagging Tsunade, but then his gaze shifted, straight to Shiki walking beside her. You two? His eyes widened. Weren't these two supposed to hate each other? Why were they arriving together and looking oddly close? The moment Jiraiya showed that expression, Tsunade instantly stiffened like she had been caught doing something scandalous. What? What about us? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. She snapped her head away, snorted hard, and marched straight toward the Hokage building at a ridiculous speed. Shiki only chuckled silently and followed at a comfortable pace. What did I even say? Jiraiya stood there dumbfounded. He was sure he hadn't said anything weird, so why the explosive reaction? He turned to Orochimaru for help. Orochimaru didn't even look at him. He just gave Jiraiya a disgusted side eye. Idiot. Unlike Jiraiya, Orochimaru had very high emotional intelligence. He understood instantly. Tsunade had clearly taken a liking to Shiki, and that was interesting. For someone to move the heart of Senju Tsunade, Orochimaru wanted to see what kind of monster this Shiki truly was. Without waiting, he walked into the Hokage building. "Hey! Who are you calling an idiot, you damn snake?" Jiraiya shouted, chasing after him like an offended child. Orochimaru didn't bother replying. He simply rolled his eyes as if saying, "This fool can't even shut up." Inside the Hokage building, ahem. As Shiki, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru walked in, they saw the room already filled. Clan heads, elite Jonin. Anbu commanders, advisors Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane, Shimura Danzo sitting coldly in his usual corner. Everyone was gathered, because the situation was beyond urgent. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and spoke heavily. "I believe everyone is aware. Sunagakure has begun attacking the borders again." In peaceful times he would explain slowly, but not today. The battlefield had already ignited. Before he could continue, bang, Tsunade slammed a fist onto the table. "This happened because of you idiots." The entire room fell silent. Only Tsunade would dare say something like that here. Shiki didn't even blink. He'd expected her to snap. Koharu's face darkened instantly. Tsunade. Mind your tone. Huh? Why should I? Tsunade took a step forward, eyes sharp. If it weren't for you fools driving White Fang to his death, we wouldn't be in this mess. You insolent brat. Koharu trembled with rage. In all her years as an elder, no one had ever spoken to her like this. Tsunade didn't flinch. She raised a fist threateningly. Insolent? Old lady, if you have the guts, step forward. I'll send your entire clan flying. You fight her? Impossible. Koharu was many things, but suicidal wasn't one of them. She and Hamura were former teammates of Hiruzen and Danzo, but their talent had always been mediocre at their peak. They barely reached elite jonin level. Now, after decades of comfortable political life, they were no match for Tsunade in any way, and everyone in the room knew it. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. The clan heads off to the side all lowered their eyes, pretending to study the floorboards. They couldn't afford to offend the elders, but they also couldn't afford to offend Senju Tsunade, granddaughter of the first Hokage and the last heir of the Senju name. Even if she technically held no political position, her identity alone was something they absolutely could not provoke. Ahem. Tsunade, Hiruzen coughed lightly, trying to steer things back on track. We all grieve for White Fang, but this matter has nothing to do with the elders. He would not, allow anyone to imply that the elders drove Kakashi's father to death, even if everyone in the room knew exactly what had happened. Tsunade only let out a cold, sharp huff. She wasn't stupid. Before reaching enough strength, openly tearing her relationship with Hiruzen would bring no benefit. But Hiruzen still felt uneasy. Has she already learned something? He pressed the thought and continued, back to the war. The border with Sunagakure has come under attack again. Tsunade, you will continue as commander. Sand Shinobi excelled in poisons. Tsunade, as the greatest medical nin alive, was the most suitable to lead. Her superhuman strength also countered puppet users directly. Tsunade, what are your thoughts? Fine. She wanted to refuse at first, but she remembered Shiki's words. If you want to become Hokage, you need strength and achievements. Leading a battlefield was exactly the kind of achievement she needed. Koharu clicked her tongue loudly, still bitter from earlier. Tsunade's eyes snapped toward her immediately. What are you humming for? Got a problem? If you've got the guts, you go fight the Sand Shinobi. What? Fight? Koharu would rather swallow her own tongue. Even Hiruzen didn't want to step foot on the battlefield again. All right, enough, Hiruzen sighed. If he weren't physically present, Tsunade probably would have broken Koharu's jaw already. Tsunade shot Koharu one final look of contempt but didn't escalate. Koharu trembled with rage, unable to get even a single word out. Ahem. Tsunade, you may select the shinobi who will join your campaign. Same as before, Ino Shika Cho. At the mention of the three clans, Narashikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi all nodded respectfully. Well chosen, Hiruzen agreed. Anyone else? Me. Jiraiya nearly jumped forward. Tsunade, let me come. I'm perfect for. Orochimaru said nothing, but his quiet gaze made it clear he was also willing. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Jiraiya's theatrics, then turned her head toward Shiki. Shiki? She didn't force him. The battlefield was dangerous, and even if she could handle it, she wouldn't drag him along if he didn't want to go. But she asked because she wanted him there. Shiki could tell from Tsunade's eyes that she genuinely wanted him with her on the battlefield. That alone made him smirk. All right, I'll go with you, Shiki replied calmly. If you went alone, I wouldn't feel very reassured. Don't say stupid things like that. She snapped back instinctively, but her voice wasn't angry at all. It sounded embarrassingly close to shyness. The surrounding clan heads stiffened as if turned to stone. Senju Tsunade, princess of Konoha, daughter of the god of shinobi's bloodline. One of the legendary Sannin, acting like that over a boy. Even Hiruzen stared, then looked at Shiki, confused and speechless, realizing everyone's eyes were glued to her. Tsunade's face flared and she exploded. What the hell are you all staring at? The entire room swung their heads away instantly. Shiki only chuckled quietly. She crossed her arms. Whatever. Ino, Shika, Cho will go with me. And Shiki. Very well, Hiruzen nodded. Approved. When it came to war, Hiruzen didn't play around. Once the commanders and squads were assigned, the meeting dissolved. Soon only Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura remained in the Hokage office. "That Tsunade girl," Koharu finally erupted, unable to contain herself anymore. "Completely presumptuous. Hiruzen, is this the apprentice you trained?" She didn't dare yell when Tsunade was here. Tsunade would literally punch her through the wall, but yelling at Hiruzen was safe. Hiruzen didn't even look at her. He calmly lit another cigarette. "Honestly," Danzo scoffed. "When Tsunade was here just now, I didn't hear you complaining." Koharu flushed with embarrassment and fury. Danzo always despised her and Hamura, no strength, yet they never shut up. Hiruzen ignored their bickering and exhaled a stream of smoke. "Hiruzen, you must have noticed it too," Danzo said quietly. "Yes, you two mind explaining?" Koharu demanded. "It's simple," Danzo continued coldly. "Tsunade knows something about Hatake Sakumo." Koharu and Hamura froze. That should be impossible," Hamura muttered. "No one outside this room should know." Danzo's lips curled in disdain. "Humph. Even if she knows about White Fang, that's nothing. But if she learns the truth behind the decline of the Senju clan," he didn't finish the sentence that he didn't need to. Everyone present understood that if Tsunade, the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, learned her clan was systematically weakened by Hiruzen, Danzo, and the elders, the consequences would tear Konoha apart. Chapter 15. Chapter 15 Bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his palm onto the desk, the sharp crack echoing through the Hokage's office. "Impossible." His voice trembled with fury. "Tsunade must never learn the truth about the Senju clan." Across from him, Danzo's single visible eye narrowed with cold disapproval. "Hiruzen, you should have prepared for this long ago," Danzo said, voice low and emotionless. "Anything or anyone that threatens the stability of Konoha should be erased before it grows." Even the two elders, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane, began adding pressure. "Yes, Hiruzen," Koharu said nervously. "This situation is dangerous. The sooner it's resolved, the better." "Exactly," Hamura added. "You should have let Tsunade decline alongside the rest of the Senju. That would have prevented all of this." Their fear was obvious. Hiruzen and Danzo were both shadow-level powerhouses. They were not Tsunade's monstrous strength. Neither elder could survive a single punch. Hiruzen shook his head fiercely. "Everything else fine. But this matter I will not allow." Danzo's face darkened, anger boiling beneath his calm exterior. "Hiruzen," he stepped forward, voice laced with irritation. "This soft hesitation of yours, it is exactly why Konoha weakens." "Enough." Hiruzen barked. "This matter is absolutely out of the question. Tsunade's identity is not something we can simply remove." Danzo's expression chilled further. "Aren't you worried she will one day threaten your position as Hokage?" "If that day comes," Hiruzen said coldly, "I will deal with it myself." A tense silence filled the room. "And now," Hiruzen said, lifting his chin, "leave. All of you. I am still the Hokage." "Humph." Danzo turned sharply, cloak swaying behind him. "I hope you remember this moment," he muttered. "You will regret it." He strode out of the office without another word. Koharu and Hamura exchanged a frightened glance and hurried after him. Hiruzen was finally alone that he exhaled shakily and rubbed his temples. "Danzo! Danzo!" Outside the Hokage building, Koharu and Hamura chased after Danzo. "Danzo!" Koharu hissed. "You and Hiruzen were the ones who originally suggested weakening the Senju clan. If Tsunade learns anything, we'll be dragged into it too." "We have nothing but our titles," Hamura added, voice trembling. "If she comes after us," Danzo cut him off with an irritated click of his tongue. "If it truly comes to that, hide inside the root compound. No one enters without my approval." Koharu and Hamura finally breathed out in relief. "That's good. Very good." Danzo only gave them a hollow glance, turned, and walked away that he had no patience for cowards. Meanwhile, back at home, Tsunade wore a triumphant smirk. "Did you see Koharu's face?" she said proudly. "That old bat nearly fainted. Honestly, I've wanted to shut her up for years. In the past, she restrained herself for her clan's reputation. Now? She didn't bother pretending. But I'll still keep myself in check," she muttered after a moment. "If I push too hard, they'll target me. And I'm not stupid enough to think I can beat old man Hiruzen yet." From the yard, the sound of metal rang out, clang, clang. Shiki paused mid-swing, resting his twin blades against the training post. "Don't worry," Shiki said without turning around. "I'm here." The words slipped out naturally, as if stating a simple fact rather than making a promise. Tsunade froze, her clenched fists relaxed, the tension in her shoulders eased, and her eyes, the same eyes that used to glare down entire battlefields, softened as she looked at Shiki's back. "Idiot," she whispered, though her voice carried no anger. Her expression had become gentle, far too gentle for the infamous princess of the Senju. "By the way," Tsunade suddenly said, watching Shiki swing his blades, "you've been training non-stop. You must be exhausted." Shiki raised a brow. "Well, yeah. If my body doesn't feel anything after training, then I'm doing something wrong." "That's not what I meant." "Huh." Shiki glanced back with a puzzled look. "I mean..." Tsunade cleared her throat, eyes shifting away. "After you're done training, I'll help you with a massage." "Huh? You know how to massage?" The disbelief in his tone made Tsunade explode instantly. "What's with that surprised look? Are you underestimating me?" She leaned forward with a glare. "I'm a medical ninja, the medical expert of the shinobi world. I know the human body better than most people know their own names. Of course I can massage properly." Shiki chuckled and nodded. "All right then. I'll trouble you later." Tsunade clicked her tongue proudly, though her cheeks were faintly red. After bathing, Shiki sprawled lazily on the tatami, wearing only a light yukata. He looked over his shoulder. "You're not moving. Are you embarrassed or something? Just shut up and close your eyes." Of course she was embarrassed. Tsunade had never massaged anyone outside of medical emergencies, much less a man lying casually in a yukata. After a few seconds of mental preparation, she finally steadied herself and kneeled beside him. Her chakra-enhanced fingertips pressed gently along his back. Not bad." Shiki inhaled deeply. Tsunade's touch was precise, firm enough to relax muscles, soft enough to melt tension. See? I'm amazing." Shiki's praise made her chest puff out slightly as she continued massaging. The room grew quiet, warm, peaceful. Her fluster disappeared, replaced by a strangely gentle rhythm. "Speaking of which," Tsunade murmured, "it feels weird not having Kurenai here. I'm too used to that brat yelling at me." "Her father dragged her home," Shiki replied lazily. "He's heading to war soon. Of course her father wants to keep her close." Meanwhile, at the Yuhi household, Shiki and Yuhi Kurenai lay against her windowsill, staring out at the darkened village, muttering his name under her breath. Again and again, her father, Yuhi Shinku, stood behind her with an expression that screamed, "What sins have I committed in this life? How did my daughter end up attached to him?" "Don't worry," Shinku tried to reassure her, patting her head. "With Shiki's strength, he'll be just fine." Kurenai whipped around, face pouting and cheeks puffed. "You don't understand anything at all." Then she ignored him completely and continued staring out the window, whispering, "Shiki and I." Shinku sighed. She was gone, completely, utterly gone. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Yuhi Shinku looked at his daughter, completely speechless. Kurenai was curled at the window again, whispering Shiki's name like a lovesick ghost. Shinku rubbed his forehead. "If that golden-haired brat makes my daughter cry, I swear I'll hunt him down myself." Kurenai truly believed Shiki would return safely, but believing it and not worrying about it, those were two very different things. Back at Shiki's house, all right, all done. "You can get up." Tsunade finished the massage and shifted back, her palms warm with chakra. Shiki moved his shoulders a little and the fatigue from training melted away instantly. "Damn. That really helped." "Obviously." Tsunade huffed proudly. "I am a world-class medical ninja, you know." Then, as if remembering she needed to maintain her pride, she crossed her arms quickly. "Don't misunderstand. I'm only doing this because you'll help me become Hokage. Think of it as a small reward." Shiki smirked. "Oh? If this is the reward when you haven't become Hokage yet, then when you do, wouldn't that mean I get rewarded for a lifetime?" Tsunade's face stiffened. "We'll see about that. Depends on your performance." She didn't say the words directly, but Shiki wasn't stupid. He heard her loud and clear. The next morning, Konoha Gate 2,000 shinobi stood assembled, most of them civilians, the disposable backbone of wartime. The clans filled out the elite squads. The air was tense. Everyone knew a real war was beginning again. "Tsunade," Jiraiya practically grabbed her arm, eyes watery. Are you sure you don't want me to go with you? His posture screamed anxiety like a giant worried child. Don't disgust me. Tsunade brushed him off with an exhausted expression. Wah! Tsunade is so mean to me, Orochimaru, standing beside him, sighed. Tsunade, be careful. He said very little, but the concern was real. Tsunade's heart tightened for a moment. Her brother Nawaki's death, connected to Akamaru, had left scars she still couldn't fully face. I'll be careful, she replied softly. Orochimaru caught the distance in her eyes and gave a faint, bitter smile. He had no idea how to mend that wound. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi came personally, part Hokage duty, part guilt. Tsunade, make sure you return safely. I always do. Tsunade shot him the same distant glance she gave Orochimaru, polite but cold. Then she raised her hand sharply. All units move out. 2,000 shinobi vanished in a storm of dust, following Tsunade toward the battlefield. Sarutobi watched her back disappear into the horizon, his eyes narrowing. That tone she used. She knows, not everything but enough to talk to him with cold civility rather than trust. But she shouldn't know the truth about the Senju's decline, Sarutobi reassured himself. The evidence has been erased. Completely. He inhaled slowly, face unreadable. Don't blame me, Tsunade. Everything I did was for Konoha. He believed every word of it, even if it was a lie. By the time Shiki and the others arrived at the front lines, 3 days had already passed. Tsunade-sama. The moment the exhausted Konoha shinobi saw Senju Tsunade leading the reinforcement force, their expressions loosened with visible relief. If reinforcements hadn't come, they truly wouldn't have lasted much longer. Tsunade nodded, expression instantly shifting back into the fierce battlefield commander she was known for. How are the casualties? She demanded. A jonin in charge stepped forward, face heavy with fatigue. Tsunade-sama, the battles along the entire sand front have left us with severe losses. We started with nearly 2,000 shinobi, now only 400 to 500 are still able to fight. The room stiffened, even the Ino-Shika-Cho trio behind Tsunade frowned deeply, losing more than half their forces. This wasn't a skirmish, it was a massacre. How did the losses get this bad? Choza muttered, the jonin swallowed hard. Because the 3rd Kazekage, Chiyo, and the One-Tails Jinchuriki have all joined the war. Silence, even Tsunade's brows tightened. The Sand Village had gone insane. So many top-tier shinobi appearing at once. It wasn't a war, it was a suicide charge. No wonder you managed to hold out this long, Tsunade exhaled. You all did well. Leave it to us from here. Relief washed across the tired faces of the frontline forces as Tsunade's reinforcements began taking over. Frontline tactical meeting room. Tsunade, Shiki, and the Ino-Shika-Cho trio gathered with several elite jonin. Shikaku, Tsunade said bluntly. We need a plan. Tactics weren't her specialty, medicine and smashing things were. So naturally, she turned to Nara Shikaku. Shikaku didn't complain. He simply studied the large battlefield map set on the table. The Sand's assaults these past weeks, they're practically suicidal, Shikaku said with a slight frown. Their casualties are immense too. But they keep pushing forward, no matter how many bodies they lose. It was as if the Sand had decided that even dying, they must take a chunk of Konoha with them. Those idiots from Sunagakure, did they forget how to think? Tsunade slammed her fist on the table, cracking the wood. If they want to die, fine. We'll kill them all. Shikaku sighed. Meanwhile, Shiki remained silent, one hand resting on his sword's hilt as his eyes scanned the map. Then he spoke. This war won't last long. Huh. Even Shikaku paused. He had heard of the Golden Lion, but this was the first time he truly analyzed him directly. Dozens of eyes turned toward Shiki. Shiki showed no fear or hesitation. After glancing briefly at Tsunade, he continued, the Second Ninja World War has been dragging on for years. Sunagakure's resources are already at their limit. Among the 5 great villages, the Sand is the poorest by far. One of the jonin frowned. But if they're so poor, why are they still fighting this desperately? After all, Shiki was extremely strong, but he was still young. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Not everyone in the room acknowledged Shiki's insight, but even so, his words had weight. It's exactly because they lack supplies that they've become desperate. This time it wasn't Shiki who spoke, it was Nara Shikaku. The genius of the Nara clan understood instantly what Shiki meant. He folded his arms, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Right now, Sunagakure is like a starving jackal, Shikaku continued. With nothing left to lose, it's biting straight at Konoha's throat. That's why they even sent their one-tailed Jinchuriki into battle. He shot a glance at Shiki, one filled with appreciation. Smart people always recognized each other. Even if he didn't know Shiki's exact strength yet, Shikaku could tell immediately that this blonde swordsman wasn't simple. When this war is over, Shikaku asked with a small smile, I wonder if Shiki-san will have time to talk. Of course, Shiki replied, smiling lightly that he had plans that required Shikaku's help anyway. With the Nara clan head acknowledging Shiki, the other jonin who had doubted him earlier fell silent, embarrassed. Ahem. All right, back to business. Tsunade, secretly proud of Shiki, clapped her hands together. But this wasn't the time for flirting or bragging. Shikaku immediately shifted back into strategist mode. Given their situation, Sunagakure only has one option left, he said. They want to smash Konoha in one violent, decisive strike. Their supplies were exhausted. Their economy was failing. If White Fang hadn't died, Sunagakure would have surrendered long ago. His death revived their dying hope and pushed them into madness. Now they've gathered the third Kazekage, Chiyo the puppet master, and the one-tailed Shikaku. It's not a force to take lightly. So what can we do? Tsunade crossed her arms impatiently. I don't want another lecture. Just tell me how to beat them. 2 options. Shikaku raised 2 fingers. Everyone leaned in. The first, he said, is to drag things out. Sunagakure is already on its last legs. If we force a long-term war of attrition, they will surrender. Next. Tsunade didn't even consider it. She could never watch Konoha bleed soldiers for the sake of patience. Shikaku nodded. The second option is simple. Fight them head-on, defeat Sunagakure in one decisive battle, shatter their morale, and the war ends instantly. It was the straightforward solution, but not an easy one. However, Shikaku hesitated. With the strongest Kazekage in history, Chiyo's peak-level puppet mastery, and a rampaging tailed beast, he looked around the room, voice tightening. A frontal victory won't be easy. Chiyo, you should know better than anyone. We no longer have the qualifications to continue this war. Inside the War Council chamber of Sunagakure, the atmosphere was suffocating. On the main seat sat the third Kazekage, expression stern but composed. Beside him stood Chiyo, her face lined with age and grief, yet still carrying that unmistakable sharpness that made even elite shinobi keep their distance. Around them sat Chiyo's brother, Ebizo Bunpyuku, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, several elite Sanjonin and advisors who looked equally exhausted. A war had pushed Sunagakure beyond its limit. Their reserves were gone. Their supplies were gone. If not for Chiyo's insistence, the Kazekage would have already ordered a full retreat. Everyone knew the truth. In the Sand Village, even the Kazekage's authority didn't completely overshadow Chiyo's. Her reputation as the puppet master who held the entire village together for decades carried terrifying weight. That alone was why the third Kazekage always watched her carefully. Chiyo finally raised her head. Kazekage, she said quietly. Her voice no longer carried the stubborn fire of an old war hawk. It was tired in a way only someone who had lost both a son and daughter-in-law on the battlefield could be. When this battle ends, regardless of victory or defeat, I will resign from Sunagakure's puppet brigade. I will no longer participate in village affairs. The entire room stiffened, even the Kazekage's eyes widened. Her quitting was something he desperately wanted but never dared suggest out loud so when she said it herself. Is that your final word? The Kazekage asked carefully. Every word is true, Chiyo replied, gaze firm. This is not a decision I made in the heat of the moment. Ebizo's heart clenched. Sister, he looked at her with worry, but seeing her expression, so calm, so resolved, he could only sigh softly. The death of her son and daughter-in-law, it hadn't just wounded Chiyo, it hollowed out a piece of her soul. Bunpyuku, the monk-like Jinchuriki, opened his eyes at last. For this to be Chiyo's final request, he pressed his palms together. Bunpyuku will naturally assist. The other jonin didn't speak, but their eyes showed unmistakable seriousness, respect, sympathy. A recognition of a leader who had given too much. All of this made the Kazekage grit his teeth in irritation. He was the Kazekage, the leader of Sunagakure. Their Kage.Soy was it Chiyo that everyone naturally looked toward. Are they rebelling or what? Still, this was the perfect opening to finally remove Chiyo from political influence. He just needed this final battle to end, one way or another. The Kazekage nodded solemnly. Very well. After this battle, win or lose, Sunigakure will withdraw. We cannot afford another day of war. If they continued, people would starve, their economy would collapse, they would cease to exist. Chiyo simply closed her eyes. We will win this battle. Chiyo's voice carried no hesitation. It wasn't just determination, it was vengeance. A deep burning need to bury Konoha with her own hands so she could finally rest with her son and daughter-in-law. The third Kazekage looked at her for a long moment, expression unreadable. He didn't argue, didn't try to talk her down. He simply turned away and addressed the waiting Jonin. Prepare all available forces. We launch the final assault immediately. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Sunigakure moved. This would be their last gamble. Back on Konoha's front line. Shiki's war council room had fallen dead quiet. Even Tsunade, who usually barked first and thought second, could only stare at the battlefield map with a heavy expression. Chiyo they could counter. Tsunade's monstrous strength made her the perfect puppeteer slayer. The Ino Shika. Cho trio could restrain the Kazekage for some time with their clan jutsu. They might not win, but they could stall a Kage. But the one-tail Jinchuriki, Shikaku? No one in the room could take that head dash on. To throw regular Jonin at a tailed beast was suicide. The air grew colder. Narashikaku quietly exhaled. We're short one powerhouse. Without someone to face Ichibi, there is no clean strategy. Silence. Tsunade bit her lip, frustrated. Damn it. Do we really have to send bodies to fill the gap? Before anyone could answer, Shiki stood up. He rested a hand on the hilt at his waist, chin raised slightly, the faintest smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. The one-tailed Jinchuriki, he said lightly, leave him to me. The room froze, even the air seemed to stop moving. Huh. Shikaka blinked. What? Chose's jaw dropped. You're kidding, right? Even Inoichi couldn't hold it in. Tsunade exploded instantly. Absolutely not. She slammed her hand on the table hard enough that sawdust jumped. That's a Jinchuriki, Shiki, a tailed beast. You can't just... Shiki laughed softly, not arrogant, not careless, but with the calm confidence of a man who had already decided the outcome. Relax. He tapped the swords at his waist. I'm Shiki, the Golden Lion, believe me. Tsunade opened her mouth again and stopped, because the look in his eyes wasn't reckless. It was the look of someone who knew exactly what he was capable of. His presence washed over the room, sharp, controlled, king-like. Even Shikaku felt his pulse skip. I see, Shikaka muttered, lips curving. Then the plan changes. Tsunade still looked like she wanted to punch him, but the fear in her eyes slowly shifted into something else, trust. But, she tried again. Before she could finish, a terrified shout rang from outside. Tsunade-sama. Shiki-sama. Enemy forces incoming. Another voice followed, even more panicked. Sand ninja are advancing in full formation. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. It's Sunigakure. Sand ninja forces have started a full assault. The previously quiet command camp erupted instantly into chaos. Ninjas ran. Papers fell. The ground shook from distant explosions. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. Her fists slammed into the table like a hammer. Panic my ass. Her killing intent blasted through the tent like a shockwave. Calm down. All of you. Her voice cracked like thunder. You heard me. Move with order. Under Senju Tsunade's roar, the panic drained out of the room almost instantly. She wasn't just a commander, she was one of the legendary Sannin. Her presence alone forced everyone back to sanity. Form up the units. Tsunade barked. If Sunigakure wants to throw their lives away, then fine, we'll end this entire war right here. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Orders were relayed. Ninjas sprinted out of the tent toward the front line in a coordinated rush. Shiki. Tsunade walked up to him, and despite trying to hide it, worry filled her eyes. The war had already begun. There was no more talking, no more hesitation, and Shiki had chosen the most dangerous job on the field, facing the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Even for Tsunade, that was terrifying. Shiki smiled, calm as ever. He reached out and gently held her hand. Don't worry. His voice was soft, confident, steady. When this is over, can you give me another massage? Any other time Tsunade would have blushed, yelled, or punched him, but right now, her answer came immediately, quiet, soft, real. As long as you want, every day. For a brief moment, Tsunade wasn't the Sannin, she was just a woman terrified of losing someone important. Women are easy to feel emotional and Tsunade was no exception. Shiki didn't have to be here, he didn't have to fight a tailed beast, he didn't have to risk his life, but he came anyway for her. I'll take down Chiyo quickly, Tsunade muttered, trying to sound confident. But you, believe in me, Shiki interrupted. You still don't trust my strength? He smiled helplessly, shaking his head. Tsunade-sama? The three clan heads, Inoichi, Shikaku, and Choza, returned after finishing the deployment orders, but when they saw Tsunade still holding Shiki's hand, their expressions froze, then shifted between shock, confusion. Should we leave? Are we interrupting something? Why is Senju Tsunade acting like a love-struck girl? Tsunade realized it instantly. Ahem. She let go of Shiki's hand faster than Shikaku could say troublesome. Her face twitched, as if she wanted to explode in rage but also die of embarrassment. Shikaku, when the third Kazekage appears, stall him as long as you can. Tsunade instantly entered her commander role. She didn't expect the Ino-Shika-Cho trio to defeat the Kazekage, dragging him out was enough. Leave it to us, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza answered firmly. Whether for Konoha, their clans, or their own pride, they absolutely could not afford to lose this battle. Let's move. Tsunade shouted and strode toward the battlefield. Shiki rested one hand casually on his sword hilt, the wind brushing his cloak as he followed with a calm, unshakable expression. Behind them, the Ino-Shika-Cho trio exchanged whispers. Shikaku, you think Tsunade-sama and Shiki-kun are really together? It doesn't look like a balanced match, Inoichi murmured. Tsunade-sama is a princess of the Senju clan. Shiki-kun is a civilian. It wasn't meant to belittle Shiki, it was simply the reality of Konoha's clan hierarchy, but Shikaku only smirked slightly. Whether it's a match or not isn't for us to decide. And if Shiki truly accomplishes what I think he will, Shikaku stopped walking and looked ahead, eyes serious. If he defeats the One-Tail, Inoichi and Choza froze, then the realization hit them like a kunai to the head. If he really beats Shikaku, no one in Konoha will dare gossip ever again. That wasn't just a victory, that was a legend that he would instantly become a hero of the village, a man with enough merit to stand next to Tsunade openly. Still, can he really defeat the One-Tail? Inoichi muttered, unsure. Shikaku exhaled. I don't know why, but I have a feeling. Shiki is anything but ordinary. Inoichi and Choza exchanged glances, still unsure, but they didn't argue further. Enough chatter. Keep up. Tsunade's irritated voice cut through their whispering. Yes, Tsunade-sama. The trio immediately shut up and followed. By the time Tsunade reached the front lines, Sunagakure forces had already begun their all-out assault. No diplomacy, no threats, no declarations. Just raw killing intent and explosions across the desert line. The third Kazekage stood at the center, iron sand swirling around him. Chiyo's puppets clicked into formation, and the One-Tail's Jinchuriki Bunpuku sat cross-legged in the back waiting. They weren't here to negotiate, they came to end the war. These sand-brained idiots, are they completely insane? Tsunade roared. Konoha! Attack! Hit them hard! Yes, Tsunade-sama! Fire, wind, and earth jutsu exploded forward. Sand ninja countered with puppets, iron sand, and deadly poisons. The war had fully ignited. The battlefield shook as thousands clashed, steel and chakra painting the desert sky. The war between shinobi was brutal, always brutal. Tsunade's eyes locked instantly onto the source of the carnage, Chiyo, her fingers dancing with chakra threads as puppets tore into Konoha's ranks. Without even announcing herself, Tsunade leapt forward. Go to hell, old hag. Heavenly foot of pain, her heel dropped like a meteor. Boom, sand erupted. The shockwave sent the front line stumbling. Chiyo's puppets froze for a brief second before snapping back under her control, retreating defensively. Even she knew, a puppeteer's body was fragile. Tsunade was the worst possible matchup. TCH, what's this? Has Konoha run out of real ninja? Chiyo scoffed, cold and sharp. To send a little girl to fight me? Her tone was mocking, but her eyes were wary. This woman's strength was unmistakable. Please, Tsunade spat back. You think you're special? Just me alone is enough to smash you into the ground. A puppet lunged silently from behind, crack. Tsunade smashed it with one casual back fist. Figures. Puppet users are always sneaky cowards with cheap tricks. Young girl, Chiyo said calmly, unfazed, running your mouth so much only guarantees an early death. Chakra threads shimmered between her fingers, linking puppet to puppet, a web tightening around Tsunade as Chiyo moved her hands. So you want to kill me? Go ahead, try. Tsunade slammed her fists together. You want to fight? I'll give you one. Monster strength, straight punch, both women shot forward, a collision of brute force versus lethal technique. Meanwhile, the Kazekage battlefield elsewhere, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza had already intercepted the third Kazekage. Iron sand spiraled threateningly around him. The trio didn't flinch. Inoichi. Shikaku called sharply. Right. Mind-body switch technique. Choza pumped his fists. Shikaku, combo ready. The battle of Konoha's finest tacticians versus the strongest Kazekage in history had begun. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. The third Kazekage, surrounded by swirling black iron sand, was cutting down Konoha shinobi with mechanical precision, until his body suddenly stiffened. Ninja art, mind-body switch. Yamanaka Inoichi's jutsu struck cleanly, the Kazekage's vision blurred for a split second. Shadow imitation technique. Shikaku was already kneeling with his palms on the ground, his shadow stretching like a spear, locking onto the Kazekage's immobile form. Choza. Shikaku barked. On it. Ninja art, super expansion jutsu. Choza's massive fist crashed down like a meteor. There was no dodging it, not when the Kazekage's mind was disrupted and his body held by shadow. Boom. Sand, iron, and debris exploded everywhere. This was the power of Konoha's legendary alliance, Nara plus Yamanaka plus Akimichi, Ino, Shika, Cho. Individually, their clan's techniques were niche, but together they were a force that could threaten even a Kage. Did we get him? Inoichi exhaled, withdrawing his technique. Choza released his jutsu as well. Only Shikaku remained still, his hands locked in position, expression calm. If the third Kazekage could be beaten that easily, Shikaku said, he wouldn't be called the strongest Kazekage in history. And right on cue, a confident laugh echoed through the settling dust. Ha ha ha. As expected of the Nara clan, you saw through it. The smoke cleared. The Kazekage stood uninjured, wrapped in a dense sphere of pitch-black iron sand at a perfect defense. The famous Ino, Shika, Cho trio, he said with amusement. If you think you can defeat me, you're still decades too early. Inoichi and Choza braced themselves. They weren't arrogant, they knew exactly who they were fighting, but Shikaku only shrugged casually. Beating you isn't our job. He smiled mildly. We just have to stall you. The Kazekage's eyes narrowed, but he didn't reply, not because he disagreed, but because he knew it was true that to defeat Ino, Shika, Cho would take time, more time than this battlefield could afford. He raised one arm. Iron sand, rain of needles. Thousands of razor-sharp iron spikes lifted into the air, then dropped like a black storm directly toward the trio. Move! Shikaku snapped. Right. Got it. Inoichi and Choza responded instantly, bodies synchronized after years of teamwork. A single glance was all they needed to know what the others were doing. Damn it! The third Kazekage's expression twisted. The Ino Shika Cho formation was holding him perfectly, not trying to defeat him, only stalling him, and that, more than anything, infuriated him. They were playing dirty, they were supposed to, but no matter how angry he got, he couldn't break free. Sand Village camp, not far from the battlefield, Elder Ebizo exhaled heavily as he watched. They've stalled Chiyo-sama too. His voice carried resignation that if both Chiyo and the Kazekage were pinned down, then Sand's remaining forces, already exhausted and half-starved, were doomed. Defeat was only a matter of time. Bunpuku. Ebizo glanced toward the monk sitting cross-legged beside him. I'll have to trouble you once more. Bunpuku nodded with a peaceful, almost apologetic smile. It's all right. If it's for Sunagakure, I will fight. If he had a choice, he would have avoided this war entirely. But he did not have a choice. He stood up, and that's when a boy with golden hair and a lion-like grin stepped in front of them. You won't be going anywhere. I'm your opponent. Shiki's hand was already resting on the hilt of his blade. his eyes narrowed like a predator locking onto prey. Golden Lion. Shiki of Konoha. Ebizo instantly recognized him. He managed San's intelligence network after all. Bunpuku, go ahead, Ebizo started. I'll deal with, move. Shiki didn't yell, he didn't even swing his sword, he simply released it, boom. A wave of Conqueror's haki blasted outward like thunder. Ebizo's eyes rolled back. He collapsed instantly. Bunpuku froze. Teach this aura, he stared in disbelief. That overwhelming pressure. Is that really killing intent? No, this is. A tailed beast's chakra stirred deep within him. Inside Bunpuku's mind, Shikaku suddenly roared awake. Bunpuku. You idiot. You're not fighting that. Move over and let me handle it. Shikaku? You're willing to come out. Willing? The tanuki snarled with excitement. That brat's power is interesting, I want to crush him myself. Bunpuku sighed helpless. Fine. I'll leave it to you. He brought his hands together. Ninja art, feigned sleep jutsu. Bunpuku collapsed backward. The sand around him immediately erupted into a spiraling storm. K, keep your distance. Move. Move. That chakra. It's one tail. Even the sand shinobi fled from the growing sandstorm, and then a massive tanuki-shaped beast rose from the raging desert wind, dozens of meters tall with monstrous claws and a grin carved from madness. Shikaku of the sand, the one-tail. Gaia ha 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 ha. I'm finally out. The battlefield shook as the tailed beast laughed, kicking up waves of sand with each breath, and standing before that monstrous silhouette was Shiki, his expression calm, sword at his hip. A faint grin tugging at his lips. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Shikaku was never the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts, but in terms of violent temper he was definitely top tier. Even the nine-tails got barking matches from him. The moment he stepped out of Bunpuku's subconscious and into the physical world, the giant tanuki's eyes gleamed with pure madness. Jayahaha. Perfect timing. I just came out and I already see someone worth killing. His massive body, tens of meters tall, loomed over Shiki. To any normal shinobi, a tailed beast was an instant death sentence. The sheer pressure of his chakra alone was enough to make grown men collapse, but Shiki was no ordinary shinobi. Split. In the momentary stillness, a golden sword arc burst upward from the ground, slicing into Shikaku's chest. Boom. A long, jagged crack tore open across the one-tail's sand. Why body? What? Both Konoha and Suna shinobi froze. They just watched a tailed beast get cut open. Even though Shikaku's body was made of sand and repaired instantly, the fact it had been cut at all sent the battlefield into murmurs. You little shit, you dared to hurt me? Die! Shikaku roared, eyes bloodshot. Wind release air bullet. A massive compressed wind sphere blasted toward Shiki, then another, GRAHHH. Take them all. The air bullets rained down like meteor showers. Shiki flicked his blade upward. Hup. Swish. Two arcs of golden sword energy cleaved apart the nearest ones. Then he moved. Not even looking at the incoming blasts, Shiki dodged with effortless footwork guided by observation haki, slipping through the explosions like he'd already seen them coming. Stop dodging, if you're a man, stand still. Shikaku stomped and shrieked like a tantrum-throwing demon child. He couldn't hit him, not even once. Shiki smirked. You want me to stop running? He lifted his sword and pointed it at the enormous beast. Fine. Have it your way. Finally, a worthy target to test himself against. A tailed beast. Perfect, Shikaku snarled. Die, you ant. Wind release, drilling air bullet barrage. He inhaled, and the desert trembled. A super compressed tornado blast fired at Shiki, dragging sand, stone, and chakra in its wake. Shiki's grin widened. He shifted his stance. His blade turned black with armament haki, and wind rippled around his body like a lion unfurling its mane. Lion might, imperial coil. He charged forward. No hesitation. Shiki's golden aura surged, slicing through the incoming sandstorm with overwhelming force. Bom. Shikaku's jutsu was blown apart, and Shiki shot forward like a cannonball, storming straight toward the one-tail's face. Ha! You can fly? For a moment, Shikaku actually froze. A human, a brat, was flying straight toward him. Even for a tailed beast, that was shocking. While the one-tail was still staring in disbelief, Shiki was already in front of him. eyes sharp, blades raised as he crossed his two swords. Lion Might, Senkiri Valley. Shiki's arms blurred. Twin blades whipped through the air with impossible speed, releasing countless arcs of golden sword energy, each one slamming into Shikaku's massive body. Pung. Pung. Pung! Explosions of light scattered across the one-tail's sandy flesh. Shikaku stumbled backward, a 50-meter monster looking like he was being pelted by artillery fire. Grah! What the hell kind of ability is this? Shikaku's eyes, huge round like coins, went bloodshot with rage, pure sword energy from a human. What kind of sick joke was this? You little ant! Shikaku roared, furious and humiliated. Shiki hovered in midair, looking down on him with a disgustingly calm smirk. Huh. Is that all you can say? Stinky ant this, stinky ant that. You've got the vocabulary of a drunk toddler. That expression, that tone, that arrogance, it made Shikaku's entire body shake with fury. You damn brat. Chakra surged. Dark, dense, violently compressed chakra began gathering in Shikaku's mouth, twisting into a spinning black sphere with a purple core. The surrounding air rumbled. The sand beneath Shikaku's feet spiraled upward into a storm. Pressure flooded the battlefield like a living thing. Even Konoha and Suna shinobi far away felt their hearts clench. A tailed beast bomb? Shiki's eyes narrowed. Yes. A fully materialized tailed beast bomb, the signature move of any Biju. A pure chakra annihilation sphere that could level an entire section of the battlefield. Shiki didn't run. Didn't even think of retreat. Retreating would mean admitting fear. The golden lion did not retreat. He lifted his swords, crossing them in front of him. Armament hockey spread across the blades, turning them jet black, crackling subtly. Come on then, Shiki muttered, grin widening. You're a tailed beast, I'm a king. Shikaku roared. Die, brat. Tailed beast bomb. The black sphere launched, a point of annihilation screaming straight toward Shiki. Shiki exhaled, his muscles tensed, his golden aura flared like a lion exploding into fury. Then he swung, his two crossed blades cleaved downward in one decisive motion. It's going to be over! The shockwaves from Shiki and Shikaku's clash were so massive that the entire battlefield noticed. First, when Chiyo saw Konoha produce another swordsmanship prodigy after the White Fang, she was secretly annoyed. What is wrong with Konoha? Why do your geniuses spawn like weeds? But when she saw Shikaku preparing a tailed beast bomb and Shiki not running, but preparing to meet it head-on, Chiyo burst out laughing. Children will always be children. She smiled viciously. He really thinks he can take on Shikaku? Ridiculous. Pung! Tsunade crushed another puppet with a single monstrous punch. Oomph! You don't have the right to judge my man. Your man? Chiyo's brows twitched. Since when did the princess of the Senju clan have a man? But she quickly snorted. Well, that's too bad. Looks like you'll be a widow in a minute. Her tone dripped with mockery. To her, a 14 or 15-year-old boy standing in front of a tailed beast bomb was suicide. Genius or not, if he hadn't fully matured, he was still nothing. Tsunade didn't bother arguing. She just clenched her jaw, eyes trembling with worry. Don't do anything reckless. Shiki, Shikaku. On another part of the battlefield, Yamanaka Inoichi shouted nervously. Shiki's situation was clearly visible from afar, and even they couldn't help worrying. Sand release, iron sand shuriken. The third Kazekage seized that moment of distraction. Black, razor-sharp iron sand spun through the air like a deadly storm. Ninja art, super expansion jutsu. Akimichi Choza reacted instantly, becoming gigantic as he took the attack head-on for Inoichi. Thanks, Choza. Inoichi breathed out, sweat dripping down his temple. That he truly hadn't reacted fast enough. Choza gave his usual goofy grin. Don't mention it, we're partners, right? Nara Shikaku also tightened his stance beside them, eyes still calm despite everything. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Yamanaka Inoichi nodded firmly. Right, no matter what happened, they were partners. The third Kazekage didn't care that his jutsu had been blocked. He threw a glance toward the battlefield where Shikaku and Shiki were clashing and said proudly, "The final victory of this war will belong to Tsunagakure." Not necessarily. Shikaku shrugged lazily, completely unconcerned by Kazekage's bluster. As long as he was alive, he would not let the third Kazekage interfere with the other fronts. TCH, the third Kazekage clicked his tongue. This man was far too calm. Their teamwork was airtight, so tight that even he, the strongest Kazekage in history, couldn't find an opening. He tried provoking them, hoping they'd slip. But Shikaku saw through it instantly. The Kazekage grew even more annoyed. Enough. Just die already. He attacked again, frustrated beyond belief, but Shikaku merely tightened his seal, shadow stretching. Trust him. His voice was calm, steady. Inoichi and Choza exchanged glances, then nodded deeply. There was nothing they could do but believe in Shiki now. Go to hell, you little ant. Shikaku finally completed his tailed beast bomb. A dense sphere of black chakra spun violently, unstable, destructive, and filled with malice. Shiki didn't retreat. Instead, pitch-black armament haki surged up his arms, coiling around his twin blades like living ink. Golden lion aura roared around him. He crossed his blades before him, lifting his chin with that familiar, arrogant smile. I'm Shiki, the one who would stand above the clouds. I'm not dying here, not ever. His voice carried across the entire battlefield. Shikaku roared. Die! Boom! The enormous tailed beast bomb launched like a meteor, tearing the air apart as it rushed straight toward Shiki. Under the shadow of that apocalyptic chakra sphere, countless shinobi on both sides whispered the same thing. He's insane. Is he trying to kill himself? No one survives a tailed beast bomb. But Shiki didn't dodge. He charged straight into it. Under that crushing pressure, his voice rang out, Lion Might Meteor Slash! A golden arc burned into existence, bright as a falling star. Fuwa fruit power, armament haki, observation haki, swordsmanship at the level of a master swordsman. Everything Shiki possessed erupted at once. The light was so intense that many shinobi instinctively closed their eyes, and in that blazing light, chop! A calm whisper reached everyone's ears. When the glare faded, every eye widened. The tailed beast bomb was cut in half, split open cleanly by twin blades. Boom! The divided tailed beast bomb shot past Shiki, flying far into the distance before exploding in twin eruptions that shook the earth. Wind pressure blasted Shiki's clothes wildly, but he didn't flinch. He simply smiled down at Shikaku. Shikaku froze. His large, coin-shaped eyes shook violently. WW what? He cut my jutsu, my tailed beast bomb? A tailed beast, stunned speechless. Lion Might, Shiki's voice echoed in the sky. Shikaku felt real fear for the first time. Beast King Slash. A massive golden slash, shaped like the roaring head of a lion, shot toward Shikaku's arm with overwhelming force. Ayakak. Even though a tailed beast couldn't truly die, the pain was very real. Shikaku's massive tanuki arm was severed cleanly, crashing to the ground in an avalanche of sand. He howled, chakra surging wildly as sand swirled around him, rapidly rebuilding the lost limb. But this time, Shiki didn't give him the chance. He dropped from the sky like a falling star, slamming one blade into the ground. Earth Scroll 4 Divine Beasts. Roar! 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 Out of the churning sand burst 4 colossal figures, Sarayu, Byako, Suzaku, and Genbu, 4 colossal avatars of sand and chakra, rose into motion under Shiki's lion might, sustained by the raw, still-developing power of the Fuwa fruit. Even if his fruit mastery wasn't perfect at this range, it was more than enough to devour a weakened tailed beast. You ants! You damn little ants! Shikaku swung wildly with his newly formed arm, smashing one divine beast after another into clouds of sand, but every time one collapsed, new sand reformed it immediately. As long as Shiki's stamina held, these manifestations wouldn't dissipate. Seeing the tailed beast thrashing inside the storm of sand and beasts, Shiki narrowed his eyes. He yanked his blade free, stepped once, boom. Sand erupted around Shikaku's feet. Rising like pillars, more and more streams of sand swirled upward, merging with the divine beasts, spiraling around Shikaku until they wrapped him in a massive layered cocoon of sand. Only his head was left exposed. Let me out. You damn ant, let me out. I'll kill you, idiot. Shiki raised both blades, the surviving sword in one hand and the broken remains in the other. Lion Might, severing polar wave. The world flashed gold. Boom! The explosion ripped across the battlefield. Every shinobi, leaf or sand, shielded their eyes from the blinding light and shockwave. When the dust slowly settled, Shikaku's towering body was gone. Only a massive crater remained, deep, clean, and smoking. At the bottom, Shiki landed lightly, walking toward the fallen form lying amid the sand. It was Bunpuku, the one-tails Jinchuriki, unconscious, barely breathing. All chakra drained. It looks like that's my win. Even as a Jinchuriki, Bunpuku's personal strength was nothing notable. Once Shikaku was forced out and defeated, Bunpuku's body couldn't withstand the recoil. Shiki exhaled, lifting what remained of his blade. The entire sword had shattered from the clash with the tailed beast bomb, only the hilt and a few jagged fragments remained. TCH knew a normal ninja blade wouldn't last. He tossed the useless hilt away. Bunpuku lay motionless. Shikaku was gone, returned to pure chakra, scattered into the desert. The tailed beast would eventually reform somewhere, but for now, Shiki had completely defeated Ichibi. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. But all of that had nothing to do with Shiki. Just as he turned around ready to leave the crater, a familiar mechanical tone echoed in his mind. Hidden mission achieved. Defeat Shikaku. Reward, template sync plus 5%. Reward, Great Blades, Odo and Kagurashi. Huh? Shiki froze mid-step. Hidden mission? What hidden mission and these rewards? Almost as if reading his confusion, the system spoke again. Frowny face. Hidden missions appear randomly. No pattern, no trigger rules. TCH. So there's no way to farm them, huh? For a moment Shiki had imagined, if defeating a tailed beast always gave rewards, couldn't I just go around hunting them all? But that fantasy shattered instantly. Well, whatever. A reward is a reward. I'm not complaining. He wasn't the type to be greedy. Stumbling into a hidden task and getting something this good was already more than enough. He opened his status calmly. God-level template system template. Golden Lion Shiki sync rate. 58.77% abilities gained. A intermediate Conqueror's Haki Air Advanced Armament Haki upgraded. Intermediate Observation Haki is Swordsman. Blade Mastery A. Float Fruit Basic Skills. A Basic 3-Body Technique. A Body Flicker Technique. Daily Task. A Swing the Sword 10,000 times. Incomplete. Advanced Armament Huh. Shiki raised his right hand. Pitch black armament Haki wrapped around his skin like living ink, denser, sharper, far fiercer than before. Yeah, that's a big upgrade. But even more exciting were the two blades newly materialized in front of him. Odo, Kagurashi .2 of the Awazamono grade swords, weapons he'd wanted since the moment he gained the Golden Lion template. Shiki drew them slowly, running his thumb along the edge. Sharp, dangerously sharp. Just looking at them you can tell. He slid them into the scabbards hanging from his waist, unable to hold back a grin. Ha 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 ha. Finally. Proper blades. His laughter echoed across the ruined desert, and the battlefield fell silent. Every shinobi present, leaf and sand alike, turned toward the crater where the boy stood laughing, two legendary blades at his waist, because they understood, the fight was over and Konoha had won. Sister. Ebizo had finally snapped out of his daze, the moment he remembered that he, an elite jonin, had been knocked unconscious purely by Shiki's killing intent. His entire face twisted with humiliation and fear. But more than anything, he was terrified of Shiki's power. How's Bunpuku? Chiyo stopped her puppets mid-attack and turned to her younger brother, voice low and heavy. Ebizo hesitated for only a moment before answering honestly, Shikaku has been defeated. And Bunpuku is dead. Chiyo said nothing. What could she say? Her son, her daughter-in-law, and now even Bunpuku. Her silence spread across the battlefield like a cold wind. Every shinobi within earshot froze. The third Kazekage, who had been locked in a tense three-way stalemate with Shikaku, Inoichi, and Choza, stopped forming hand seals. His expression darkened. Without another word, he turned away from the Ino Shika Cho trio and walked toward Chiyo's side. Shikaku and the others didn't attempt to stop him. They were too exhausted even to move. Ha, he's a monster. The moment the Kazekage left their range, Inoichi collapsed onto the sand, breathing heavily. Choza fell back with a thud. It really is true, he's the strongest Kazekage in history, Inoichi muttered, wiping cold sweat from his brow. Even restraining him, just restraining him, had pushed the three to their limit. Shikaku dropped to one knee, fatigue showing through even his calm demeanor, but his lips curled into a tired, relieved smile. We won. Yeah, we really won. Inoichi and Choza exchanged a weary grin before pulling themselves up and following after Tsunade. Meanwhile, Chiyo, the third Kazekage, stood beside her, his tone flat, almost emotionless. It's over. He surveyed the battlefield, the fallen sand shinobi Shikaku's silence, the sight of Shiki standing tall with twin great blades, drenched in battle dust but completely undefeated. Sand had no power left to continue this war. I understand. Chiyo finally lowered her head. Her voice was thin, exhausted, not defeated by Konoha but defeated by fate itself, her son, her daughter-in-law. Bunpuku. Shikaku. Everything had slipped through her fingers. The third Kazekage watched her quietly. He understood her pain, but understanding didn't change the truth. From today onward, authority in Sunigakure was his alone. That he straightened up. All units retreat. His voice thundered across the battlefield. Every sand shinobi froze, heads lowered, faces full of shame and grief. They understood what this command meant. The war was over, they had lost. The third Kazekage let his gaze sweep across the Konoha side, Tsunade with her cracked knuckles, the Ino Shika Cho trio panting heavily, and Shiki, the blonde boy standing with the aura of a conquering lion. Sand still dripping from his new great blades, the Kazekage exhaled softly. Konoha's geniuses truly are terrifying. White Fang had fallen, yet another monster had already risen in his place. Negotiations, compensation, all of that will be dealt with later. The Kazekage spoke without emotion, then he turned away and led Chiyo, Ebizo, and the surviving sand forces from the battlefield. As for Shikaku, they weren't concerned. A tailed beast doesn't truly die. When Shikaku reformed somewhere in the desert, they would hunt him down again. Soon the sand shinobi vanished beyond the horizon, nothing left but their footprints and the bitter taste of defeat. With the enemy gone, only Konoha's forces remained. First there was silence, then Tsunade raised her hand and shouted, "Victory!" The battlefield erupted. "Victory! We won! The war is finally over! Ha ha ha, finally we can go home!" The cheers carried through the wind, raw and overflowing after years of bloodshed. Many were crying, many were laughing, some simply dropped to their knees and let the relief wash over them. Only now did Tsunade finally rush toward Shiki. She didn't even let him speak. Her hands flashed with green chakra as she checked him head to toe, pulse, bones, muscles, chakra flow again and again. Only when she was absolutely sure he was unharmed did she finally breathe out, and then she glared at him, eyes trembling ever so slightly. "You scared me to near heart attack, you idiot. Do you know that?" When she saw him slice a tailed beast bomb in half, her soul nearly left her body. That if Shiki had been even a second slower, or if his blades had failed, or if his footing had slipped, she didn't even want to imagine it. But the outcome was clear now. Shiki won, and Tsunade's eyes revealed everything, just how deeply she cared for him. Chapter 23. Chapter 23 Bonus. Shiki didn't say anything, he simply smiled. "I'm the golden lion, Shiki. How could I possibly fall here?" Tsunade exhaled through her nose and rolled her eyes. Yeah, being powerful is one thing. Making me worry like a maniac is another." Before Shiki could respond, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza, the full Ino Shika Cho trio, walked over. They watched the interaction between Shiki and Tsunade, and instead of judging it like before, they only smiled. Moments ago there might have been whispers about Tsunade and a civilian kid. Now, after seeing him defeat Shikaku head-on, slice a tailed beast bomb in half, and walk away with 2 legendary blades at his waist, no one in Konoha dared to say Shiki wasn't worthy. Not anymore. The 3 men exchanged glances, stood firm, and bowed deeply. "Lord Shiki." Their voices carried weight, not flattery, not fear, but genuine respect earned through overwhelming strength. This world had always been simple. Strength is absolute. Strength commands respect. Strength decides everything, and Shiki's strength was now undeniable. 2 blades, 1 tailed beast, defeated. A feat only a handful of shinobi across all history could claim. Tsunade felt her chest swell with pride. "See. This is the man I chose. No need for honorifics. Just call me Shiki." Shiki waved casually, but his tone carried quiet authority. He didn't need to brag, he didn't need to posture. Power spoke for him. Shikaku's lips curled into a knowing smile. This was a man worth aligning with. "Well then, Shiki, when you have time, come visit the Nara clan. I keep some very rare tea, perfect for someone who appreciates quiet strategy." "Definitely." 2 smart men. 1 glance was enough, they understood each other. Tsunade, however, puffed her cheeks slightly. All this political networking right after a life-or-death fight? She wasn't used to it. "All right, enough chit-chat," she snapped lightly. Everyone rest up for the day. We'll return to Konoha tomorrow. Yes, ma'am. Later that night, Nara Shikaku sat alone, writing a detailed war report by hand, a report that would soon reach the Hokage's desk, a report that contained one line destined to shake the entire village. Tailed Beast Shikaku was defeated, single-handedly, by Konoha's golden lion Shiki. Good. Very good. Inside the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile was rare and genuine as he read the final war report. Even Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado, half asleep during most meetings, allowed themselves small, relieved smiles. Konoha was safe. The war was over. Their positions as elders remained secure. Of course they were happy. But Danzo saw something else entirely. He leaned forward. Staff tapping the floor. Hiruzen, didn't you notice it? His tone was sharp, almost cold. Shiki's strength. The room went silent. Danzo's single eye narrowed. Slicing a tailed beast bomb. Defeating Shikaku head-on. The title Golden Lion is no exaggeration. It wasn't praise. Danzo didn't praise anyone. It was pure, cautious acknowledgement. Sword cutting a Bijidama. Even reading it, Danzo had been stunned. That wasn't something humans did. But the report was from Shikaku, not some random messenger. It was undeniable. Hiruzen finally set the report down, expression unreadable. Danzo, what are you implying? Instead of answering immediately, Danzo gave a dry, humorless chuckle. That boy, Shiki, has inherited the will of fire extremely well. Hiruzen understood immediately. A civilian genius, no clan attachments, no complicated loyalties. Just like Minato, clean, easy to mold, easy to place wherever Konoha needed. Unlike Tsukumo Hatake, who had an entire clan and political weight behind him, Shiki was alone. To a Hokage, that was convenient. To Danzo, it was opportunity. Danzo continued, voice dropping. Shiki himself is not the problem. His single eye glinted. But you didn't notice, Hiruzen? The relationship between Shiki and Tsunade is far from ordinary. That single sentence crushed the entire room into silence. Koharu froze, Hamura swallowed hard, even Hiruzen's smile vanished. Tsunade, princess of Konoha, granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju heir, legendary Sannin, the strongest medical ninja in the world, and now tied emotionally to a boy strong enough to cut a tailed beast's strongest attack in half. Danzo tapped his cane once more. If Tsunade returns and Shiki stands behind her, the balance of power in Konoha will shift. You haven't forgotten, have you? Danzo's smile was thin and poisonous. The Senju clan died out because of us. Hiruzen's jaw tightened, Koharu and Hamura froze. Danzo continued calmly, almost enjoying their discomfort. If Tsunade ever discovers the truth and decides to take action, he paused deliberately, let the silence dig into everyone's nerves, then he added, tell me, would Shiki side with Konoha? Or would he choose Tsunade? The question didn't need an answer. Everyone knew it. If Shiki and Tsunade truly became a couple, there was only one choice he'd make. Only an idiot would oppose Tsunade under those circumstances. Impossible. Hiruzen snapped. Tsunade will never learn the truth. But his voice was tense. Danzo's words had hit him where it hurt, the fear that Shiki, this rising power, was not fully under his control. Koharu folded her arms. I also believe Shiki needs guidance. Restraint. Hamura added coldly, assign him to normal duties. Keep him as an ordinary Konoha shinobi. Distance him from the upper levels. Their proposal was simple. If a threat can't be killed, isolate it, keep it away from the power center. Hiruzen remained silent for a long moment, then he lit a cigarette. No denial, but everyone felt it. The third Hokage agreed. Danzo's grin widened. In that case, perhaps assigning him to my Root division would be ideal. Root is best suited to controlling assets like Shiki. Hiruzen shot him a deadpan look. Danzo, do you take me for a fool? I can see very clearly you're after Shiki's power. Danzo stiffened, caught. I won't give that order, Hiruzen said flatly. But if you think you can recruit him, he exhaled a ring of smoke. Then try it yourself. Danzo froze. If he had the strength to subdue Shiki, he would have done so already. Even Danzo wasn't delusional enough to fight a boy who cut a Bijidama in half. His mind raced. No, the research plan must accelerate. The would-release cell project. A forbidden study he had hesitated to start. But now, Shiki's existence made him to not hesitate any longer, and Orochimaru. That prodigy could be both a tool and a leash. Nzo said nothing aloud, but the ambition burning in his single eye was unmistakable. Hiruzen, unaware of Danzo's inner calculations, reached his own conclusion. So be it. Shiki has rendered great service. A reward is necessary, at least publicly. He tapped ash from his pipe. Give him the title of Elite Jonin. Nothing more. A pitiful reward considering Shiki defeated a tailed beast, but it kept him away from true power. Koharu and Hamura exchanged glances, then nodded. This is acceptable. Hiruzen stood. Koharu, Hamura, prepare for negotiations with Sunagakure. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Negotiations after a war like this would, as always, be handled by the two elders, Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura. Understood, they replied, bowing slightly. There was nothing more to say. Meanwhile, Konoha's frontline camp Shiki lay flat on a mat, relaxed and careless, while Tsunade knelt beside him, using medical chakra to knead out the tension in his shoulders. This, Shiki exhaled with absolute satisfaction, is the life. Tsunade tried not to laugh, but the smile broke through anyway. You know, Shiki continued lazily, eyes half closed, those old foxes in the upper ranks are probably already thinking of ways to target me. Tsunade's hands paused. Ha? Impossible. Her tone was serious. After defeating a tailed beast, after ending the entire war, you're Konoha's hero. The terminator of the Second Ninja War. Who in the world would dare target you? You're still too young, Shiki muttered. Excuse me? Tsunade glared. Without thinking, Shiki lifted his hand, offering it for the next round of massage. Tsunade rolled her eyes hard, but she still took it, holding his wrist gently and applying chakra into the muscles. Shiki continued calmly, if you were still alone they wouldn't do anything, but now? Things are different. Tsunade blinked. Different how? Because I'm with you. Tsunade froze for a second, the tips of her ears turning faintly red, but confusion soon replaced embarrassment. What does me have to do with any of this? The higher-ups destroyed the Senju clan from the shadows, Shiki said with a cold smile. And now I'm openly on your side. Of course they'll think I'll take your side in whatever comes next. A reincarnator insight. He knew Konoha's darkness better than anyone here. He would not end up like Tsukumo Hatake, manipulated and pushed into a corner until death. No one dares to point at me and run their mouth, Shiki added casually. If they do, I'll just kill them. Until no one dares anymore. He said it like discussing the weather. Tsunade stared at him, then she smiled. A soft, relieved, dangerous smile. Then you're on my side? Shiki flinched at her tone, glanced at her grin, and instantly turned his head away. TCH, stop talking nonsense. He snatched his hand back. Change spots. Your chakra is overheating. Tsunade snorted, rolled her eyes again, but obediently moved to the next spot. Tsunade-sama. Aye. Nara Shikaku approached quickly, planning to report something important, but the moment he arrived he froze, dead still, because right in front of him, Tsunade of the Sannin was kneeling beside Shiki, massaging him like a gentle, attentive wife. Shikaku's jaw nearly hit the ground at no way that he knew Shiki and Tsunade were close, that he suspected things, but he never expected to see this side of Tsunade. That violent, terrifying, gambling-addicted, table-breaking, bar-smashing Sannin, acting. Soft, caring, affectionate. Meanwhile, his own wife at home was a strict, terrifying Nara woman with hands faster than shuriken. Shikaku felt a tear forming. I see. So the world is unfair. What exactly are you planning to stare at forever? Tsunade's calm voice snapped him out of his daze. She didn't even stop massaging Shiki'd no embarrassment. Pure Tsunade pride. Her posture completely said, yes, he's my man. What's your problem? And Shikaku, being Shikaku, could only bow politely and left. Why yes, Tsunade-sama. My apologies. Of course Shikaku had come at the worst possible time. Tsunade didn't care much about his sudden appearance, but after noticing the amused smile tugging at Shiki's lips, she immediately rolled her eyes again. So tell me, whose fault do you think this is? She jabbed a finger toward him. If you weren't acting like this, no one would have seen anything. Shiki only shrugged. Forget it. Go see what Shikaku wants. Standing up, he stretched his shoulders lightly. Tsunade's massage skills truly were on another level. Tsunade blinked. We're going to him now? Shiki clicked his tongue. Idiot. What are you imagining? This is a shared military camp, not your private room. You think I'd put up a soundproof barrier or something? He flicked her forehead lightly. I wasn't thinking anything. She denied it instantly, too fast. Shiki didn't bother arguing. Instead, as they walked out together, he spoke calmly. The Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans, Ino, Shika, Cho, hold real weight in Konoha. If you want the Hokage seat in the future, you'll need their support. He continued, ticking points off with his fingers. The Nara clan handles medical logistics and battlefield strategy. The Yamanaka clan runs all of Konoha's intelligence operations. The Akimichi clan controls military ration pills, and more than half the barbecue shops in the whole damn village. Seriously? Tsunade muttered. And since the Warring States period, the three clans have always acted as one. Even noble clans like Hyuga or Uchiha don't provoke them casually. Tsunade nodded slowly. She didn't understand politics well, but she understood Shiki was saying it for her sake. Shikaku. As they stepped outside, Nara Shikaku approached with a deeply embarrassed expression. Shiki. He greeted with a polite nod, then he spotted Tsunade. His face immediately turned pale. Tsunade-sama, I swear I didn't mean to walk in earlier. You won't, kill me, right? God only knew what kind of heart attack he got from witnessing Tsunade massaging Shiki like a gentle wife. With her reputation, Shikaku wouldn't be surprised if she silenced him on the spot. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched. In your eyes, am I some kind of murderous brute? Shikaku responded instantly. Absolutely not. He valued his survival too much to hesitate. Shiki waved his hand. All right, enough small talk. Save it for later. You came because something appeared, right? Shikaku's expression hardened. He checked his surroundings cautiously, then leaned closer to Shiki and Tsunade. There is indeed an issue. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Find a safe place, Shikaku said quietly. Shiki gave a small nod. Without further words, the three of them slipped out of camp under concealment, crossing dunes until they reached a stretch of silent, moonlit desert. Tsunade hugged her arms as the nighttime chill pressed in. Seriously, this desert freezes you to death at night. Why the hell bring us here? Shikaku chuckled. Tsunade-sama is still too young. Instant killing intent. What? Tsunade said slowly, eyes narrowing. You want to repeat that? Shikaku froze on the spot. Right, just minutes ago Tsunade was massaging Shiki like a gentle wife. He forgot the real Tsunade was a violent brawler who broke boulders with her fists. Ahem, moving on, Shikaku coughed, shifting away from the danger zone. He turned toward Shiki, face turning serious. Shiki, news just came from Konoha. The High Council decided on your reward. Shiki smiled faintly. Let me hear it. Tsunade leaned forward, fully expecting something fitting for the man who single-handedly ended the war. Shikaku inhaled. They decided to grant you the title of Elite Jonin. Silence, not dramatic silence, dead silence. Tsunade blinked. And? Shikaku didn't blink. That's it. Tsunade stared at him like he had just declared the sky green. That's it. That's it, Shikaku repeated with a helpless nod. The desert wind hissed softly. Tsunade's voice cracked in disbelief. Defeat a tailed beast, end a whole war, save thousands of lives, and those old fossils think the correct compensation is an upgraded name tag. Her fists trembled. She looked 1 second away from punching the moon. This is an insult. A complete. Calm down. Shiki's voice cut clean through her rage, and just like that Tsunade shut up. Shikaku exhaled internally. As expected. The only person alive who can shut Tsunade up with one sentence is Shiki. Shiki glanced at her with amused eyes. Didn't I tell you earlier? Those high-ranking idiots were bound to try something. He wasn't angry, that he wasn't surprised. He had predicted this from the moment he met Hirizen's eyes. Shikaku nodded grimly. The decision hasn't been officially announced, but there are members of the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans placed inside the ANBU. The moment the top brass discussed it, we got word. He looked at Shiki with open respect. Your guess was correct from the beginning. They're scared of you. Tsunade clenched her jaw. Those cowards stayed safe inside the village while we spilled blood outside, and now they dare pull this. Shiki waved a hand lazily. It's fine. Let them dance for now. His smile sharpened. When we return to the village, we'll settle everything properly. The desert wind blew, the moonlight hit Shiki's eyes, making them glint like a beast that had just woken up. Shikaku swallowed unconsciously. Tsunade wasn't the dangerous one here, Shiki was. But Tsunade wanted to say something, but the words tangled up in her throat. Shiki didn't seem bothered, he simply smiled lightly and turned toward Nara. Shikaku. You didn't come all the way out here just to deliver the reward. There's something else you want to talk about. Shikaku nodded. As expected of you, Shiki. You catch on quickly. Tsunade blinked. She definitely did not catch on quickly. If I'm not mistaken, Shikaku continued, you intend for Tsunade-sama to become the next Hokage. Tsunade nearly jumped. Hey. When did you? Shiki didn't bother hiding anything, he nodded calmly. Yeah. This man, he really had no hesitation saying something outrageous so casually. Shikaku took a quiet breath, then bowed his head slightly. Then allow me to say this clearly. The Nara clan is willing to lead the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans in supporting Tsunade-sama as 4th Hokage. Tsunade froze. Just like that, this easily? Shiki smiled, satisfied. A Hokage doesn't gain support by sitting in that chair. You sit in that chair because you've already gained support. You're recognized first. Shikaku nodded deeply. That logic was flawless. The ninja clans decide the village's future long before the civilians ever hear any announcement, Shikaku said quietly. And right now Tsunade-sama has something the 3rd Hokage lacks. Tsunade blinked. What's that supposed to mean? Trust. Tsunade's expression shifted, embarrassed, flustered, and touched all at once. Shiki chuckled softly. The clan leaders aren't blind. They know who fights, who bleeds, and who stands with the village at the front instead of hiding in the office. Shikaku looked at Tsunade seriously. Compared to the 3rd Hokage, you are straightforward, honest, and reliable. With you as Hokage, the clans will finally feel secure. Tsunade stared at him, stunned. Straightforward? Honest? Trusted? Is that really how they see me? Shiki laughed loudly. No wonder the Ino Shika Cho survived since the Warring States. You 3 always know which direction the wind is blowing. Shikaku smiled but didn't deny it. Then that brings us to the real question, he said. How do we deal with the 3rd Hokage? He won't step down willingly. That part was true. Hiruzen valued power far too highly that he never gave it up easily. Shiki leaned back slightly, expression calm. In the short term, we can't do anything. You don't pull down a Hokage with no justification. If we push now, it'll backfire. Shikaku nodded slowly. And long term? Shiki's eyes narrowed. Power cracks under pressure. Mistakes expose weakness. Hiruzen will create his own opening eventually. Tsunade frowned slightly. You mean, wait for a crisis? Shiki didn't answer immediately. Inside his thoughts, the narration turned colder. A leader who clings to power always slips during war, and Konoha's peace never lasts forever. All they had to do was wait. A new war meant new failures a new Hokage could replace, but none of that left his mouth. Out loud, Shiki only shrugged. Big decisions require big moments. When the village faces pressure, Hiruzen will either rise or fall. And when that time comes, Tsunade will be the one people turn to. Shikaku stared at him with newfound respect. A strategist, a fighter, and someone who understood timing better than anyone his age should. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Shiki simply looked out across the dark desert, thoughtful. Inside, his mind was calm. The Second Ninja World War had barely ended, and Konoha's peace never lasted long. A few years, maybe less, and the next storm would rise. War always came on its own. You didn't need prophecy, just common sense. But he didn't say any of that aloud. Don't worry, Shiki said with a faint smile. I already have a plan. We just need the Ino Shika Cho to stand steady when the time comes. Shikaku hesitated. If you're confident, then I'll trust you. Shiki wasn't going to explain every detail. He wasn't going to say, oh yeah, another war is coming soon, even if he knew he wasn't stupid enough to sound like some fortune teller. Successful or not, Shiki added calmly, the Ino Shika Cho will be safe. I'm not the type to gamble with allies. Shikaku finally smiled. Then I'll return to camp. We'll keep in contact. Shikaku left quickly, vanishing into the dunes, leaving only Shiki and Tsunade beneath the moonlit desert sky. Tsunade watched the Nara clan head disappear before finally voicing her confusion. But the Ino Shika Cho have always been loyal to the Hokage faction. Why would they suddenly switch to support me? Shiki chuckled. You said it yourself, they're loyal to Hokage, not to Sarutobi Hiruzen. A single sentence, and everything made sense. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly. I think I get it. They follow whoever actually protects the village, Shiki said. Not someone sitting on the throne because of convenience. He didn't elaborate further, there was no need. It's too early anyway. Shiki stretched a little. For now, all you need to do is train and raise your strength to another level. Tsunade puffed up her cheeks, offended and proud at the same time. Don't worry. I'm a genius. Give me a few years and I'll reach a level that will surprise even you. Her confidence made Shiki laugh quietly. He simply took her arm and walked her back to camp under the cold desert wind. The next day, Konoha gates Tsunade-sama. She's back. Konoha won. Cheers erupted across the village as Tsunade led the returning troops. Every villager knew the Second Ninja World War was over, and it was Tsunade who brought the victory home. Civilians cheered, children waved flags, and even the shinobi stood a little taller as she passed. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo waited at the gates. Moments like this, moments full of prestige and attention, were things Sarutobi would never miss. Tsunade. Hiruzen stepped forward with a benevolent smile. On behalf of all Konoha, thank you. He was her teacher after all, and seeing his student stand so tall, it made him feel safe, proud, and most importantly, still in control. But Danzo did not clap. Danzo did not smile. He watched the scene with cold eyes. Tsunade's popularity, her connection to the Senju name, her strength, her lineage, her victory. This woman is another threat to the position of Hokage. The three words echoed in Danzo's mind too. Much influence, but unlike Tsukumo Hatake, Tsunade wasn't someone Danzo could smear and manipulate. She wasn't someone who would shoulder guilt and die quietly. If Danzo tried the same trick, she'd break his jaw. Literally did he grit his teeth behind the mask of loyal advisor, calculating silently. I'll have to deal with her another way, indirectly. Only Danzo himself knew how deeply that plan had already begun forming in his mind. Tsunade stared at the smiling Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of her. This man, this pleasant, gentle, kind old face, her stomach twisted, disgusting, absolutely disgusting. She wanted to punch him. Hard, but considering the clear gap between their current strengths, Tsunade suppressed the violent urge, forced a stiff smile and nodded. It's all for Konoha. Good. Good. Sarutobi nodded vigorously, satisfied with her loyal response, completely oblivious to the killing intent she was swallowing back down. He led Tsunade, Shiki, and the Ino Shika Cho trio toward the village center. Along the roadside, villagers finally noticed the blonde swordsman walking next to Tsunade. That's Shiki-sama, the Golden Lion. So young. I heard he defeated one-tailed Shikaku. What's Shikaku? Idiot, it's a tailed beast. Like our 9 tails. No way that strong? That's a hero. I heard he single-handedly ended the whole war. Is he single? Of course. No matter the world, looks were a cheat code. Golden hair, handsome face. Lion-like aura. Several teenage girls on the roadside were already blushing. Shiki could naturally hear all of it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face didn't change, pretending to be above such trivial things, but everyone knew he was grinding his teeth inside. Shiki's fame couldn't be buried, no matter how much he wanted to downplay it. Tsunade, walking beside him, noticed the sparkling eyes of the younger girls and immediately felt a sour taste rising. "Tch, idiots," she muttered. "Keep staring. Unlike you brats, I can actually touch him." But when she saw Shiki stretching comfortably, enjoying the attention, the sourness amplified. "You're not actually eyeing any of those little girls, right? Want me to go introduce you?" Her tone dripped with peak sarcasm, master level. Shiki didn't even blink. "Think too much. One of you is already enough trouble." "What do you mean by that? Are you calling me annoying? Aren't you being annoying right now?" You. Infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. Other girls get doted on by their boyfriends. Tsunade, meanwhile, gets roasted alive every 5 minutes. Shikaku and the others were already used to this dynamic. They simply smiled quietly. To them, it was almost surreal, the terrifying, violent Tsunade acting like an embarrassed maiden around this blonde swordsman. but Sarutobi and Danzo exchanged glances. Yes, the intelligence was correct. Shiki and Tsunade were definitely not ordinary. Soon they arrived at the Hokage building. Most ninja had already dispersed, heading home to celebrate the end of the war. Only Sarutobi, Tsunade, Shiki, and the Ino-Shika Cho trio remained as they stepped inside. "This war could end thanks to you," Sarutobi said with that same benevolent smile that no matter what he actually thought, he always maintained the mask of the kind, wise Hokage. Tsunade didn't respond. Shiki didn't respond either. So Shikaku stepped forward first where? A polite smile. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. It's nothing. It's everyone's achievement. If Hokage-sama hadn't been guarding the village, we wouldn't have been able to fight on the front lines with peace of mind. Nara Shikaku said it smoothly. This wasn't the first time he had flattered someone, and this won't be the last time he would. Compliments rolled off his tongue like second nature. Sarutobi Hiruzen beamed. "Ha ha ha. As Hokage, it's only natural that I protect Konoha. Ha ha ha." Then, with a benevolent expression, he added, "You've all fought hard. Even though the battle wasn't long, it was draining. Rest well these next few days." To an outsider, the third looked deeply concerned. To anyone with a brain, it was all an act. "That reminds me." Sarutobi's eyes drifted toward Shiki and Tsunade, the look in them becoming strangely probing. "Tsunade, what exactly is your relationship with Shiki?" Intel was intel. But confirming with the person involved was always safer in the Hokage's mind. Tsunade didn't hesitate. She confidently grabbed Shiki's hand, raised her chin, and smiled straight at him. "This is the man I, Tsunade, have chosen." Sarutobi froze, Danzo froze, Shiki blinked, a bit surprised by how bold she was being. "Sarutobi-sensei?" she asked with a sweet yet sharp smile. "You don't approve?" "No. No, of course not." In an instant, Sarutobi switched back to his kind old sensei persona. "You're my best student. If you've found someone who makes you happy, I should be happy for you as well." He held the mask perfectly, smiling gently at both Tsunade and Shiki. "If you two get married someday, don't forget to invite me." "Of course." If you're still alive by then, both sides kept their private thoughts to themselves. "All right then," Sarutobi said cheerfully. "No need to spend more time with an old man like me. Go rest." Everyone nodded and left together. Later, only Sarutobi and Danzo remained. "See, Hiruzen? I told you from the start, Shiki isn't trustworthy." The moment the others were out of earshot, Danzo dropped the act entirely. Sarutobi rolled his eyes. "Shut up, Danzo." Did Danzo think Sarutobi was blind? Of course he could see the situation. He lit another cigarette silently. Danzo's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. "Do you really have to smoke now? Do you not see another human standing right here?" Bastard. If he didn't have something important left to say, he would have walked out already. "Hiruzen, hand over that Shiki to me. Let me deal with him." Sarutobi didn't immediately reject it. Shiki's closeness to Tsunade made him uneasy, and if Tsunade ever learned the truth about the Senju extermination, Sarutobi couldn't risk it. "Humph," Danzo continued, "let his spotlight fade first. Once things settle, we'll move. My route will be ready." Shiki had just defeated a tailed beast. His fame was peaking. But fame fades, and Danzo intended to strike the moment it dipped. Sarutobi nodded slightly, but there was something he didn't understand. Hiruzen let out a slow breath and looked at Danzo. "Be honest, Danzo. Even you know you're not his opponent." Danzo's eyebrow twitched. "Humph. So that's what you think of me." Hiruzen still said nothing, which was somehow worse. Danzo scowled harder, cloak snapping behind him as he straightened. "Shiki is just a boy. If he becomes a problem, Root will deal with it." Hiruzen finally exhaled a thin stream of smoke. "If you say so." It was an agreement. It was, do what you want and take responsibility when you fail. Danzo clicked his tongue, clearly offended. "TCH. Then I'll make preparations." He spun around and walked out, heavy steps echoing down the corridor. Hiruzen just watched him leave, shaking his head, always acting like he's stronger than he is, and always dragging Konoha into the shadows with him. He looked out toward the Hokage Rock, gaze pausing on Hashirama and Tobirama's faces. All for Konoha. That's what I tell myself. Whether it was an excuse or a conviction, even he didn't know anymore. After leaving the Hokage building, Shiki said goodbye to the Ino Shika Cho trio. Shiki, if you're free, drop by the Nara compound. I'll make tea. Shikaku smiled. Shiki returned it. I'll come. Count on it. The trio nodded to Tsunade and walked off together. Shiki stretched. All right. Let's go home. Tsunade slipped her hand into his without thinking. They didn't get far. Tsunade. Jiraiya's voice came first, loud, excited, absolutely zero composure, with Orochimaru at his side looking mildly irritated to even be outside. Tsunade. I heard you wrapped up the war. Hey, is that Shiki with you? Jiraiya's grin was so wide it almost cracked his face that he hadn't even noticed Tsunade's expression slowly turning into, please shut up before you embarrass me. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. As soon as Jiraiya reached them, he froze. His eyes went straight to Tsunade and Shiki's intertwined hands. He couldn't even form a sentence. Everyone in Konoha knew Jiraiya had chased Tsunade for years, and now the woman he basically worshipped was casually holding hands with a teenager who had just slaughtered a tailed beast. Orochimaru didn't react emotionally, he simply glanced between them, then glanced at Jiraiya with silent pity. The woman you chased for decades belongs to someone else now. It was written all over his face, but Orochimaru's real focus was Shiki himself. I've heard. Shiki-kun's dual-blade style surpasses the former White Fang, he said, voice calm, reptilian eyes observing every detail. His stare was sharp and clinical, the stare of a man cataloging a potential experiment. Shiki didn't flinch. With his current strength, even a peak Orochimaru wasn't enough to make him blink. It's just a title, Shiki replied with a lazy wave of the hand. Rumors grow on their own. Orochimaru's tongue clicked in amusement. A sword that can split a tailed beast bomb is hardly a rumor. You can't hide something like that. Those words carried no admiration, just interest, dangerous interest. Shiki saw it immediately, the exact way Orochimaru looked at rare bloodlines, unusual bodies, perfect specimens. You want to dissect me, Shiki smiled. His free hand casually dropped to the handle of his sword. Then, boom! A burst of raw killing intent slammed into Orochimaru's senses. Not Kra, but pure conqueror's haki, compressed and focused straight at him. Tsunade and Jiraiya, it felt like a soft gust of wind. Orochimaru. Every nerve in his body lit up at once. His instincts screamed, you will die. This feeling, what? Like the entire world wants me gone. He stiffened, pupils contracting to slits. Cold sweat rolled down his spine despite the desert heat. Shiki? Tsunade looked at him, confused. In that instant the haki vanished, as if nothing had happened. Orochimaru staggered a half-step, breath unsteady before he regained his mask of calm. Phew, he had faced death countless times, but this sensation, this absolute certainty of annihilation was something else entirely. Shiki just smiled at Tsunade. What? Something wrong? You and Orochimaru just froze up mid-sentence, she said. Did something happen? Shiki shrugged. Nothing. Orochimaru and I simply understood each other right away. He turned his head slightly, eyes narrowing with a harmless smile. Isn't that right, Orochimaru? Every instinct in Orochimaru's spine screamed, lie. Say yes. Do not anger this thing. Yes, he said smoothly. Tsunade, Shiki-kun and I see eye to eye. Stay alive first. Study the monster later. One thing was clear, the rumors weren't exaggerated. This boy truly defeated a tailed beast head-on. This boy truly cut a tailed beast bomb, and the pressure he emitted was something even Orochimaru had never felt. Ugh? Tsunade blinked at Orochimaru's answer. You two saw each other at first sight? It sounded like a bad joke. She looked between the two men suspiciously. What the hell is going on with you, Orochimaru? Before Orochimaru could answer, Jiraiya yanked him aside and whispered harshly, Are you blind? Shiki is holding Tsunade's hand. Orochimaru blinked. So you need to help me get Tsunade back, aren't we friends? Orochimaru stared at him for a long, silent moment. A very long moment. Then he said flatly, Give up. Ha. Jiraiya choked. Why? Orochimaru sighed like he was explaining something to a slow child. Because, Jiraiya, you do not deserve Tsunade. Jiraiya froze, then his eyes trembled. Why, you bastard? You wanna fight? Orochimaru didn't even blink. Can you beat me? Jiraiya's entire soul deflated. Arg. Why is everyone against me today? Am I destined to be dumped before I even started? Tsunade stared at him with pure disgust. What's wrong with you? If you're done being pathetic, get out of the way. Woohoo. Tsunade. I think I'm experiencing heartbreak. Huh? Tsunade's fist clenched. Are you looking for a beating? Jiraiya's tears instantly shut off like a faucet. He nodded furiously, terrified. Tsunade snorted and turned away, clearly done with his nonsense. Compared to being annoyed by Jiraiya, she'd much rather go home with Shiki. But, wait. Tsunade, hold on. Jiraiya suddenly composed himself, ran up, and forced a smile. I mean, since you just got back from the war and we're all here, how about a drink? A proper reunion drink. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Jiraiya really did look miserable. He wasn't the type to hold grudges or brood, but liking Tsunade for so many years and losing before he even had a chance. Yeah, that hurt. When he suggested going out for a drink, Tsunade's first reaction was to glance toward Shiki. Well, or you can come too, Jiraiya added quickly, pointing at Shiki. You're Tsunade's boyfriend now anyway. Tsunade looked at Shiki again. Shiki shrugged casually. I'm not going. You three Sannin can have your reunion. Then Tsunade was about to refuse, but Shiki cut her off with a wave. Go. I need to head home and check on things anyway. A gathering between the three of you sounds better. All right. Tsunade couldn't argue with that, but as she turned, Shiki added, Don't drink too much. If you get drunk, you're not coming home tonight. Got it. If anyone else said that, Tsunade would have punched them. But coming from Shiki, she couldn't help the tiny smile tugging at her lips. Being bossed around like this, why does it feel so nice? Then I'll go first, Shiki said, nodding. He walked off. Tsunade and Jiraiya didn't think much of it, but Orochimaru did. Quietly, his slit pupils followed Shiki's back with an unreadable intensity. That aura, that presence, he really did terrify me for a moment. He was more curious than ever. Jiraiya noticed the stare and elbowed him. I'm telling you, Orochimaru, you didn't actually fall for Shiki at first sight, right? Get out. Orochimaru's face twitched as he glared at him. No wonder Tsunade punched him earlier. He deserved it. Whatever. Let's just drink, Jiraiya sighed. The three Sannin headed off. When Shiki returned home, he found two small figures sweeping the courtyard. One was Kurenai. The other, of course, was the loudmouth she'd dragged along, Mitarashi Anko. Kurenai, you can't come clean his house every day. If it weren't for them being friends, she would have chased her off already. Kurenai put away the rag, smiling brightly, not tired at all. Shiki and I is busy fighting outside. Obviously I have to take care of the house. Hey, you two aren't even dating, Anko said bluntly, hands on hips. You act like his wife already. Simp. Kurenai's face went red instantly. Hey Anko. I'm ignoring you. Anko just smirked, completely unbothered. It was a mystery how these two, one quiet and elegant, the other loud and chaotic, ended up being best friends. Shiki couldn't help smiling. He'd heard everything. I'm back. Welcome, BA. Kurenai answered out of habit, then froze. Slowly, she turned toward the gate. Shiki was standing there, smiling as he walked in. Shiki and I. Before he could even blink, Kurenai dropped the rag and sprinted straight at him. Shiki caught her easily as she jumped into him. I missed you so much. She buried her face into him, breathing in that familiar Shiki scent she'd memorized. Shiki chuckled and placed a hand on her head. These few days I was gone, you must have worked hard, Kurenai. The courtyard was spotless, the eaves were spotless, everything looked like someone had been maintaining it every single day. Kurenai shook her head while leaning against him. It's nothing. I wanted to. Across the yard, Anko stood there awkwardly, arms crossed, eyes wide. He's really handsome. Even at her age, she could recognize a pretty face, and she'd heard the rumors. Everyone had Konoha's golden lion, the boy who cut a tailed beast bomb and defeated Shikaku head-on, the one who supposedly ended the Second Shinobi War. Seeing him in person felt unreal. Sorry to interrupt, Anko finally blurted out. Are you really that golden lion Shiki everyone's talking about? Shiki finally looked at her properly. A delicate face, sharp eyes, same age as Kurenai. Hard to imagine this kid becoming the overly loud, overly thick Anko in Boruto. A Kimichi blood somewhere in the family tree? Who knows? Shiki gently put Kurenai down and smiled at Anko. Who knows? Maybe. Hey! Kurenai puffed her cheeks. He's not maybe anything, he is. Everyone says he's even stronger than White Fang. Shiki didn't bother pretending. That part's true. Whoa! Anko's eyes sparkled with straight-up admiration. Kurenai lifted her chin proudly. See, my Shiki and I is amazing. That's right, Kurenai, Shiki said, turning back to her. You come here every day. Shinku doesn't complain? Father? No, she replied without hesitation. He doesn't mind. Shiki blinked. Shinku, letting his daughter run to a teenage boy's house every day? That man must have nerves of steel. Or maybe he simply trusted Kurenai too much. Either way, Shiki shrugged and smiled again as Kurenai beamed. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Shiki already had a guess what was going on. Poor Shinku, he must have suffered a lot these past few days. And while Shiki was quietly pitying the man, Kurenai suddenly noticed that Anko was still staring at him with that sparkly, admiring look in her eyes. Anko? Kurenai immediately snapped at her. Weren't you busy? Didn't you say you needed to leave early? Ha! Anko blinked, then blinked again. She looked between Kurenai and Shiki like her brain rebooted mid-sentence. What? Did I hear that right? You go back first, Kurenai said gently, way too gently, hands on Anko's shoulders like a saint. If Shiki didn't know her, he'd think she was actually being caring. Anko, however, knew exactly what this was. You're really my good friend, huh? She squinted. Translation: when Shiki wasn't home, you dragged me here every day to help clean. The moment he returns, you kick me out like yesterday's trash. So much for friends for life. Kurenai gave the fakest innocent smile ever. Hee, well, hey. She couldn't exactly show how much she missed Shiki in front of Anko, so she tried to keep her cool, and failed spectacularly. Okay, I get it. Anko sighed dramatically. I know when I'm being chased out. Shiki laughed softly. Hee, thanks for keeping the place neat these days, Anko. Anko turned her face away with a small tch, but her ears turned red. Humph, Shiki-san, I'll get going then. Shiki nodded and she headed out. The moment Anko was gone, Shiki turned to Kurenai with an amused look. Okay. Now it's just the two of us. Kurenai didn't even pretend to hide it. Hee. I wanted some time alone with Shiki and I. Shiki didn't tease her. Truthfully, after so long away at the front lines, he'd missed this girl too. Go heat some water. I'll bathe after training. Okay. Kurenai nodded instantly and ran off. Shiki unstrapped Odo and Kagurashi from his waist. Wait, he said suddenly. Kurenai paused mid-step. Find a sword stand and set these two blades on it properly. Shiki never trained with them lying around. Odo and Kagurashi weren't toys, he had to treat them with care. Kurenai took the swords, confused but careful. What are these two blades exactly? She didn't know swordsmanship, but even she could feel the cold aura coming from them. They weren't like any ordinary ninja blade. I told you before, Shiki said, pulling out two training swords. Those are Odo and Kagurashi. Kurenai repeated the names quietly. Odo and Kagurashi. She still didn't understand their significance, but she could tell they were precious. So she placed them neatly on the sword stand and hurried inside to prepare the bath. By the time everything was ready, the sky outside had already gone dark. Kurenai would have loved to stay longer, but she still went home. Yuhi Shinku was waiting and she couldn't sleep here every night. Besides, Shiki wasn't going anywhere now. From here on, Kurenai could visit whenever she wanted. Shiki stayed seated in the courtyard, staring quietly at the moon. Not long after, footsteps approached. Tsunade had returned from drinking with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, cheeks a little red but not stumbling. Well done, Shiki said without looking away from the sky. Didn't get drunk. Tsunade snorted proudly. You bet I didn't. Jiraiya had been mocking her on the table earlier. Afraid of Shiki catching you drunk? Tsunade had nearly knocked his teeth out. She flopped down across from Shiki, saw him still looking up and rolled her eyes. Seriously, what's so interesting about the moon? Look at me. All right. I'll look at you. Shiki, she groaned. That's the most half-assed answer I've ever heard. Shiki blinked at her. Are you starting something? Tsunade grinned like a menace. Yup. She was still a little drunk. Ha ha ha. She burst into a cute, sloppy giggle, then jogged toward the house. Shiki just smiled and let her go. Next morning, why are you still here? I can stand wherever I want. The moment Tsunade and Kurenai met, the sparks flew instantly. School was reopening soon, finally, and Kurenai refused to look embarrassed in front of Shiki. Tsunade folded her arms, raising an eyebrow. With the war over, you aren't planning to skip class, right? Skip what class? Kurenai puffed up, cheeks red. School starts tomorrow. Tsunade clicked her tongue and looked away. Kurenai did the same. They acted like rivals, but everyone knew the truth. Tsunade had been secretly teaching Kurenai basic chakra control and a few simple jutsu, and if anything, their relationship was pretty good. Shiki finished his morning training and stepped into the yard, just as Kurenai turned toward him. Shiki and I. Her eyes shimmered. Will you walk me to school tomorrow? Huh? What about your dad? If you take me, it's way cooler. She wasn't wrong. Right now Shiki was basically the village's war hero. Every kid in the academy would talk about it for weeks. Tsunade snorted. This brat, already learning to flex. Kurenai took a tiny step closer, hopeful. So will you? Chapter 31. Chapter 31. It really would be super cool. That's all Kurenai could think about. Walking to school with a war hero, with Shiki. Just imagining her classmates seeing them together made her heart jump. Will they misunderstand? Will they think Shiki and I is, my? She shook her head, cheeks warm. Meanwhile at home, Yuhi Shinku was probably crying into a pillow somewhere. His daughter, disgusted with him, too weak to escort her himself, unforgivable, tragic that he might even faint again. Kurenai didn't care. If that's the case, Shiki said gently, I'll go with you. Before Kurenai could answer, Tsunade jabbed a thumb at herself. Hey! Excuse me? I'm Senju Tsunade, one of the Sannin. I clearly give more face. Nope. I want Shiki and I. Tsunade froze. Kurenai immediately cut her a sideways glance like, don't even try it. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched. Oh, I see how it is. You don't want face. You just want to cling to Shiki. Kurenai ignored her completely and stared only at Shiki. Shiki and I okay? How could he refuse when this little girl was asking for the first time? All right. I'll walk with you. Yay! Shiki and I is the best. She immediately grabbed his arm, hugging it with victory beaming in her eyes. Tsunade's eyelid twitched again. This brat, if I wasn't right here, what would she dare to do? Next morning, this was supposed to be perfect. Walk to school, hand in hand with Shiki and I, all eyes on them, except, why are you here? Kurenai snapped at Tsunade walking on Shiki's other side. Don't be ungrateful, Tsunade sniffed. I'm boosting your reputation. Kurenai glared. Shiki in the middle, Tsunade on one side, Kurenai on the other. It looked exactly like a young couple walking their child to school. This was not what Kurenai envisioned. She grabbed Shiki's hand on purpose. Let's go, Shiki and I. Ignore her. Tsunade smirked. Shiki laughed. Along the way, villagers bowed and waved. Lord Shiki. Tsunade-sama. Good morning. Kurenai walked like she was floating. Look everyone, look. He's walking with me. When they reached the academy, a friendly-looking Chunin instructor stood by the gate, welcoming students. Good morning, oh Kurenai. Back from break already? Practiced hard? Kurenai brightened instantly. Of course. Shiki and I always teaches me. Shiki and I? The instructor blinked, then finally looked up, and froze. Lord. Golden Lion? Tsunade-sama too? He stood stiff as a board. Shiki just nodded politely. Kurenai's in your class. Please look after her. Why, yes. Of course. The man looked ready to brag about this moment for the rest of his life. Tsunade crossed her arms at Kurenai. What's this Shiki teaches me nonsense? I taught you far more. Kurenai stuck out her tongue. You're scary. I like Shiki and I better. You little brat. Before Tsunade could swing, Kurenai bowed quickly. Shiki and I'm going. Then she dashed inside. Shiki smirked. The way Tsunade and Kurenai bickered didn't surprise him anymore. He nodded to the teacher once more and walked off with Tsunade. Inside the academy, Kurenai immediately rejoined Anko and her other friends. It's so unfair, Anko pouted. You had Shiki-sama and Tsunade-sama bring you. I want that too. Hee hee, of course. Kurenai smiled proudly. The whole school had seen them, mission accomplished. That was really Lord Shiki. He's the one who beat a tailed beast. He's cooler than the Hokage's Anbu. Kids swarmed with gossip. Some admired Tsunade, one of Konoha's few top female legends, but most were dazzled by Shiki, the golden lion. Of course, not everyone understood power. What's the big deal? A boy's voice came from the side. Shikaku is the weakest one. I could beat it when I grow up. Anko's head snapped around. Asuma. What the hell do you mean by that? Sarutobi Asuma, 7 years old, rebellious and determined to not rely on my dad, folded his arms. I'm just saying. Everyone makes a big deal about him. It's only one tale. Kurenai narrowed her eyes that he was the Hokage's son, but even so, you talk like that because you've never fought, she said coolly. Shiki and I saved the village. Asuma puffed up, unwilling to be outdone. TCH. I'll surpass him someday. Anko slammed her desk. You can try when you stop losing to me in spars. As if you're strong. Asuma snapped. You want to test it right now? Bring it on, freak. The class erupted in chaos. Kurenai just sighed. Boys are so stupid. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. Asuma talked big, but everyone in class knew he never actually used that Hokage's son privilege he bragged about. He puffed out his chest anyway. So what? That Shiki guy, he's average. I'll definitely beat him in the future. The real reason wasn't hard to guess. Asuma liked Kurenai. He'd liked her since the day she entered the academy, but Kurenai didn't like him. She liked Shiki. Everyone knew that. So every time Asuma saw Shiki, he felt irritated. Every time Kurenai talked about Shiki, he felt even more irritated. Huh? You? Comparing yourself to Lord Shiki. Anko said without mercy, voice dripping with disgust. Kurenai was gentle, she wouldn't say it. But Anko talked like Naruto would 10 years later, loud, blunt, and allergic to tact. The fact Asuma was the Hokage's son didn't matter to her at all. That you're not the Hokage, that you're just his brat. You. Asuma jabbed a shaking finger at her, furious, face red. But the worst part wasn't Anko. It was Kurenai's expression. She was looking at him the way she'd look at a boring rock, disgusted, uninterested. That crushed him more than anyone else could. Seeing that, Asuma's childish pride snapped. Anko didn't stop. She leaned forward, eyes sharp. What's the point yelling at us? If you have guts, go say it to Lord Shiki's face. Repeat everything. I dare you. You. Asuma froze. Yeah, right. He wasn't stupid. Even if Shiki didn't kill him, Tsunade would. So Asuma did what every stubborn kid does when cornered. He deflected. You just wait. I'm still a kid now. I'll surpass him one day. I'm from the Sarutobi clan. The classroom went silent. Everyone knew what Sarutobi clan really meant. He meant the Hokage. Kurenai panicked. Asuma, before she could explain, Anko cut her off. Go on then. Go cry to Hokage-sama. Just go. Get out. Fine. Asuma stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Kurenai star. Ed helplessly. This entire mess, did she just cause trouble for Shiki? Anko sighed and waved her hand. Relax. Lord Shiki's stronger than everyone in this school combined. And Tsunade-sama's backing him, Hokage or not, nobody's touching them. Kurenai finally breathed again. Is that true? Of course. Anko leaned forward, eyes sparkling. Now tell me, what kind of person is Lord Shiki really like? Kurenai froze. Here it comes. The last time Anko met Shiki, she hardly talked to him before Kurenai dragged her away. Kurenai laughed softly. Shiki and I is very gentle. Most saw Shiki as arrogant or wild, but Kurenai knew the truth. He was only harsh to enemies. To his own people, he was warm. Details? Give me details. Kurenai giggled despite herself. Then she began telling stories. Her first meeting with Shiki, how he protected her, how he taught her simple ninjutsu, how he scolded her when she cried. She didn't notice Anko's eyes shining brighter with each word. Meanwhile, Hokage Office Hiruzen Sarutobi, enjoying a rare peaceful moment, puffed on his pipe and watched his crystal ball glow. At my age one must stay youthful, he muttered proudly. Bm. The office door exploded inward. Old man. Hiruzen jumped, hiding the crystal ball like he'd been caught watching something embarrassing. Asuma? He rubbed his temples. Of all his children, Asuma gave him the biggest headaches. Rebellious, stubborn, temperamental. If only the boy put half his energy into training instead of arguing. You should be in class, Hiruzen said sternly. Why are you here? What's the point of class? Big brother can teach me better. Presumptuous. Hiruzen slapped his desk, making Asuma flinched. He didn't send Asuma to the academy for education, it was for networking. Every child in that class would grow into a clan head jonin, ANBU captain. But Asuma just wanted to fight fate. You have until the count of 3 to explain yourself, Hiruzen warned. Or I will drag you back to class myself. Asuma clenched his fist, face red with shame and anger. If you don't help me, I'm not going back to that stupid school. Hiruzen exhaled slowly. If he weren't my son, fine. He sat down. What do you want me to handle? I want you to send someone to teach Shiki a lesson. Who? Hiruzen blinked. Asuma, repeat that. That golden lion. Shiki. Teach him a lesson. Hiruzen stared at his son long hard, then he quietly wondered, is my son brain damaged? Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Asuma looked deadly serious as he repeated himself. Hiruzen stared at him for a long, painful moment. Do you even know who Shiki is? Of course I know. Asuma said, chin up. He's that golden lion guy. The one who beat the one-tail. Hiruzen just blinked. You know, he said slowly, and you still want me to send someone to teach him a lesson? Are you trying to kill me? Asuma didn't hesitate. If it's really that hard, old man, then you do it. You can beat him, right? Hiruzen stared into the void for a full 5 seconds. Admit he couldn't beat Shiki, in front of his son? Never did. He exhaled sharply. Explain. Why do you want trouble with Shiki? If it's truly his fault, then as Hokage I'll step in. So tell me everything. Asuma immediately launched into the entire story from the classroom, the jealousy, the argument with Anko, Kurenai preferring Shiki, everything. When he finished, the Hokage's office fell silent. Hiruzen looked at him like he was staring at a failed exam paper. Asuma squirmed. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Get out. Huh, I said get out. Hiruzen slammed his hand on the desk. You wanted me to attack Konoha's war hero because you're jealous? I ought to beat. Old man. You, out, Asuma shouted, I hate you. Then stormed out of the office. Hiruzen sagged into his chair, massaging his temples. If this weren't my son, I swear, even if he wanted to pick a fight with Shiki with this reason, he'd choke to death from embarrassment before he even issued the order. I'll ask Shinnosuke to straighten him out later. At least one of his children had a functioning brain. Later, Konoha's negotiation rumors, have you heard? Negotiation results with Sunagakure came out. What compensation did they give? None. Tsunade stopped walking. Shiki raised an eyebrow. Konoha had sent an entire army to crush Suna, defeated their Jinchuriki, forced their surrender, and the elders came back with nothing, not even a token tribute. Shiki snorted. Classic Konoha leadership. Talking big, accomplishing nothing. He remembered the future clearly. During the Third Ninja War and even during Orochimaru's invasion, Konoha and Suna were allies. Fat lot of good it did. Alliance agreements were only useful until one side decided they weren't. Tsunade's temper ignited instantly. Those bastards. Then what were we fighting for? Why did our people die? Fortunately, no one else was nearby. Anyone seeing Tsunade this furious would have run for their lives. Apparently Koharu and Hamura handled the delegation, Shiki said lightly. Tsunade's fists tightened. Those fossils. Why did Grandpa ever let Sarutobi become Hokage? If I become Hokage, every one of those parasites is getting kicked out. At least her priorities were clear. Shiki chuckled softly. When Tsunade begged, eyes sharp and earnest, Shiki, help me. Shiki tapped her forehead gently. Haven't I been helping you this entire time? Tsunade nodded, cheeks pink. He continued, voice serious. Train. Reach true Kage level before the next great ninja war. After that war, I'll make sure you're the 5th Hokage. Tsunade blinked. Another war already? The second just ended, but she didn't question him, she believed him. Okay. I'll train as hard as I can. That evening, Kurenai returned home. Shiki and I. When Kurenai came back from school that evening, Shiki had already finished training. He smiled as she ran over. You come here every day. Your father's probably planning my funeral. Kurenai drooped. Shiki and I, usually she joked, but today her face was downcast. Shiki frowned slightly. What happened? Chapter 34. Chapter 34 For Kurenai, Shiki was genuinely protective that if anyone dared to bully her, Odo and Kagurashi would taste blood. Simple as that. It's like this, Kurenai lowered her head and quietly retold Eve. Everything that happened at the academy. When she finished, Shiki didn't even blink. That brat Asuma? That wasn't worth a frown, but Kurenai still looked anxious. Shiki and I, did I cause trouble for you? What trouble? Shiki waved her worry away with a calm smile. Don't talk like that. Forget Asuma, even if Hiruzen himself came knocking I wouldn't care. As if he would fear Sarutobi Hiruzen, and thinking back to what Kurenai described about Asuma, idiotic jealousy, childish provocation, Shiki hummed lightly that I should find a chance to teach that brat a lesson. Maybe accidentally break something important. Of course, he wasn't planning to make open enemies of Hiruzen yet so Asuma would need to be handled. Smartly, Kurenai still looked uncertain. Is it really okay? Of course it's okay. Shiki flicked her forehead gently. Who do you think I am? I'm the Golden Lion. That confident grin washed away the last of her anxiety. Great. Kurenai finally exhaled in relief. The guilt weighing on her since morning melted away. Shiki tapped her shoulder lightly. Enough about that. Dinner's ready. Eh? Shiki and I cooked? Kurenai's eyes sparkled with genuine surprise. Shiki chuckled. Come on. Here I come. A month later, Konoha. It had been over a month since the Second Ninja War ended and classes restarted. Kurenai had been busy with school. Tsunade had locked herself in training, borderline obsessive, which left Shiki slightly bored. It's so dull. That woman actually shut herself away just because I told her to train seriously. He sighed while walking down the street that he did tell Tsunade to focus on her strength, that he did not expect her to dive into closed-door training like a maniac. He even visited her twice. The progress was monstrous. Descendant of the first Hokage indeed. In 1 month her improvement was absurd. Kage level was now just a half step away. Good? Yes, but without Tsunade constantly talking, complaining, dragging him around, life suddenly felt too quiet. Lord Shiki. People still greeted him sometimes, but the explosive fame from defeating Shikaku had cooled. Shiki didn't mind at all. He preferred peace. After wandering aimlessly a while longer, he stretched. Forget it. I'll go he stopped, his senses sharpened instantly. A gaze, focused. Hidden. Intentional, found you, someone was watching him, and they weren't subtle. A slow smile curled on Shiki's lips. Well, looks like today won't be boring after all. He casually changed direction, heading toward the northern training grounds, an area full of forest and empty clearings. Not far behind him, a masked figure in dark ANBU-style gear lurked in the shadows. He noticed me? Shiki's sudden detour made the ninja stiffen. Then the pursuer gritted his teeth and followed. Good. If Shiki stayed in public, the ninja might never find an opening. Through his observation haki, Shiki could hear every thought flickering behind that mask. He walked 10 minutes deeper into the northern woods. Then he stopped, turned, and stared directly into a patch of trees. The hidden ninja froze. So you really found me? The cold silence, combined with Shiki's relaxed posture, made the ninja's jaw clench. That look, calm, amused, almost mocking, as if Shiki was watching a clown try to dance. Anger flashed, hands blurred. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. The ground split and a stream of hardened earth shot toward Shiki. Shiki tilted his head slightly. The attack crashed past him, missing completely. So fast. The ninja gritted his teeth, immediately weaving more seals. Earth-style, Earth Flow River. A rushing flood of earth and stone surged toward Shiki. Shiki didn't even move. Ground roll. A rock wall erupted upward beside him, effortlessly blocking the rushing torrent. The earth-using ninja landed on a branch, staring wide-eyed. When did he weave signs? He hadn't. This was the power of the float fruit, manipulating the earth beneath him with a thought. Shiki rested a hand casually on his hip. You're Sarutobi Shinosuke. The ninja stiffened. You recognized me? He removed his mask, revealing the eldest son of Hiruzen and older brother of Asuma. Shinosuke frowned. How did you know? In Konoha, plenty of people know Earth style, but very few use it as smoothly as you. Shiki said it casually, as if reciting the weather. I see. Shinosuke put the mask away, expression sharpening. Well, whatever. I'm only here to give you a little lesson anyway. He smiled. Shiki smiled back, but his eyes carried something far colder. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. There's no need to be so surprised, Shiki said lazily. Even if you came straight from the Hokage's house, your identity doesn't matter to me. Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyebrow twitched. Is that so? You seem awfully confident. Confident? Shiki almost laughed. Then should he panic? Why would he panic? The sheer stupidity of that question nearly made him smile. Shinosuke continued coldly. I know your reputation, Shiki. Your dual blade style is impressive, but today you're not carrying your swords. True, Shiki rarely brought blades when wandering around the village, and today he carried nothing. That was why Shinosuke thought he had the advantage. That it was adorable. Flashback. Asuma's stupidity. A few days ago, Asuma had run crying to his older brother. Shinosuke had been speechless at the kid's whining, but he was still his younger brother, so here he was, to teach Shiki a lesson. Don't worry, Shinosuke said, righteous and stupid. I'll beat you up a little. I won't kill you. Shiki's expression didn't change. If anything, he looked even more amused. The Sarutobi boys really are something else, he muttered softly. First the brat. Now the genius big brother. You two really stand on the same foundation of overconfidence. Without your blades, what exactly are you? He still hadn't seen Shiki's true strength, only rumors, and Shinosuke was a recognized genius of Konoha, an elite jonin. To him, Shiki without his swords was nothing special. Earth style, split earth turn. The ground cracked open, jagged lines racing toward Shiki. Shiki whispered, ground roll. The earth stopped instantly, freezing mid-rupture as if obeying him. The forest returned to silence. Kekii Genkai? Shinosuke frowned. It was the same earlier. No hand signs, no chakra B. Yelled up, just instant manipulation. Shiki's lips curved slightly. With your level of insight, even if I explained it, you wouldn't understand. You. Insulted, Shinosuke clenched his jaw. Originally, I only planned to give you a warning, but now, his eyes sharpened. I'll break one of your arms. He scoffed. Let's see you use dual sword style after that. Body flicker. He vanished, leaves scattering in his wake. Shiki didn't bother to move. Didn't even shift his stance. Through his observation haki, Shiki heard every movement, every breath, every flick of muscle. Shuriken burst from the shadows, sharp, spinning fast. Swoosh! 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 Shiki raised his arm casually. Clang! 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 Metal rang against something harder, sparks flying as the shuriken bounced off. Shinosuke froze behind the trees. Nanny? Blocking shuriken with bare skin impossible, but Shiki's arm was wrapped in pitch-black armament haki. Shiki lowered his arm slowly, eyes fixed on Shinosuke's hiding spot. He smiled, and Shinosuke's instincts screamed, danger, danger. Danger. The air around Shiki felt wrong, predatory, oppressive, heavy. Before Shinosuke could reposition, Shiki's voice echoed, ground roll. Boom! The forest floor cracked open. A stone dragon burst upward, roaring, tearing through the earth, lunging straight toward Shinosuke. Damn! He flickered away. The dragon followed instantly. Every time he moved, the dragon turned with him. It wasn't failing to catch him. It was playing with him. Impossible! He was a genius, an elite jonin, and he was being toyed with like a training dummy. Shinosuke counterattacked on instinct. Earth Dragon Bullet. Splitting the ground, firing hardened soil like artillery, aiming directly at the unmoving Shiki. Still, Shiki didn't move. A stone wall shot up from beneath his feet, blocking every projectile. Shinosuke clenched his teeth. What is this Kekii Genkai? Control over Earth? Enhanced chakra manipulation? No, something else. Something he couldn't classify. The stone wall sank back into the ground. Shiki's smile faded, replaced by something cold. You're running out of tricks. Even if I can't beat you quickly, you aren't going to take me down either. Shinosuke tried to regain confidence, then Shiki vanished. One moment there, gone the next. This, boom. A fist slammed into Shinosuke's ribs, throwing him across the forest floor. He gasped, collapsing onto the dirt. He barely lifted his head before, thud. Shiki landed beside him and planted his foot on Shinosuke's skull, grinding him back into the earth. You! Shinosuke reached to grab Shiki's ankle, SWHIP. A stone spike shot from the ground at Shiki's hand gesture, stabbing through Shinosuke's wrist and nailing it to the dirt. Ack! Pain shot up his arm, blood splattering onto the soil. But pain wasn't the worst part. It was disbelief. It was humiliation. It was the crushing reality that he never stood a chance. I'm the Hokage's son. Shinosuke's voice trembled between pain and fury. How dare you do this to me? Shiki crouched down, staring directly into his widened, desperate eyes. His voice was calm, almost gentle. You thought being the Hokage's son would protect you? He tilted his head. That's adorable. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Swoosh. Another stone thorn shot out of the ground the moment Shiki beckoned. It spun once in the air, then dropped neatly into his hand. He pointed it straight at Sarutobi Shinosuke, still pinned under his foot. You! Shinosuke opened his mouth, ready to roar in anger. The words died instantly in his throat, because he finally saw Shiki's eyes clearly, that coldness, that arrogance, that absolute effortless dominance. He would die. If Shiki wanted, he would die here. Right now. Shinosuke's heart froze. Wait. Wait. I'm the Hokage's son. My father is the third Hokage. Shinosuke shouted desperately. He didn't want to die. He was a genius. An elite jonin at his age. He had a future, a path, a destiny. He couldn't die here. Oh. Shiki raised an eyebrow. Some of the killing aura faded, though the stone thorn remained casually in his grip. Shinosuke exhaled sharply, relief flooding him. He didn't feel ashamed for begging. A ninja's pride meant nothing if it kept you alive. Shiki, listen, you're Konoha's hero. You have a bright future. Killing me would be unwise. Very unwise. His tone softened, but behind his forced calm, hatred was already taking root. He would remember this humiliation. He would repay it. One day. Well, you're not wrong. Shiki shifted his weight, still stepping on Shinosuke's head, but now smiling. Shinosuke relaxed further. At least he would live. Then Shiki continued, but you came all the way here to cause trouble for me. If I just let you walk away, wouldn't that make me look bad? Shinosuke almost fainted. Your face or my life, which one is more important? Why did he come here? Why did he let Asuma influence him? Why did he pick a fight with a damn monster? Cutting through a tailed beast bomb with a sword, that wasn't exaggerated. It was real, and now he understood what kind of creature he had provoked. Shiki noticed the panic in his eyes and smiled lightly. Relax. I won't kill you. I swear I won't trouble you ever again. Shinosuke's vow felt like pure air, useless and meaningless. Shiki didn't care. Right. I said I won't kill you. He lifted the stone thorn slightly. But, without warning, the stone blade sliced cleanly. Shinosuke didn't even see it, only realized it when blood sprayed the ground. His arm, the one pinned by the previous stone spike, fell away completely. Aya! His scream echoed across the forest. Shiki didn't even look at the severed limb. Retracting his foot from Shinosuke's head, he spoke calmly. All right. You can crawl away now. Shinosuke trembled, forcing himself up with his remaining arm. His eyes were trembling with rage, hatred, disbelief. He was a ninja, and now he had lost an arm. One-handed hand seals. Even if they existed, mastering them would take years, and he wasn't even sure he could. His future as a shinobi shattered. You! He wanted to curse, to threaten, to shout, but Shiki turned his head slightly and said, If you don't leave right now, I'll take your other arm too. Shinosuke's eyes reddened, veins throbbed. Bed across his forehead. Without a single word more, he turned and fled. His retreating silhouette disappeared among the trees. Silence returned to the clearing. Shiki waved his hand lightly, letting the earth settle back into place. As if nothing had happened, he had deliberately let Shinosuke live. Because Shinosuke himself wasn't the point. Sarutobi Hiruzen was. Shinosuke was just the test. Would the old Hokage swallow this? Would he try to fight back? Would he dare to confront Shiki while Tsunade was on the verge of becoming a true Kage-level powerhouse? Shiki licked his teeth and smiled. Well, what a pleasant surprise. After a month of boredom, something interesting had finally happened. Without looking back, Shiki stepped into the forest and vanished. Sarutobi residence, Knight Sarutobi Shinosuke staggered through the door. Shinosuke! Biwako's face drained of all color. Her son stood there covered in blood and missing an arm. Shinosuke! What? Before he could even respond, dizziness overwhelmed him. His vision blurred and he collapsed to the floor. Someone! Call the medic Nin. Hurry! Later, inside the Sarutobi house, the atmosphere was suffocating. Hiruzen, Biwako, Shinosuke, pale and bandaged, Asuma, trembling in the corner. Even after treatment, Shinosuke was weak and gray-faced. Hiruzen's voice was flat as he stared at Asuma. So, this all started because of you. Asuma opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The moment he returned home and saw his brother's condition, he nearly fainted. Knowing Shiki did it because of him, Asuma didn't even dare breathe loudly. Hiruzen. Only Bawako dared call the Hokage by name. If you're angry, then be angry at the one who cut off our son's arm. Why scold Asuma? Our son has lost an arm. Hiruzen slammed his pipe down. Do you think I wouldn't punish him if he struck first? Even if he's the golden lion, if he attacked first, I would deal with him myself. But what? You're the Hokage. That's exactly the problem, because I am Hokage. I cannot act on personal anger. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. The Sarutobi household fell into silence. Hiruzen's words had crushed any further argument. He was still the benevolent Hokage, bound by reputation and duty, and that alone limited how far he could act publicly. But privately, Sarutobi Shinosuke was the one at fault, and Hiruzen would not forget that his son had returned home missing an arm, even if I cannot strike openly. There are other ways. A shadow flickered over Hiruzen's expression. Fear of Shiki's strength didn't matter. His son's arm had been severed. That debt had to be repaid. Asuma. His voice was calm, almost too calm. Inin. Asuma jumped like he'd been shocked. The trembling in his shoulders made Hiruzen's disappointment deepen. You caused the trouble. That I did not blame you for that. You're a child and you're my son. But you caused trouble and didn't have the courage to stand by it. That was what angered Hiruzen the most. From today onward, you will not attend the ninja academy. You will train at home. Asuma's eyes widened. If he stayed home, he wouldn't see Kurenai anymore. He opened his mouth to protest, but the moment he met Hiruzen's gaze, all sound died. He lowered his head and nodded silently. Hiruzen no longer wasted attention on him. He stepped toward Shinosuke, his eldest, his pride. Now missing an arm. Hiruzen's hand rested lightly on Shinosuke's shoulder. Don't worry. Leave this to me. Shinosuke nodded weakly. His heart burned with hatred for Shiki, and as Hokage, Hiruzen's action would surely crush that arrogant swordsman. Next morning, Hokage office. Hiruzen walked inside, only to have the door slam open behind him. Shimura Danzo strutted in, cane tapping the floor. Yo, Hiruzen. I heard your son's arm got cut off. Hiruzen did not look surprised. Danzo knew. Root always knew. But the grin on Danzo's face made his eyelid twitch. My son lost his arm and you're smiling. If Danzo heard his thoughts, he'd probably answer honestly, yes. I am happy. Shinosuke was a threat to Danzo's Hokage ambitions. Now the boy's elite nin future was crippled. Danzo cleared his throat when he noticed Hiruzen's stare. Ahem. Anyway, what are you planning regarding Shiki? Danzo was absolutely grateful Shiki had crippled Shinosuke, but gratitude didn't mean he wouldn't exploit the situation. You've noticed, haven't you? Shiki's popularity is fading. Danzo sneered. Civilians forget heroes quickly. Hiruzen's voice was steady. How prepared are you? In the past, he hesitated at the idea of eliminating Shiki. Not anymore. This time the question came directly. Danzo's lips curled into a pleased smile. More than ready. Once Shiki is back in the village's hands, the tongue curse seal will make him a perfect weapon. Danzo didn't care about making Shiki a hero. He wanted Shiki as a tool. Hiruzen nodded once. In a few days, I'll assign Shiki a special solo mission outside the village. Once he leaves the gates, Root will handle the rest. Excellent. Danzo could barely contain his excitement. Once Hiruzen gave the go-ahead, Danzo left immediately to prepare his ambush force. He walked through the corridors with such a radiant smile that villagers would think he'd just won the lottery. It seems I will need to visit Tsunade. Shiki's fate was sealed in Hiruzen's mind. He no longer cared about that. What mattered now was his eldest son. An arm is everything to a ninja, and only one person in the world could repair such an injury, Senju Tsunade. Without hesitation, Hiruzen left the office. Meanwhile, Shiki knew none of this. Not that it would matter even if he did. He stood in the vast Senju clan grounds, watching Tsunade train. Cleave. A golden slash of sword aura split the air of the training field. Take this. Tsunade dropped from the sky, her body wrapped in vibrant emerald chakra. Boom! Her heel smashed into the earth, annihilating the entire training ground in one blow. Swoosh! Shiki appeared beside the wreckage, smiling lightly. Tsunade landed next to him instantly, breathing hard but proud. Shiki nodded. Congratulations, Tsunade, you've successfully reached true Kage level. He had expected her to take a little more time, but she'd pushed through faster than he anticipated. And on her forehead, the completed strength of 100 seal glowed like a purple diamond. Hee. Tsunade twirled her fists in the air happily. It's too boring training non-stop. Finally done. I deserve a few rounds of gambling after this. Gambling, that would never leave her, but the entire time she spoke, her eyes never left Shiki. She hadn't worked this hard to become Hokage. She worked this hard because she didn't want to fall too far behind him. Shiki saw that clearly and smiled gently. He raised his hand toward the destroyed training ground. Ground roll. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Boom. Rumble. Cracks tore through the training field as the ground shifted and moved like a living creature. All the shattered earth and broken stone flowed back into place, repairing themselves one after another until the destroyed field returned to perfect condition. Tsunade crossed her arms, watching with amused disbelief. Your ability, no matter how many times I see it, it still feels unfair. Shiki never bothered hiding the power of the Fuwa no Mi fruit from her. Eventually she'd see it in battle anyway. Let's go. With a casual wave, Shiki turned and walked with Tsunade back toward her clan estate. Compared to his modest home, the Senju grounds were practically a mansion. Wide stone paths, multiple courtyards, and enough space to train an entire platoon. Tsunade shrugged. Your place feels a bit empty, but mine is too big. If you wanted, you could just live here. Her tone was light, but her eyes waited for his answer. Shiki shook his head. I'm used to my own house. All right. A tiny flash of disappointment crossed her face, but it faded quickly. A small smile tugged at her lips. Then I'll just live with you instead. Shiki laughed. They relaxed on the veranda, chatting about everything Tsunade had missed during her intense training. So you really chopped off Shinnosuke's arm? Her eyebrow arched. Of course she knew who Sarutobi Shinnosuke was, the third Hokage's prized heir, groomed since childhood. Tsunade clicked her tongue. And you didn't call me? I would have helped you take the other arm too. Her grin was far too bright for someone discussing amputation. Shiki reached out and flicked her forehead lightly, the same gesture Itachi would one day use on Sasuke. You want to be Hokage someday. Leave this kind of thing to me. Tsunade's cheeks warmed, a pleased smile curling on her lips. Heh. Shinnosuke's arm gone, the old man must be losing his mind. Probably, Shiki said. And if I'm guessing right, they'll come after me next. Tsunade slammed her fist on the table. Then let them. With the two of us together, we'll break those fossils. Shiki was about to answer, but his eyes sharpened. He sensed someone approaching. He tapped the seat beside him. Sit. Tsunade looked confused, but obeyed. A moment later, the Hokage himself stepped into the courtyard. Tsunade. You! Hiruzen froze mid-sentence. His eyes landed on Shiki. For a split second, cold killing intent flickered, then vanished behind a friendly smile. Oh. Shiki. I didn't expect you to be here. Old fox. Both Shiki and Tsunade thought the same thing instantly. The man was pretending they weren't seconds away from being opponents. Shiki gave a lazy shrug. I'm just here to check on Tsunade's progress. Tsunade's progress? Hiruzen blinked in confusion, then his expression snapped. Tsunade, your strength has increased. Her newly awakened chakra reserves weren't exactly subtle. His jaw dropped. Tsunade crossed her arms and tilted her chin proudly. Yup. Shiki's been my sparring partner. So it went faster. Hiruzen forced a smile, the skin around his eyes twitching. Ha ha, as expected of my student. Impressive. Truly impressive. Tsunade stared at him flatly. He hadn't taught her anything since becoming Hokage. Her strength came from her clan and her own talent, not him. Hiruzen coughed awkwardly and changed the subject. Actually, I came to ask for your help, Tsunade. There's someone who needs treatment. Oh? What kind? Tsunade waved her hand casually. As long as it wasn't politics, she didn't care. Hiruzen hesitated, then spoke. I need you to reattach an arm. Isn't that? Tsunade stopped mid-sentence. For anyone else, this would be nearly impossible, but for her, it was simple, absolutely simple. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. The moment Hiruzen said the word arm, Tsunade froze. Her smile vanished. She stared at him for a long, silent second. then slowly turned her head toward Shiki. Shiki sat there calmly, sipping tea like this had nothing to do with him. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched if Hiruzen came personally to request arm reattachment, and that arm belonged to someone who had recently lost it. There was only one answer. Shinosuke. Her eyes narrowed. Hiruzen didn't notice a thing that he stood there anxiously still. Waiting. So, he urged. Tsunade? Can you treat him? Tsunade let out a deep, slow breath, then cleared her throat and put on the fakest professional expression imaginable. Ahem. Sarutobi-sensei, I've just had an increase in my strength. I need, I don't know, a year and a half to stabilize my chakra before I attempt something like reattaching a limb. Hiruzen blinked. You think I'm an idiot? Even Tsunade almost laughed at how ridiculous the excuse sounded, but her face stayed perfectly serious. She crossed her arms. Anyway, I'm not available. You should go ask the deputy chief of the medical corps. She's decent. Hiruzen stared. I seem to recall you are the medical chief of Konoha. So? Delegation is a skill. Hiruzen's eyelid twitched. This wasn't delegation. This was go away. And then it clicked. He glanced very discreetly toward Shiki. Of course, Shinosuke had lost his arm because of this man. Shiki must have already told Tsunade everything. That explained the sudden stone wall of refusal. Hiruzen's face stiffened. Still, he pressed the anger down. Two Kage-level monsters sat in front of him. He forced a smile. I see. If you need time to adjust your strength, then I won't disturb you. He stood up. Shiki and Tsunade watched him move toward the door with the grace of a pensioner pretending he didn't want to strangle someone. As soon as Hiruzen stepped outside, PFFFFFT, ha 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 ha. Tsunade burst out laughing so loud the windows rattled. It wasn't even subtle. It was the kind of laugh meant to be heard. Hiruzen's body froze outside the doorway, his face darkened like storm clouds gathering. She did that on purpose. She's gotten worse because of Shiki, he thought angrily. Shiki is corrupting her and endangering Konoha. His fury shifted, hardening. Shiki must die first. Tsunade could be dealt with later. Without another word, Hiruzen disappeared in body flicker. Tsunade was still giggling when she dropped onto the floor. Ha! Did you see his face? He looked like he swallowed a living toad. Shiki smirked. It seems Hiruzen hates you now. He can hate all he wants. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. The old man's still Hokage, but I'm not scared of him. Let him glare. She stretched, cracking her knuckles. And honestly? Shinosuke is useless. One elite jonin from their family losing an arm? Boo-hoo. Her tone sharpened. My Senju clan was wiped out. Compared to that, one brat missing a limb is nothing. She leaned back with a cruel smirk. If he wants to remember grudges, he's free to try. Shiki chuckled. Hiruzen, furious yet helpless, stormed toward the medical department. His mood worsened when every medic gave the same answer. Sorry, Hokage-sama, we are not Senju Tsunade. Even the best of them couldn't restore an arm, only Tsunade could. But Tsunade had slammed the door in his face. Hiruzen clenched his teeth. Outside, Shinosuke waited in front of the building, pale and anxious. Daddy. One look at Hiruzen's expression and he knew, his arm wasn't coming back. Hiruzen put a hand on Shinosuke's shoulder. Don't worry. I'll teach you one-handed seals myself. Konoha has good sealing techniques. Shinosuke nodded weakly, but he knew what this meant. His future had been shattered, and the one who shattered it was Shiki. Hiruzen looked toward the direction of Tsunade's home. Shiki, this won't end here. A few days passed quietly. On this particular morning, Shiki was in the courtyard going through his daily training routine, smooth, controlled swings of Oto and Kagurashi slicing through the air. Off to the side, Tsunade and Kurenai sat on the veranda, chins propped on their hands both. Watching him with identical blinking eyes. Two women. One man. One very dangerous love triangle. Just then a masked ANBU appeared in the courtyard with a sharp flicker of movement. Lord Shiki. Tsunade-sama. Even though Shiki and Tsunade weren't technically part of the Hokage's chain of command, the ANBU still bowed deeply. Strength earned respect and fear. Tsunade, Shiki said without looking back, still in mid-swing. Go take it. Tsunade immediately understood. After so long together, she didn't need explanations. She walked straight toward the ANBU, expression cool. Give it here. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. The ANBU was still holding the scroll, clearly meant for Shiki. The ANBU hesitated, glancing between them. Hokage-sama ordered me to hand this mission scroll to Lord Shiki personally. Tsunade went silent for a moment, then she smiled, the kind of smile that made even elite jonin sweat. Shiki's busy right now. Give it to me. The ANBU braced himself. Forgive me, Tsunade-sama, but these are Hokage's direct orders. I can't disobey. Tsunade's smile changed instantly. If you don't hand it over, her chakra flared just enough to rattle the tiles under them. I will punch you down. Understand? The ANBU froze. Even with a mask on, the fear was obvious. Cold sweat rolled down the side of his face. You understood. Why, yes. Right away. He practically shoved the scroll into her hands. Tsunade waved him off like a bug, and the ANBU vanished in a flash, clearly terrified of being in the same courtyard as these two monsters for even a second longer. Tsunade returned to the veranda and sat down. A moment later, Shiki approached, drying the sweat from his training. What happened? Tsunade passed him the scroll, her tone dropping. They're making their move. This mission sends you outside the village alone. No escort. No backup. Her eyes narrowed. They're planning an ambush. Shiki skimmed the scroll, then tossed it aside like junk mail. As expected. He reached out and gently brushed his thumb between her brows, fixing the frown forming there. Don't worry. Even if Hiruzen and Danzo come together, they're not enough. Tsunade met his eyes, the concern still there but softened by trust. I just don't want anything happening to you. Off to the side, Kurenai shifted awkwardly. Watching the two of them staring at each other felt way too intimate. She cleared her throat. Shiki and if this mission is that dangerous, you could refuse it. Shiki laughed lightly. If I run, it tells them I'm afraid. He shook his head. And I want to see exactly how they plan to try. Tsunade stepped forward. Then I'm going with you. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't puff her chest, just simple determination, the way Naruto-era Tsunade always spoke when she'd already made up her mind. No need. Shiki looked Tsunade straight in the eyes, his voice steady. Stay in Konoha. Watch carefully, your man is going to stand above the clouds, no one out there can touch me. Tsunade stared at his eyes. Then exhaled quietly through her nose, a tiny smirk tugging at her lips. Shiki left the village soon after, carrying Oto and Kagurashi at his waist as he strode out through the main gate. Shiki! Kurenai called after him, her voice tight with worry. She didn't try to stop him, she just stood there, hands clenched, hoping he'd turn around. Tsunade placed a hand on her shoulder. Relax. He's my man and he won't lose to some dirty rat. Kurenai nodded hard, then blinked, realizing what Tsunade had just implied. Hold on, what do you mean your man? Shiki's future wife is obviously going to be me. Tsunade paused, then sighed and rolled her eyes. She didn't even fight back, she simply turned and headed inside. Arguing with this kid would be a waste of chakra. Meanwhile, deep beneath Konoha, dozens of root operatives gathered silently. The moment he leaves the village we move, Danzo ordered. Now go. In an instant, 50 masked figures vanished into the forest like ghosts. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen received the report. Hokage-sama, an ANBU said, kneeling, Shiki has left the village. Danzo's forces are moving as planned. Hiruzen didn't hesitate. Good. When the fighting starts, you will not interfere. No matter the noise. Understood? Yes, Hokage-sama. The ANBU vanished. Hiruzen remained alone in the office, staring out toward the Hokage monument. His eyes were cold. Geniuses who refuse to be controlled have no place in Konoha. His tone never wavered. Everything I do is for the village. Outside Konoha, Forest Path Shiki stopped by the riverbank and scanned the surroundings with observation haki. No one nearby. He held the mission scroll loosely between two fingers. So the ambush point is ahead. Typical. With a flick, he slid the scroll away and continued deeper into the forest. At the gate, two Chunin had barely seen him pass. Was that Lord Shiki? I didn't even see him move. They had no idea the village's power struggle was already underway. Shiki reached a clearing, quiet, peaceful, the river gliding past like glass. He admired it for a moment, then spoke loudly without turning. Well? Since you're all here already, come out. Isn't that right, Danzo? Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed through the trees. Danzo stepped out from the shadows, flanked by two rude operatives. You truly live up to the golden lion. That perception of yours is troublesome. But Shiki wasn't focused on Danzo alone. His haki felt them clearly, more than 50 root shinobi circling the forest, 20 of them radiating elite Jonin chakra. Shiki smiled faintly. So this is the welcoming party. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. With numbers that large, it was obvious. Danzo had practically emptied the entire root base just to deal with him. Shiki let out a quiet breath. So that's how it is, huh? He raised the mission scroll between two fingers. Funny. Hokage-sama sent me here to investigate enemy activity. His eyes shifted to Danzo with a mocking tilt of his head. And look at that, the only enemy ninja here is you. Danzo didn't even flinch. You're a smart boy, he said calmly. You should already know why I'm here. There was a confidence in Danzo's eyes, the kind of confidence a man only had when he believed he had already won. I'll keep this simple. Danzo lifted his chin. Join Root. With your strength. I will make you my right hand. It was a tempting position for any shinobi, second only to Danzo with authority over thousands. Shiki just stared at him for a moment. Then he started laughing. A straight up, are you serious? Laugh. Danzo's face darkened. What's funny? Shiki stopped laughing, tilted his head and spoke with a soft, almost pitying tone. Danzo, tell me. Do lions make alliances with mice? Danzo froze. You compare me to a mouse? He didn't get an answer, only the sound of steel sliding from a sheath as Shiki placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. Danzo's jaw clenched. Enough. Surround him. Root shinobi flickered into view from every angle, masks, blades, chakra signatures numbering over 50 strong. They closed in until Shiki's escape routes vanished completely. You'll be given one more chance, Danzo said coldly. Join Root. Shiki sighed. So much talking just to say you want to kill me. The last inch of his sword slid free, gleaming with cold gold light. Do it. Danzo's eyes sharpened. Seal him. When I carve the binding tongue curse into you, even a lion will kneel. Root shinobi lunged forward at once, blades flashing, chakra flaring. Lion Fang. Slice. A single stroke. A single golden wave. The fastest root ninja didn't even have time to scream. Another sword slid free next, the twin blades humming as Shiki's aura spiked, his presence swelling like a beast waking from slumber. Let's see what Konoha's secret force really amounts to. His feet shifted. Lion style, Beast King slash. A massive lion-shaped shockwave burst forward, tearing through the ground. Root immediately responded. Earth release, Earth-style rampart. A wall erupted, reinforced by multiple Earth users merging their chakras. But Shiki's slash carved through it like it was made of paper. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. Fire release, Dragon Flame Bomb. Dozens of wind users and dozens of fire users unleashed their techniques at once. A combined inferno roared across the battlefield, so dense it distorted the air. The flames swallowed Shiki whole. Danzo smirked. Humph. Even monsters die when the numbers are high enough. The second Hokage fell the same way. But the ground under Shiki began bulging, forming a sphere of earth plated in shimmering black. Armed haki coated every layer. The inferno faded. Shiki stood there unburnt, unharmed. He brushed dust off his shoulder. Sorry, you'll need something bigger. A pulse of invisible pressure rippled outward. Boom. Conqueror's haki exploded across the battlefield. A wave of raw will so heavy that even Danzo staggered. How? Root shinobi froze mid-motion, their bodies refusing to obey. Shiki lifted both blades. Lion style, Thousand Cuts Valley. Golden arcs rained in every direction, carving through trees, earth, and masked shinobi alike. Root operatives fell like leaves in a storm. Lion style, Meteor Slash. Light flashed brighter than fire. Root shinobi were blinded instantly, and then silence. Bodies collapsed. Every root ninja Danzo had brought lay defeated on the ground. Only Danzo remained standing, breath hitched, pupils trembling. This can't be. He looked left. He looked right. All of them, all of his elite gone. My root all gone. The ache in his chest wasn't fear. It was heartbreak. Years of secret funding, illegal experiments, black ops missions, dozens of vaults of stolen resources, all wiped out in minutes. But his grief lasted only a moment. because Shiki turned toward him, and Danzo felt it, the hunter's gaze locking onto him alone. A chill ran down his spine. "This monster," he whispered. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Danzo's confidence shattered instantly. He had expected Shiki to be strong, but to wipe out an entire elite root squad in moments, even Danzo knew he didn't have that kind of power. Run. It was pure instinct, fear kicking harder than logic. Danzo vanished with body flicker, darting into the trees. Earth roll. Shiki didn't chase, he simply waved an arm. The ground surged like a living thing. Hundreds of streams of rock burst upward, twisting and flowing like huge serpents, cutting off every escape route. Pung! 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 Danzo skidded to a stop. The entire forest around him had transformed, the ground warped and reshaped, rock streams writhed through the air like beasts, some even formed jaws and roared at him. What is this technique? Danzo's face went pale, and then a shadow drifted above him. Shiki floated effortlessly in midair. Flying ninjutsu? The flying alone could shock a normal ninja, but the earth itself obeying his will, twisting, rising, attacking, that was something even Danzo could barely process. It wasn't elemental ninjutsu, not Kekkei Genkai, not anything from Konoha's records. He was trapped in a cage of living stone. No escape anywhere. Danzo clenched his teeth. Running was impossible now. Just what are you? He stared at Shiki, who hovered unbothered, hand resting lightly on his sword's hilt. Shiki smiled down at him. Think of it as a Kekkei Genkai. Anything I touch becomes mine to control. Danzo's eyes widened. Contact control? That's absurd. A Kekkei Genkai like that would break the balance of the entire ninja world. No wonder Shiki could fight the One-Tail head-on. With time, someone like him could even challenge the Nine-Tails, and he was still so young. Danzo inhaled sharply. A decision was made in his heart. If this monster grows any further, Konoha will. This is for Konoha, he said quietly. He tucked his hand toward his stomach. Shiki's eyes lowered lazily. Don't bother. Put away that four-symbol seal. Danzo froze, his breath caught. How do you? The reverse four-symbol seal was Root's final taboo. A forbidden jutsu he had stolen from the Uzumaki clan, a suicide seal that would drag everything in a wide radius into his own body, killing both the caster and the target. Not even the third Hokage knew Danzo had it, yet Shiki called it out instantly. Honestly, Danzo, Shiki sighed, even your secret suicide move is predictable. Danzo felt a chill crawl up his spine. Shiki snapped his fingers. Enough. Reset. Boom. Rumble, the warped earth began shifting back, rock streams crumbling and settling, the ground returning to normal as if time rewound itself at Shiki's whim. Danzo watched in dread. Just how much could this boy change with a single gesture? Shiki landed lightly on the restored ground. The scenery's nice, he said calmly. Good place to die, don't you think? Danzo barely took a step before the earth answered Shiki again. Dozens of stone spikes erupted upward in an instant. Too fast for even a Kage-level ninja to counter. Danzo's eyes were still wide in disbelief when the final spike pierced his chest. Even in death, he was staring at Shiki as if still asking, how? Shiki sheathed his blade. Pathetic. A Kage-level ninja, completely helpless before him. Root? Gone, Danzo? Gone. No dramatic announcement. No one left to witness it but the river and trees. Shiki turned away without looking back. He rose into the sky and headed toward the village. Konoha Gate. A soft thud marked his landing. Lord Shiki? The two gate guards blinked, confused. Wasn't he assigned a special mission? Hadn't he left only half a day ago? The mission's finished, Shiki said, tossing the scroll lightly in one hand. I'm heading back. The two Chunin nodded with admiration, completely oblivious. As expected of the Golden Lion. Even special missions end in record time for you. Lord Shiki, do you need to report to Hokage-sama? Shiki paused, his smile widened, a touch too bright. Oh, I'll report to him, he said. Trust me. Hokage-sama will be thrilled. The Chunin simply nodded politely. Of course. Hokage-sama will definitely be happy to hear it. Shiki walked past them with a quiet chuckle. Happy? He might die from shock, but I suppose that's his problem, not mine. And with that, Shiki returned to the village, leaving behind two utterly unaware guards who had no idea what kind of storm was about to hit Konoha. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. The most important thing was that Shiki himself was in a very good mood. Hokage-sama, this is my mission report. Shiki placed the scroll on Hiruzen's desk with a bright smile. Hiruzen took it silently. Something wasn't right. Danzo should have confronted Shiki by now. So why was Shiki standing here, clothes immaculate, not a scratch on him, smiling like he'd just come back from a pleasant stroll? Hiruzen cleared his throat. Ahem. You've worked hard, Shiki. Take a good rest for the next few days. Yes, Hokage-sama. Shiki gave a polite bow, then left the office without lingering. When the door clicked shut, Hiruzen's expression collapsed, his brows furrowed. His jaw tightened. He didn't even bother unsealing the report, because whatever was inside wasn't going to tell him the truth. Ambu. An agent instantly appeared. Hokage-sama. Go. Investigate the mission site Shiki was assigned to. Look at everything. Yes. The ANBU vanished. Hiruzen waited. Minutes dragged until crash.ANBU reappeared, stumbling to one knee. The mask couldn't hide the panic in his voice. Hokage-sama. Hiruzen's stomach dropped. What happened? All dead, Hokage-sama. Danzo-sama, and every root operative with him. Not a single survivor. What? Hiruzen shot to his feet, slamming both hands on his desk. His breath came heavy. For a moment he genuinely felt his heart stop. Explain. Everything you saw. The ANBU swallowed hard and reported everything. Hiruzen listened silently. When the report ended, the office was so quiet the ticking of a distant clock felt deafening. The ANBU remained kneeling, terrified to breathe wrong. Finally, I see. Hiruzen exhaled, aged by several years in a second. Danzo, dead. Root, annihilated. The one man who handled the darkness Hiruzen didn't want to dirty his own hands with, gone, his tool, his friend, the only person who balanced his so-called benevolent image, all wiped out by a single boy. Shiki is truly this strong now? But Hiruzen didn't know the truth, that he didn't know Shiki could restore the land at will. He didn't know the battlefield had been reshaped. All he saw in the ANBU report was this: the ground was untouched. Perfectly smooth. That meant one thing to him: Shiki killed Danzo outright, without even scarring the terrain. That level of precision, that level of dominance, not even he could do that. Leave me. The ANBU vanished with visible relief. Hiruzen slumped into his chair, the room dim and heavy around him. Root was gone. Danzo was gone. Shiki had smiled at him earlier, not as a subordinate, not as a hero, but as someone who knew exactly what he'd done and dared Hiruzen to react. Minato. A sharp flash of golden chakra lit the office. A tall figure with blonde hair and a black mask knelt before him. Hokage-sama. Hiruzen looked at him and for once felt a tiny sliver of comfort. Your flying thunder god has improved again, Minato. Minato, Namikaze, Jiraiya's student, and Hiruzen's own protege in his later years. Someone brilliant, someone obedient, someone he could control. That's all thanks to the guidance Hokage-sama provided, Minato said honestly. Hiruzen smiled faintly. Perfect. A genius who didn't question orders. A prodigy who could counter a monster like Shiki with space-time ninjutsu. Minato, Hiruzen said, voice firm but fatherly. I have a mission for you. Please give your instruction, Hokage-sama. Monitor Shiki. Every movement. Every unusual action. Report directly to me. Minato froze. Surveil Lord Shiki. Hiruzen nodded gravely. Everything I do is for Konoha. That was all it took. Minato bowed deeply. I understand. I'll begin at once. The office flashed gold as he vanished. Hiruzen watched the empty room, eyes filled with calculation. Shiki, you might be powerful, but even you cannot outrun space-time, and Konoha has not lost its fangs yet. P.S. What in the mentally retarded sh? Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed inwardly. What a shame. Even after all these years, my talent for space-time ninjutsu is practically non-existent. Shiki and I. The moment Shiki stepped back into the compound, Yuhi Kurenai practically leapt at him, eyes full of longing. I swear I was only gone for half a day. Shiki caught her easily, smiling. To him, wiping out Shimura Danzo was hardly something worth spending time on. I just miss Shiki and I, that's all. All right. Shiki laughed helplessly. With Kurenai acting this affectionate, what else could he do but spoil her a little? Behind her, Tsunade walked up as well. She wasn't as direct as Kurenai, but the concern in her eyes was impossible to hide. "I'm back," Shiki said. "Welcome home." It wasn't until evening, after Kurenai finally went back, that Shiki told Tsunade everything that had happened today. Kurenai was still too young, she didn't need to hear about Konoha's filth. "So, Shimura Danzo is really gone?" Tsunade blinked in disbelief. She had expected maybe a brutal beating, maybe Root being crushed, but Danzo himself being gone. Looking at Shiki's calm smile, she didn't even know what to say at first. "Great. Sadness?" "Not even close." Tsunade jumped up in excitement that if Sarutobi Hiruzen had only allowed the Senju decline, then Danzo had been the executioner who carried it out, and now that executioner was finally erased. "Shiki, I really love you." After letting the joy overflow, Tsunade stepped right in front of him, her eyes serious and soft at the same time that if not for him, she'd still be a clueless Konoha kunoichi being used by the same elders who wiped out her clan. Shiki smiled lightly. "Then why not prove you love me?" Tsunade's eyebrow arched, her expression sharpening with that familiar Senju boldness. She leaned in, close enough for her breath to brush his lips. "Then what do you want from me?" "Something practical," Shiki teased back, voice low. For a moment they simply held each other's gaze. No words, just the slow, inevitable pull between them, and then, they both smiled. Shiki slipped his arms around her waist and lifted her effortlessly. Tsunade's cheeks flushed crimson, but she didn't resist. Sunu, so I skipped it." By noon the next day, Shiki finally woke up. He leaned against the courtyard railing, looking unusually relaxed. "Shiki and why are you in such a good mood today?" "Why do you think that?" Shiki asked, raising an eyebrow. Kurenai pointed at the bottle in his hand. "Because you only drink like that when you're happy." She knew him well. Shiki only took out alcohol when something really put him in a great mood. "Well, you're still too young. I'll tell you later." He swirled the bottle lightly. "What? Again with that?" Kurenai puffed her cheeks in frustration. Shiki treated her like a kid every time, and while she adored the attention, part of her wished he would look at her as an equal. Just then, Tsunade stepped out of the house. Her face turned slightly red the moment she saw him. No words needed, she simply walked over and leaned beside him. "Recovered already?" Shiki teased again. "Are you underestimating the Senju clan's healing? Or the medical sage herself?" Tsunade snorted proudly. "S is Senju, and a medical master. Even if she took damage, she'd heal before morning." "I wouldn't dare underestimate you anymore." Shiki smirked, taking another sip. That single remark made Tsunade recall last night. "Yeah, a little crazy." "What is going on with you two?" Kurenai asked, completely lost. Tsunade mimicked Shiki's earlier gesture and flicked Kurenai's forehead. "You're still too young. You'll understand eventually." Kurenai stared at her with a tiny, furious glare, super fierce glare, or so she believed. Over the next few days, Shiki's life finally quieted down. At least for the moment, nothing disturbed him. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was irritated because, "Hiruzen, since Danzo is gone and you already have the ANBU, the power of Root should be handed over to us." In the Hokage's office, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado stood before him. They were shocked at first by Danzo's death, but once that shock faded, all they could think about was how to divide his remaining power. After all, among Konoha's elders, Danzo's authority had been second only to the Hokage himself. Seeing how eager they were, Hiruzen stayed silent. If there had been genuine companionship between him and Danzo, Koharu and Hamura, in contrast, were completely cold-blooded. Whether Danzo lived or died didn't matter, as long as they could get their hands on his influence. "I've decided to disband Root." Most of Root's elites had already died with Danzo. The rest would be merged directly into ANBU. "What?" Koharu and Hamura stiffened in disbelief. Didn't this mean they gained nothing? "I disagree." Koharu snapped. "I am the Hokage," Hiruzen said sharply. "Your objections mean nothing." He was still capable of exerting absolute authority, at least internally. Against external threats, he remained soft as ever. "You!" Koharu raised her finger to shout, but Hamura quickly grabbed her arm. They were merely elite jonin at best. If Hiruzen didn't give permission, they were powerless. Hiruzen looked at them coldly. What a joke. Did they have no awareness of their own strength? If you two were Kage level, then maybe he'd hand the power over. But as you are, not a chance. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. For all their so-called experience, the two counselors, Koharu and Hamura, were far from their prime and it showed, yet here they were, still fighting to control Root's power. Did they have any shame left? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a flicker of nostalgia for Shimura Danzo. If Danzo were still alive, he would have probably mocked the whole situation outright. Now the best tool man was gone, and Sarutobi's patience was wearing thin. That's enough. If there's nothing else, you two should leave, he said flatly. The meaning was clear. No matter what arguments they made, Danzo's power would never fall into their hands. Fuming, the two elders left with a huff. Sarutobi didn't even spare them a second glance. Frankly, he didn't care what they thought. Man, this surveillance is just getting dull. Back in his own yard, Shiki had just finished a day of training. He tossed aside a broken ninja blade, scanning the outer wall with a lazy look. Thanks to his observation haki, he could clearly sense someone had been watching him for days now that he didn't even have to guess. It was obviously Sarutobi's handiwork. With Root gone, who else would be so persistent about keeping tabs on him? What's up? Tsunade, lacking Shiki's sensory abilities, couldn't tell anything was off. She noticed his gaze and tilted her head in concern. It's nothing, Shiki said, shaking his head. A little surveillance didn't bother him, but if it kept up, he'd just deal with the bug himself. As for Sarutobi's motives? Shiki could only shrug that if the spy got caught, that was on them. Tsunade nodded, deciding not to press further. She knew Shiki well enough to trust him. If he wasn't worried, neither was she. Suddenly, something occurred to her. Oh right. Jiraiya invited me to a get-together. Wanna come? Me, of course. You're my guy now, aren't you? And he never said I couldn't bring my family. Tsunade smirked. Honestly, if Shiki wasn't going, Tsunade didn't feel like going either. And with Kurenai busy training in Genjutsu, it was a good time for her to push her own skills. Let's go then. A little social time sounded better than endless training for once. Great. I'll go run a bath for you, then we can head out together. Tsunade grinned. Fresh from training, Shiki couldn't say no. He watched her walk away, a warm smile tugging at his lips. Who'd have thought Tsunade could be so gentle when she wanted to be? She was honestly starting to feel like the wife he'd always pictured. With one last glance at the outer wall, Shiki followed her back inside. Outside the courtyard, a masked figure lingered. It was Minato Namikaze. Even from a distance, he'd noticed Shiki's sharp gaze, and the two locked eyes for just a moment. Was I discovered? Minato wondered, mildly surprised, but he didn't dwell on it. For someone who defeated the Shikaku in battle, this level of perception was hardly shocking. Ah shoot. I promised Jiraiya-sensei I'd be at his party tonight. Golden light flickered as Minato vanished from the spot, making a mental note. He hadn't found anything suspicious about Shiki so far. If Lord Hokage wanted him to keep watching, he'd need a better plan. After freshening up, Shiki and Tsunade changed into casual clothes for the evening. Shiki left his two swords at home. It was just a simple dinner after all. You look great, Tsunade said with a satisfied nod, eyeing him up and down. Even in plain clothes, Shiki had a kind of lazy Lion King vibe, proud, confident, impossible to ignore. Shiki grinned. And you're beautiful as ever. Home life. Tsunade was a lot gentler than her battlefield self, and he appreciated it. Let's head out, she said, and together they walked into town. Passers-by couldn't help but stare. A couple that handsome and charismatic looked like they'd stepped out of a storybook. It's so slow. Where is Tsunade? Inside the cozy restaurant, Jiraiya tapped the table impatiently, eyes scanning the street outside. Don't worry, Jiraiya-sensei. She should be here any minute, said Minato, trying to calm him. Sitting nearby was Minato's girlfriend, none other than the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina. Unlike Minato's gentle tone, Kushina was relaxed and loud, her spirit reminding everyone of Tsunade. I heard Tsunade's got a boyfriend now. Wonder what he's like. Kushina was genuinely curious. She'd only heard rumors so far. Minato smiled. Lord Shiki is a hard worker, that's for sure. Even with all his power, he never slacks on sword training. Kushina nodded thoughtfully. Well, guess I'll meet him soon enough. While they talked, Jiraiya grew increasingly frustrated. He'd accepted that Tsunade had moved on, but hearing about her boyfriend was still a stab to the heart. Can we please change the subject? He thought, glancing away. He turned to the other side of the table, where Orochimaru sat sipping tea in silence. Honestly, I didn't expect you to show up for something like this, Jiraiya remarked. Normally, unless something was important, Orochimaru skipped these gatherings. There was simply nothing else to do, Orochimaru replied coolly. With Danzo gone, his projects were all on hold. After all, the resources for those experiments had all been under Danzo's control. He sounded almost disappointed. Man, I can't believe Tsunade, the monster strength woman I know, has finally settled down. Jiraiya gave a theatrical sigh, but he didn't get a chance to finish before. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. A familiar, slightly menacing voice cut through the restaurant. Jiraiya, who are you calling a monster power woman? Jiraiya nearly choked on his drink, raised an eyebrow. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let that one slide. But next time I hear something like that, she cracked her knuckles for emphasis. You're getting decked, got it? Jiraiya bobbed his head like a terrified pigeon. Crystal clear, Tsunade. Not a word, I swear. Too lazy to deal with him further, Tsunade simply sat down at the table beside Shiki. Long time no see, Kushina. Tsunade, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, had a close bond with Kushina, descendant of Uzumaki Mito, the original Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kushina's eyes sparkled. Tsunade Nizan, you look gorgeous tonight. Tsunade's expression softened at the praise, but when Jiraiya piped up, yeah, you really do look beautiful, Tsunade, she shot him a glare sharp enough to make even Orochimaru flinch. Complimenting me in front of my boyfriend now? You want to die? Jiraiya slumped, defeated. Right, my bad. Why is it so hard to just have a normal meal around here? Kushina, ever the peacemaker, turned to Shiki. So you're Shiki? I've heard all kinds of rumors. Shiki smiled politely, but his attention lingered on Kushina's bright red hair and the swirling chakra within her, undeniably the nine tails sealed inside. She really was Uzumaki Mito's successor. Tsunade noticed him staring. What, is she that pretty? She teased, poking Shiki's side. Shiki just waved it off. You're overthinking it. I just sensed some intense chakra from Kushina-san, that's all. Kushina laughed. That's a first. Not everyone can sense nine tails inside me, you know. P.S. Kurama grinning wickedly. JPG, Minato looked genuinely impressed. So that's the famous golden lion perception. Amazing as always. Shiki grinned and looked Minato in the eye. Yeah, just like I could always sense there's been a certain mouse hanging around my place lately. Minato froze, the color draining from his face. No mistaking it, Shiki had caught him red-handed. Tsunade sat up straighter. Wait, someone's been spying on our house. Why didn't I notice anything? Shiki smirked. Guess your sensory skills aren't quite there yet, Tsunade. She scowled at him, fist clenching under the table. He looking down on me right now, but she let it slide. For now. It's seriously annoying. Only the third Hokage would be paranoid enough to have us watched. Tsunade muttered. So why didn't you do something about it? She demanded, glaring at Shiki. Shiki shrugged. I was planning to deal with it tonight actually. But since we ended up here, I let the mouse off for now. Minato coughed awkwardly, eyes darting away. Does he know it was me? There's no way, right? Kushina noticed her boyfriend's unease and leaned in. Minato? Everything okay? Yeah, nothing wrong. Minato replied, forcing a smile. Honestly, he was just glad Jiraiya had called everyone together. At least it gave him an excuse to stop his surveillance for the night. Jiraiya, meanwhile, just wanted the awkwardness to end. For all his usual cheer, he understood the darkness behind Konoha's politics. He just preferred to look the other way. Maybe it's time to hit the road for a while. He shook off his brooding and raised his glass. All right. Enough with the drama. We're all here, so let's celebrate. Everyone relaxed as the drinks began to flow, the atmosphere finally turning warm and lively. Minato let out a quiet sigh of relief as Shiki didn't press the issue any further, and soon he and Kushina joined in the laughter and conversation. Kushina happily chatted with Tsunade about life, training, and what it was like to have a boyfriend who was actually stronger than she was. The night went on, full of good food, laughter, and the kind of camaraderie that, for a moment, made everyone forget the shadows outside. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. For all of Minato's brilliance, Jiraiya couldn't be prouder of him. Gentle, polite, unbelievably talented, even the great Toad Sage had once spoken of a child of prophecy, and Jiraiya believed Minato fit that role perfectly. Come on, Minato. Drink up. Jiraiya shoved a cup toward him. Sensei, ninja aren't supposed to drink. The three ninja taboos. Minato protested helplessly. Jiraiya waved him off completely. Minato sighed, resigned, and joined him with a bitter smile. Compared to that chaotic pair, Shiki and Orochimaru were much quieter. Orochimaru glanced at Shiki's profile, the corner of his mouth curling. He remembered clearly the last time he had witnessed Shiki's conqueror's haki. The crushing pressure. That sensation of his life no longer being under his own control. It was the first time Orochimaru had ever felt true weakness. He would never forget it. I didn't expect the legendary Golden Lion to have a softer side, Orochimaru whispered with a light chuckle. Minato's earlier panic had gone unnoticed by most but not by Orochimaru. It didn't take a genius to guess who had been assigned to monitor Shiki and Tsunade. This Minato boy, Orochimaru added with quiet disdain. Everything about him is excellent, but he's far too simple. Simple to the point of stupidity. He wasn't wrong. Orochimaru acknowledged Minato's genius, but in a village like Konoha, where power struggles hid under every surface, a genius without calculation was easily manipulated. The White Fang was strong, but he killed himself. Minato, even as the future fourth Hokage, Orochimaru knew the truth. All actual power would still remain in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Hokage title meant nothing if the old man held the reins, Shiki chuckled. If Jiraiya heard your evaluation of Minato, he'd come after you with everything he's got. Jiraiya treated Minato like a precious baby, calling Minato a simple-minded idiot. Even Orochimaru's friendship wouldn't save him from a beating. That kind of joke isn't very amusing, Orochimaru replied with a thin smile. That he respected Jiraiya, but he certainly wasn't afraid of him. Then, with no hesitation, he turned to Shiki. Shiki-kun, are you interested in immortality? Now that Danzo was gone, Orochimaru needed a new collaborator and Shiki was the ideal candidate. Shiki blinked slowly. Finally, Orochimaru said something worthwhile. Go on. Orochimaru's eyes brightened. Shiki hadn't refused, which meant he was interested. To be clear, Shiki held no real desire for Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation technique. Too many risks, too many side effects. But Kuparaten. With Orochimaru, that was another matter entirely. I'll help Tsunade become Hokage, Orochimaru said, and afterward I want your support in my research. Why not become Hokage yourself? Shiki asked naturally. Orochimaru gave a low, bitter laugh. Impossible. He had once desired the position, but the stronger he became, the more he understood Konoha's darkness. Sarutobi Hiruzen might choose a new Hokage, but he would never choose someone with their own will. Only someone obedient. No matter how much recognition Hiruzen gave him, Orochimaru knew he would never be entrusted with the hat. Shiki smirked. As expected. You're the only one in Konoha who sees everything clearly. Orochimaru's eyes sharpened with anticipation. So, our cooperation? Shiki didn't answer directly. Instead, he raised an eyebrow. Ever heard of a sealing technique called Fushur Tensei? Orochimaru froze. Fushur Tensei? Recognition flickered. A forbidden jutsu created by Tobirama Senju, unfinished due to his early death. A technique rumored to grant eternal life. Orochimaru's pulse quickened. So it really exists? It does, Shiki replied. But it's a half-finished prototype. That's more than enough. Orochimaru's voice trembled with excitement. If it exists at all, I can perfect it. That was the confidence of Orochimaru, a true genius of forbidden techniques. Shiki chuckled. No doubt you can. Orochimaru continued, composed once again. But before that, I'll help Tsunade become Hokage. Only then can I access the sealing library legally. He wasn't stupid enough to steal from the Hokage archives, not when Tsunade could grant him access willingly. Happy cooperation, Shiki said. Happy cooperation, Orochimaru echoed. Their cups clinked lightly. A new alliance was formed. Oi! Orochimaru. Shiki! You two are no fun at all. Drinking without us. Jiraiya, fully drunk by now, flailed around noisily. Shiki and Orochimaru exchanged a mutual shrug. Tsunade, meanwhile, was chatting happily with Kushina, for once looking genuinely relaxed. Then Orochimaru suddenly looked toward Minato and spoke casually. By the way, if I recall correctly, Minato has already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, hasn't he? The entire table fell silent. Even Minato stiffened. He scratched his head awkwardly. Why yeah, just a bit of luck. Jiraiya slapped Minato proudly on the back. Look at that. My apprentice, everyone. Even rare space-time ninjutsu, he mastered it. But Tsunade stopped smiling. She slowly set down her cup and stared at Minato with calm intensity. Flying Thunder God, my granduncle's technique. Her voice was soft as she whispered calmly, without the Senju clan's permission. How exactly did Minato learn it? Minato swallowed. Tsunade-sama? Chapter 48. Chapter 48. The moment Tsunade's expression hardened, Minato called out tentatively, Tsunade-sama? Bang! Her fist slammed into the table, rattling every plate and cup. Jiraiya jolted awake from his drunken haze, and Minato practically jumped out of his seat. You trying to show off in front of me? Tsunade glared, her voice sharp as a kunai. You secretly learned my granduncle's Flying Thunder God technique, and you expect me to congratulate you? Without permission from the Senju clan, learning Tobirama's jutsu felt like theft to her, and what Tsunade hated most was her own inability to protect her clan's legacy. Even Kushina, usually loud and fearless, went quiet. Tsunade Nizan? She whispered cautiously, but Tsunade didn't reply. Shiki stepped forward, placing a calm hand on her shoulder. Easy, Tsunade. To everyone else, Tsunade was terrifying, but for her, Shiki's voice alone was enough to pull her back from anger. She turned toward him, eyes slightly glossy with emotion she couldn't voice. Shiki. Cute, Shiki thought for a moment, but this was definitely not the time to say it aloud. At that moment, Orochimaru's voice slid into the tension with impeccable timing. I've always heard about Minato's talent, he said. But I've never seen it with my own eyes. He looked at Minato, then at Shiki. Shiki-kun, as a senpai, why don't you test him? Orochimaru didn't believe Minato could defeat Shiki. That wasn't the point. He was giving Shiki a perfect excuse to teach Minato a harsh lesson, publicly and legitimately. Shiki's smile widened. Teaching the younger generation is part of a senpai's duty. Minato stiffened. How did a dinner turn into a duel? Still, Minato wasn't the type to run away. He bowed respectfully. Lord Shiki, you appear unarmed. Should we wait until? Shiki waved him off casually. No need. A light sparring match doesn't require weapons. Minato fell silent. As brilliant as he was, he had pride too. A swordsman refusing to use a sword felt like mockery. Understood. If Lord Shiki wishes to instruct me, I'll give it my all. North Konoha Training Ground. A moment later, the whole group was at a nearby training field. Jiraiya scratched his head, still foggy from alcohol. Why the hell are we out here? It was a party a second ago. Orochimaru folded his arms, eyes gleaming. I'm simply curious. I want to see Shiki's strength without a blade. Ha! Jiraiya scoffed. If he's not using a weapon, Minato's got the advantage. Tsunade snorted as if Jiraiya had said the stupidest thing imaginable. You people have no idea what Shiki is capable of. With Shiki right there, nobody wanted to argue. Only Kushina, full of confidence in her boyfriend, called out, No way! Minato's the strongest. Tsunade just rolled her eyes and ignored the girl. In the center of the field, Minato faced Shiki. He hesitated once more. Lord Shiki, maybe you should really. Do you always talk this much when you train? Shiki asked flatly. Okay. Minato took a breath, his expression sharpened instantly. Swish. In a flash, Minato vanished, not using Flying Thunder God, just pure body flicker. Even so, he was faster than most elite jonin. Rasengan. When he reappeared, he was right behind Shiki, a swirling blue sphere forming in his hand. Tsunade and Orochimaru's eyes widened. A no-hand sign technique? Tsunade murmured. Orochimaru nodded. A self-created A-rank ninjutsu, if I recall. Jiraiya puffed his chest proudly. That's right. That's Minato's Rasengan. Amazing, isn't it? Kushina grinned. See? Told you he was strong. But Shiki simply spoke with mild disappointment. Be careful? Of what? You. His arm hardened, inky black armament hockey coating his skin. Wump. He blocked the Rasengan with one hand. The sphere collapsed instantly, snuffed out like a candle. Nanny? Before Minato could even process it, Shiki's hand shot out, grabbing him by the collar. The next moment, Shiki swung him like a rag doll. But Minato vanished in a flash of yellow light. A Flying Thunder God kunai clattered on the ground where he had stood moments before. Minato reappeared at his original position, breathing lightly, eyes blazing with focus. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly as Minato vanished and reappeared in a golden flash. There's no mistaking it, that's Granduncle Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique. She'd seen the technique as a child, watching the second Hokage move through the battlefield like blue lightning. Minato was far less polished, but he'd undeniably mastered it. Jiraiya puffed up with pride. Ha ha ha. You see, Tsunade? With the Flying Thunder God, even Shiki without his blade can't keep up. Whack! Tsunade smacked the back of Jiraiya's head without looking at him. You have no idea how terrifying that monster's strength really is. Don't talk nonsense. Jiraiya rubbed his head, pouting, but didn't argue further. Everyone's attention was back on the training field. Minato himself was stunned. How did he block Rasengan like it was nothing? Rasengan was A rank. A technique he created himself. Yet Shiki crushed it with one hand like it was a soap bubble. What was that? Minato murmured. Shiki turned his right hand, still coated in the glossy black sheen of armament hockey. Under the light, the surface gleamed with a metallic luster. This? Shiki shrugged casually. Something I developed a while back. Minato looked amazed. A self-created defensive technique? Incredible, Shiki didn't bother hiding anything. This coating can appear anywhere on my body. Defense, attack, it boosts both. Minato stiffened. Shiki was explaining this so casually. Was he underestimating him? He clenched his jaw and pulled out several Flying Thunder God kunai. Lord Shiki, please fight me seriously. He didn't care if he lost, but he refused to be dismissed. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. WHSSSH, a barrage of Flying Thunder God kunai shot across the field toward Shiki. Shiki tapped the ground with 1 foot. Boom. An earth wall surged upward instantly, blocking the entire swarm with ease. Swish. In the next instant, Minato flickered behind him again, Rasengan roaring in his hand. Bang. Another chunk of rock burst upward, erupting beneath Minato midair and forcing him away. Minato reappeared several meters back, breathing lightly, reassessing. Shiki didn't chase, he simply formed more handless techniques, the ground rippling like a living creature, then roar. The earth erupted as multiple massive stone dragons spiraled upward around Shiki, their jaws splitting open in a rock-shattering roar. Earth release, soaring earth dragon. The entire field trembled, dirt, debris, and splintered stone flew everywhere. Tsunade folded her arms smugly. See? That is the man I chose. Jiraiya's jaw dropped. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, even Kushina went silent. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched via his crystal ball. What is that ability? A Kekkei Genkai. He'd planned only to observe the party from afar. He hadn't expected to witness Minato battling Shiki, or Shiki unleashing unknown techniques with no hand signs at all. This is troubling. Hiruzen muttered. If even Flying Thunder God doesn't work, but he shook his head quickly. No. Minato will be fine. Flying Thunder God is space-time ninjutsu. It can't be countered so easily. He sounded confident. He was very clearly trying to convince himself. Back on the training field, Shiki raised his hand slightly. The stone dragons surged forward like rampaging beasts. Roar. 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 They tore deep gouges through the field, each strike leaving destruction in its wake. The once flat ground was now a scarred battlefield. Minato blurred through the chaos, golden flashes sparking with every dodge. His movements were fast, too fast for anyone but Shiki to track. It's no use. Minato muttered, chest rising and falling. Flying this much, my chakra's running low. He gritted his teeth that he had to end this. He eyed Shiki through the storm of stone. That if I take down the caster, everything stops. Once more, Minato drew several Flying Thunder God kunai and flung them. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Crack. 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 The stone dragons smashed the kunai effortlessly. That's enough, Minato whispered, because scattering the kunai wasn't the goal. The goal was to cover the field with teleportation points. Golden light burst beneath his feet. Flash, 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 flash. He vanished, reappearing around Shiki faster than anyone could blink. To Tsunade and Jiraiya, Minato was just streaks of yellow light flickering across the battlefield. Orochimaru smirked. Space-time ninjutsu. The flexibility is impressive. It's over. Minato whispered behind Shiki, Rasengan forming again, ready to finish it. Shiki smiled. He turned, faster than Minato could comprehend, and grabbed Minato's collar mid-attack. Nanny? Minato's eyes went wide. His teleportation was flawless. His speed was absolute. So how had Shiki kept up with him? Before he could process it, wham! Shiki slammed him into the ground with overwhelming force. Minato coughed out blood, unable to teleport again. His chakra was spent. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. After the match, Shiki released his grip on Minato. Minato! No one could believe it. Just seconds ago, Minato himself looked completely in control. Then, in a blink, he lost, too fast for anyone's eyes to follow. Even Minato was left stunned, eyes wide, unable to process how it happened. Ah! A red blur shot across the training ground, Kushina Uzumaki, panic and anger written all over her face. She knelt beside Minato, then whipped her head up, glaring straight at Shiki, eyes blazing. You bastard! To beat Minato like that right in front of everyone, unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Her anger surged and crimson chakra burst from her body, the unmistakable ferocity of the nine tails flooded. The air. The chakra shimmered, wild and dangerous, and the ground seemed to shake under her fury. Kushina! No one was expecting this. Minato's defeat was shocking enough, but Kushina snapping like this, yeah, that checked out. She was Minato's girlfriend, and the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Once she lost it, the whole village could be in danger. Tsunade and Jiraiya were already hurrying over, alarmed, ready to intervene if things went south. Even from a distance, Shiki could practically see the spectral image of the Nine Tails towering behind Kushina, eyes locked on him, fangs bared. For a moment, it really did feel like a beast was about to break loose, but Shiki just met her glare unfazed. He didn't flinch, didn't back down. He simply narrowed his eyes. Settle down. His voice was quiet, but it hit like thunder. In the next instant, an invisible force exploded out from Shiki, the overwhelming pressure of Conqueror's Haki. The whole training ground froze. Tsunade, Jiraiya, even the onlookers, they all stopped in their tracks, stunned and rooted in place by the sheer weight of it. What is this? No one here had ever felt this kind of presence before. It was as if the world itself bent to Shiki's will. Orochimaru's lips curled into a rare, twisted smile, his snake-like eyes shining. That's real kingly power. That's the aura I've been searching for, but it was Kushina who felt it most. Her body locked up, the Nine Tails chakra recoiling like it had been slapped. Even the Kyuubi itself fell silent, the crimson shroud vanishing instantly. Kushina blinked, suddenly clear-headed. She hadn't realized just how close she was to losing control. If Shiki hadn't stepped in, the Nine Tails might have actually broken free. But more than that, she couldn't believe what she'd just felt. You! Kushina stared at Shiki, searching for words. Just now, his presence alone had forced the Nine Tails back. Was this even real? Was she dreaming? Once Kushina had calmed, Shiki pulled back his haki, and the suffocating pressure faded like it had never existed. At that moment, Minato finally regained consciousness. His sudden movement snapped Kushina out of her daze. She had been staring blankly at Shiki, lost in shock. Kushina? Minato's voice was weak but steady. Even after getting completely floored by Shiki, he was still a ninja, just winded, not broken. Kushina blinked, finally coming to her senses. She turned, anxiety flashing in her eyes. Minato, are you okay? Minato managed a faint smile, waving off her worries. It's all right, Kushina. Lord Shiki held back. If he hadn't, I'd probably be dead. Kushina let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. Relief washed over her face, and the tension in her shoulders melted away. That's good. She glanced at Shiki again, suddenly feeling awkward, embarrassed by her earlier outburst. She didn't even know what to say. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was seething. A vein pulsed at his temple as he glared at the crystal ball in front of him, the same ball he'd just used to watch Minato's defeat, and then, in disbelief, witness Shiki's aura subdue the Nine Tails chakra inside Kushina. He snapped the crystal shut, face darkening. The first part, Minato failing with the flying thunder god, could be chalked up to inexperience. But the second part, Shiki's sheer willpower shaking a tailed beast into submission, that was something only legendary figures could do. Damn it! Hiruzen slammed a stack of paperwork onto his desk. He was alone in the office, or else he never would have let himself lose composure like this. Unbelievable! Seeing Shiki's true power firsthand, Sarutobi felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't even imagine getting revenge anymore. Shiki hadn't even used a sword this time, just pure force of will that if he ever did draw his blade, who in the village could possibly stand against him? He slumped back in his chair, rubbing his eyes tiredly. If only Danzo were here right now. Sarutobi found himself missing the old days, when he worked in the light and Danzo handled the shadows. Sure, Danzo always had some underhanded scheme brewing, but at least it was better than facing this nightmare alone. He sighed, feeling every year of his age. Well, no point worrying about what I can't change. After a long silence, Sarutobi finally spoke to himself, resignation in his voice. Let's give Minato some time to grow. That flying thunder god technique, there aren't many space-time jutsu like that in the entire ninja world. Maybe someday he'll be able to surpass Shiki. But for now, Sarutobi had no choice but to endure. Endurance was the one thing he'd mastered over decades as Hokage, enduring hardships, enduring setbacks, enduring defeat. The old man sat alone in his office, quietly steeling himself for whatever came next. Back at the training ground, Minato was already back on his feet, having received a quick treatment from Tsunade. His injuries weren't too serious to begin with, and with Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, he was practically good as new. Lord Shiki, how did you find me just now? That was what bothered Minato the most, that he always prided himself on his speed, and with the flying thunder god technique, he thought he was basically untouchable. So how did Shiki predict his movement and take him down so effortlessly? Shiki just waved his hand, answering as if it were obvious. Perception. Minato blinked. Perception? Yeah. Call it combat intuition if you want. Shiki shrugged. Flying thunder god is insanely fast, sure. But if you can sense where someone's about to appear, well, it's not that hard to intercept them. He made it sound ridiculously easy, but everyone around, Tsunade, Jiraiya, even Kushina, just stared at him speechless. Was that even possible? Sensing where Minato would teleport next in real time? Was this guy even serious? Still, everyone was already used to Shiki pulling off feats that bordered on the absurd. For him, something that would be impossible for anyone else was just another casual flex. Minato took a breath and nodded, his expression turning serious as he said,